The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will give you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call.
We've all dealt with the hassles of traveling. Traffic, long lines, security, layovers. What if there was a smarter way? When you fly out of Corpus Christi International Airport, you get all the modern amenities you love with the stress-free convenience of flying local. So you can skip the hassle and get right to the good parts, taking off and returning home. Fly smarter, not harder, at flyccia.com.
When emergencies strike, stay informed with Reverse Alert. Everything from incoming severe weather, traffic alerts, police and fire activity, industry alerts, and citywide information. Reverse Alert will provide you time-sensitive information to keep you safe. Signing up is a fast and easy process. Text BeReadyCCNC to 888-777 or visit cctexas.com/alert sign-up. Choose to receive notifications by phone call, text, or email. And with fully customizable options, you pick what notifications you want to receive. And you can designate what hours of the day that you don't want to be disturbed. Stay informed, stay aware, stay alert. Sign up for Reverse Alert today.
Beach to Bay is back. Join us Saturday, May 20th for the 46th annual Beach to Bay Relay Marathon. Participate with over 8,000 runners in a 26.2-mile six-leg event. Runners start in the sands of North Padre Island, cross the JFK Causeway, travel through Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, and finish along our scenic Shoreline Boulevard. For the first time, you can choose from 3 separate events to participate. Run as a team in the 6-person relay, split up the run with your partner in the 2-person relay, or challenge yourself and run the entire 26.2-mile marathon solo. Register online at beachtobayrelay.com. Beach to Bay starts at 7 a.m. on Saturday, May 20th. Come be a part of Corpus Christi's biggest relay marathon tradition. Join family, friends, and the community at Beach to Bay 2023.
Your safety is important at Corpus Christi beaches. A beach warning flag system is in place to let you know what weather conditions you can expect before getting into the water. There are 5 different beach warning flags. The main 3 are green, yellow, and red. Green means go. The water is calm and it is safe to swim. Just swim with care. Yellow means caution. The waves are getting bigger and there may be a small rip current. We recommend adult or lifeguard supervision while swimming. Red means stop. Danger is ahead. The surf is dangerous with strong winds, big waves, and strong rip currents. Do not enter the ocean in red flag conditions unless you are a very strong swimmer. And do not let your kids swim at all. The last 2 flags are purple and orange. Purple indicates the presence of harmful sea animals, jellyfish, sharks, or other venomous marine life have been spotted close to shore. And orange means there is an environmental hazard in the air or water quality. The conditions are not safe for your health. Make sure to check the weather and water conditions when heading out to the beach. Follow us on Facebook at Corpus Christi Beaches or visit cctexas.com/beaches for daily warning flag updates and surf conditions.
Many households in our community rely on natural gas. It's important to know how to detect a gas leak and how to report it. You can detect gas leaks through sight, smell, and sound. If you see dead vegetation near a pipeline, smell rotting eggs, or hear a hissing noise, there could be a leak nearby. Make sure to leave the area immediately. If you suspect a gas leak, call the gas department at 311. Do not light a match and avoid using any electrical switches so you don't create a spark that could start a fire. Also, avoid driving into the area. Your vehicle's engine may ignite the vapors. And do not attempt to extinguish any fire that might start. Natural gas is a part of the City of Corpus Christi's utility system, and keeping our residents safe is our top priority. For more information, visit cctexas.com/gas.
The City of Corpus Christi reminds you there are small, everyday ideas you can use to protect us from drought-related water shortages. Inside your home, install modernized plumbing, low-flow shower heads, and simply turn off the faucet when not in use. Outside your home, make smart landscaping choices, limit your watering, and don't water during the hottest part of the day. Simple choices that will save water for the community and save money on your utility bill. We can all drink to that.
The cost of repairing or replacing leaky or old gas lines could be too much for some residents of Corpus Christi. The City of Corpus Christi, in partnership with NextEra, is here to help you. The Plumbers to People program is dedicated to the safety and well-being of Corpus Christi residents by helping with repairs for their homes. We have partnered with multiple plumbers in the community to repair and replace old leaking gas lines free of charge to the consumer. The purpose of the program is to bring peace of mind to the community and offer support to those in need. To learn more, contact 826-CITY. The Plumbers to People program is here to help you.
Your public libraries are now accessible at your fingertips. From our free digital resources options, tap into Discovery and read, listen, watch digital content all from the comfort of your home. Anytime and anywhere you go, you can now borrow ebooks, audiobooks, movies, music, magazines, and watch educational programs. Our digital resources offers thousands of titles to choose from, all from your computer, tablet, or phone. And did we mention? It's all free. Visit cctexas.com/library for more information on how to sign up.
Corpus Christi Water is here to demonstrate how to look at your water meter to spot potential water loss from leaky pipes. First, turn off all water fixtures, including faucets, hoses, ice makers, and irrigation systems. Next, locate your water meter. Corpus Christi water meters will always be in the utility easement, which may be in the front of your home or in your backyard. Remove the meter box lid. On the top of the meter, there is a register with numbers. These numbers show how much water is being used. Each meter will also have a flow indicator with a red line or possibly a small red triangle. A flow indicator that is not moving indicates that no water is going through your meter and you do not have a leak. If the flow indicator is moving, water is flowing through your system even though you turned off all fixtures.
Mayor.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to City Hall and Council Chambers. Today, our invocation will be given by Pastor Rob Bailey from Southside Community Church. Pastor, welcome.
Let's pray. Our Father, we thank you for the privilege of living in this beautiful city. We thank you for our police department, for our firefighters, for our other first responders, and we pray that you would protect them as they keep us safe today. We thank you for our mayor, for our city council members, for our city manager, for our city attorney, for our city secretary, and all of the city staff, and bless them and lead them as they lead us. We pray that you would give us great wisdom today, and that you would give that wisdom not only today, but throughout their terms. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. And today, our Pledge of Allegiance to the United States and Texas state flag will be given by my executive assistant, Tiffany Dake.
If we can all please face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And as we shift towards the Texas flag, honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Tiffany. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Sylvia Campos. Here. Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Jim Klein.
Here.
Mike Pesley. Everett Roy.
Here.
Dan Suckley.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Here. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the Council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. We'll move on to Section E, the City Manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Mayor and members of the Council. We do have 3 items to brief you on today. And the first one, we're going to have Interim Chief Richie Quintero come up to the podium. He's going to talk to the community and the City Council on our train safety protocol. We're all aware of a train derailment that happened a few months ago in East Palestine, Ohio, that had some environmental effects and some concern of folks living there and across the country. We watch that carefully, and as a result of that, we check to see what are our own protocols here in Corpus Christi, Nueces County, with respect to our trains. I've been here 4 years as the city manager of the community, and we haven't really talked much about the train systems, the train companies that operate in Nueces County, what our protocols are. Fortunately, we do have pretty strong protocols, good working relationship with Union Pacific, and of course our own fire department that knows how to handle emergency and hazardous events and situations. So we have met twice, we being myself, our first responder personnel in the city. We've met with the Union Pacific and others across the state to make sure our protocols are strong. We'll continue to do that because as personnel change and as protocols change, it's good that internally the city team is aware of who's in charge and what the protocols are. So in our first 2 meetings, we were able to assemble material to be able to articulate here with the community and the council what our protocols are. And so that's what this briefing will be by Chief Richie Quintero. Chief.
Good morning. Richie Quintero, Interim Fire Chief. As the city manager was stating, the events that occurred in East Palestine were very often, or they did pique the interest of first responders, fire departments, and city governments all over the United States. Fortunately, situations and events such as that are very low in occurrence. They do not happen very often in that severity. However, when they do, they are of high consequence. They have both short and long-term consequences that affect populations, the environment, and so forth, the economy. And so it's important to us, as Mr. Zanoni mentioned, that we be prepared. And in our review, a lot of it was reminders. Fortunately, these don't happen very often. So we did remind ourselves of what we have done in the past, what we're prepared to do in the future. It also was an eye-opener that we did get to meet some personnel from Union Pacific. We learned a little bit more about the rail system that serves our city and so forth, and that's what we're going to talk about today. So we'll start with a brief synopsis of the events in East Palestine. We'll move into a little familiarization with the rail system here in Corpus Christi, and then we'll get into what actually would occur from a very, very generalized view if such an incident occurred here in Corpus Christi. So the rail system, as you know, is very important to the infrastructure and economy of the United States. Approximately 30% of all exports move via the rail system. It competes highly with trucking and shipping and so forth, but it's very, very efficient means of moving materials. And everyone here knows it moves anything from chemicals, both in liquid and gas form, as well as vehicles, merchandise, dry goods, and so forth. So it's extraordinarily efficient. Grown so much more so because of the e-commerce like Amazon. There's a lot of travel, a lot of things get transported via train. Unfortunately, they do carry hazardous materials as well. And despite safety concerns, regulations, and measures, there is going to be an accident, unfortunately. They do occur just as they do when we're driving on the roadway, airway, and so forth. It's unfortunately part of that piece. However, the derailments is only one such emergency. Fires, leaks, mechanical failures, defective tracks, all those are also concerns, although today we're going to be focusing very much so on derailments and items of that nature. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Norfolk Southern train derailed near East Palestine on the 3rd day of February of this year. When I was a kid, I remember seeing trains as I was traveling back and forth along 44, and if you saw a train that was about 60 cars long, that was quite a train. The one that we're speaking of today was 150 cars long. Of those 150 cars, 20 of them carried some form of a hazardous material. So that was just a little less than 15%, and that's actually all. Everything else was in dry goods or something else that was not considered a hazardous material. Unfortunately, 36 cars did derail in transit. 11 of those did have hazardous material aboard. Next slide, please. What you see here is a list of the 5 hazardous materials that were carried on those 11 cars that were part of that derailment. The one that was of most concern and the one that we've been seeing and reading about in media is that first one there, vinyl chloride. All of these here are very common. They're used as sealants, as a basis for plastics, for coatings, and so forth. Very common goods. However, vinyl chloride was the one that was in question of concern for this particular incident. The reason being is that one of those tanks actually did ignite. It was burning following the derailment. And despite the fire department's effort, next slide please, the fire department's effort to keep that tank cool, there was a growing concern for that tank becoming extremely pressurized, which happens when a container is heated, and expanded to the point that there was a potential for a catastrophic explosion. The officials at scene, which is a group of responders, representatives from the railroad company, representatives from the contacts of that train car, as well as the car itself, together came up with the decision that they were going to move that product out of that container into a trench and allow it to burn in that fashion there, in what they called a controlled explosion. Explosion by nature is not going to be a peaceful or a passive decision. However, it was the one that these responders chose to take. It was successful in that product was offloaded. It was allowed to burn, and it was eventually extinguished on the 8th of February, so approximately 5 to 7 days following the fact. However, there's a few more points to make as that decision was made. One is that residents in that area were evacuated, very much as the same consideration we would make if we were faced with that unfortunate incident. That's based on guidance provided by the chemical specialist, whatever that product may be, the references that we utilize in our decision-making process, as well as software that's available to us to help predict some of these events, such as, again, a plume of smoke, a cloud, an explosion, and so forth. Next slide, please. So we're moving into the next portion of the presentation, which identifies the companies that do business within Corpus Christi. This is a short list. There are only 5. Altogether, approximately 180 miles of railway within the Corpus area. The majority of these do serve the port of Corpus Christi in some form or fashion. Next slide.
I'm sorry, Chief, can you just go back to that one? So the predominant rail carriers are obviously Union Pacific, BNSF, and then the Port of Corpus Christi. Kansas City probably has a smaller presence, as well as Texas Coastal, right?
Correct.
Yes, sir. So Union Pacific by far is the bigger, and they are part of our work team, so we've briefed with numerous of their safety specialists in our meetings. Go ahead, Chief.
I appreciate you mentioning that. That is a big component of our response piece. Next slide, please. This is a map outlining the active railways in Corpus Christi. We gave a larger view so that you could see that these railways do continue beyond city limits into the county, as well of quite a bit of traffic within the harbor and inner harbor that serves the port.
Chief, this is an important part. I asked for this. It took us a little bit of time to get it, but there's really not a lot of rail, as you can see, but the bottom one here takes the rail out to Laredo, and then these two going towards the north are other rail.
Correct. They move into the San Antonio area, the Beeville area, and so forth.
Right. And you can see, as the Chief said, there's numerous ones around the port of Corpus Christi that are moving cargo, either from the waters or vice versa, from the land to the waters.
Correct. Next slide, please. This is a table that shows a small list of the responders that we would utilize to assist us if an event such as this occurred here within the city. In going through this, you'll be very familiar with several of these. Corpus Christi Fire Department, Police Department, Office of Emergency Management, represented by Billy Delgado here to my left. Union Pacific, both the railway owner, rail car owner, and then the owner of the contents themselves within those cars. Product specialists, once we're able to identify what is carried in these cars, then we can actually lean upon a specialist who has all of the knowledge and requisite abilities to provide us with guidance, with direction on how we should mitigate this emergency. TCEQ, GLO, the U.S. Coast Guard, the city's own health department, the local emergency planning committee, represented by Joanne Salgi as coordinator here for the city. Texas Department of Emergency Management, and then finally City EQS, Environmental Quality Specialists. Together, this group forms the basis of the response piece if a situation like this occurs within our city. One other entity that I like to note that is not on this list is a representative of the Department of Transportation. The Federal Rail Administration has a hazmat division specifically equipped and trained to handle emergencies such as this. They are definitely going to be one of our first calls, which gets us into the next slide. Just like any other event, 911 is traditionally the way that we get notified of these types of emergencies, which would mean that both Corpus Christi Fire Department, Corpus Christi Police Department will be some of the first units on scene. As any other emergency, the assessment begins immediately following the establishment of command. That means that the first arriving units are in charge. We are now performing an assessment, taking in information, and making decisions on activities based on those assessments. We are running the show. We notify and activate what we call crisis management dispatch, which is an agreement between the city and the Refinery Terminal Fire Company to provide communications that link responders to activities on the scene, to local government, and then finally to the public, so that this information can be shared as quickly as possible to provide not only information and efficient communications, but information to the public which we will get to here in a few minutes. The goal is to provide the first announcement to the public within 30 minutes. That seems like quite a long time, and if we're sitting here in this type of a situation or this type of a context, it is quite a bit of time. However, with all the activities that occur following an incident like this, all of the information that has to be gathered, what we're able to verify, and then formulate a message that would be consistent and understandable by the community, 30 minutes is actually a very, very short goal with all of those moving parts, all that information to be gathered and assessed. That'd be in the form of a reverse alert announcement as well as the media releases that you've seen customarily following any kind of incident involving the city. Identifying the product and then labeling what type of emergency we're dealing with. These are listed in increased severity, an incident being the least severe all the way to a crisis or disaster as being the worst possible scenario. At this point, we would ensure that, to the city manager's comment, that Union Pacific's Hazardous Specialty Group was notified and engaged in this activities. But those aren't the only folks that we would be calling upon to assist. Next slide, please. We would also be calling the Response Management Communication Center, which is managed by the Union Pacific. Again, a wealth of information and knowledge specific to hazardous materials and railway systems. The National Response Center, which is manned by United States Coast Guard. Again, they're primarily the go-to information for any event that may be involving a waterway, such as we mentioned, the activity that occurs around the port. Chemtrec, they are a 24-hour resource that provides specific guidance to first responders when a chemical is identified. That's a 1-800 number. We also have the ability to get someone on site within a short amount of time for on-scene assistance. And then finally, the support from the Texas Department of Emergency Management. Just like any other emergency, as jurisdiction becomes, the demand for resources becomes so great that a jurisdiction cannot manage it on its own, TDNM is one of our go-tos for resources, whether it be information, personnel, equipment, supplies, and so forth. We utilize and have an outstanding relationship with TDM. The first 30 minutes of these types of incidents dictate the next 30 hours. So the first 30 minutes are extremely important. This small book right here provides all the information that we would utilize in that first 30 minutes. This is an emergency response guide. This provides information such as personal protective equipment that's recommended, first aid that might be necessary, recommendations on handling an actual fire. Should this chemical actually be should this leak be stopped, or is it better off that that leak be allowed to evacuate that container? All those bits of information are found once we're able to identify the product utilizing this guidebook. Again, the first 30 minutes are extraordinarily critical. And once we have all that information there, we actually are now in a position to advise the community of any necessary actions. The two that are at the top of the list are shelter in place or evacuation. It's those two there. That's what we're gunning for. It's within that time frame to be able to provide actionable information to the community. The remainder of our response would be into defensive measures to ensure that the incident does not get any worse, meaning we may be evacuating a tank, we may be sealing a leak, creating a dam or a dike to collect material, or possibly extinguishing or covering an exposure so that it does not ignite following a fire of this related to a rail car. At that time, we were putting together a plan to actually make this emergency go away. I just told you what they did in East Palestine. That may or may not be advisable to us, depending on the chemical, the contents of these cards, the condition or position that they're in, their location, and so forth. It is not unheard of to allow a vessel to burn until all of the fuel is expended. That is one of the options. And then finally, we support any of the recovery and remediation efforts as well. Next slide, please. This is a summary of those events that we just discussed in common terms, very generic in nature. As you see through this is a very methodical approach. These mitigation tactics do not happen quickly. It requires a methodical approach, a procedural basis, as Peter highlighted at the beginning. That's where we have become a little more comfortable in reminding ourselves what it is we do have in place, and then utilizing the information that we've learned to improve upon those plans and that preparation. I'm available for any questions.
Yeah, thanks, Chief. So, Mayor and Council and community, this is a difficult subject to talk about. Hopefully this never happens in our community, but I feel comfortable and confident that we have a great first responding team, not only with city departments, but also with our partners in the community and in the state of Texas. So I think, as you can see, as evidenced by Chief Ritchie's presentation, we have protocols in place. We know what's what, who's who, and we're ready so that if something does happen, we're not trying to figure all this out, what Chief Ritchie just said. So we don't foresee anything happening. We don't hope anything happens, but if something does happen, we know how to deal with it. And so that was the point of today's message to the City Council in light of the recent derailment that happened in East Palestine. So, Mayor, if there's any questions from you or the council.
Thank you. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. When this accident first happened in East Palestine, one of the things that came up was with the brake systems that lacked in those the railroad cars. I'm just wondering, is there anything that we can do as a city to make sure that those railroad cars are using adequate, equipment such as those brake systems that that the industry is saying that, we should have, that they should implement? Is there something that we can do on our end to assure that that's being done for our railroads, our railways?
So I may be speaking out of turn here, but just to ensure that anything that is provided by legislation or regulation, we have the ability to enforce as a municipality. That's my understanding. If those are in place, then obviously we would be enforcing those. To my understanding, they are working on legislation to bolster and to make those requirements more robust. I do not have the status of that attempt at the moment.
No, I understand that. I mean, if we waited on legislation, forget it, we'd be just really bad place. But what I'm saying is, as our city, can the city implement or do something to require like an ordinance or like something that makes those trainways follow a safer process, such as those brakes? Can we do that? Can we, Peter?
Councilman, I'm going to have Miles respond a little bit here, but one thing to note, and I know that you just mentioned that the legislation is a slow process, but we do have a federal lobbyist, Larry Myers and Associates, and he was here recently briefing us on Washington matters, and I did bring to his attention that we're focused on this. Mm-hmm. So he has some ideas of how if we want to support some legislation. The railroad, as I think Miles is going to say, this is regulated by the federal government, so a local jurisdiction, Miles will confirm it, probably doesn't have much oversight on the rail system. However, in our meetings with Union Pacific and others recently, they did say that the rail system as we knew it growing up is very different today. It's heavily, there's a lot of devices on the rail itself, a lot of computer devices, a lot of heat sensors. They did say the Palestine incident was a heating issue, where the train should have stopped because the wheels were getting too hot, and that was detected by the sensors that are all over the tracks. And it didn't stop in time. There was some failure, and obviously they're investigating that. That's what caused the initial fire. But Miles, is there anything else you want to add to that?
Yeah, I have. Over the years, I have had quite a few questions that I've had to deal with involving regulations of the Federal Railroad Administration. And those Federal Railroad Administration regulations are broadly preemptive of any city ordinances that would say otherwise.
That is too bad.
Thank you. Councilman Klein.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just need clarification, I guess. You were talking about, we talked about the chemical composition of the spill. How do you find out what the chemical composition is? Are you going to contact the railroad, the carrier, I guess? Or if it's 150 cars and it's car 81 that has the problem, how do you know what's in that car per se, I guess? Or are you going to wait till they get on site?
We have two options. Well, actually, we have several options. The first would be if there's some type of identifier that's visible from the car. That itself, whether it be a placard, signage, some type of ID that identifies the car itself, whether that's ID actually identifies the product, or it gives us the identifier within a manifest that identifies the product. That would be the easiest for us, less evasive. A pair of binoculars would help you keep a distance. The next option would be to contact the railway carrier, whether it be Union Pacific or the owner of the car, and they would also have a manifest that would provide us the information for that car. If neither of them were immediately available, and we absolutely positively had to, we are able to sample product through several of our detection equipment. We can identify very quickly what this product might be. Now, of course, that is our last preferred option. The other two, however, have been proven. They work very efficiently, and we can get that information very readily.
Yeah, and, let me add to that, Councilman. So again, in this most recent conversation with Union Pacific, the rail system is highly computerized today, so every chemical, every commodity on a train car is known, and it's online. It's in a computer system. And so Chief mentioned you have to get the car identification, but even without that, you can go online and quickly find out what's in that vehicle, what's in that car. We can, or Union Pacific can, or LEPC can. That's one of the things they instructed to us. So it's very well known what's in the car. If you can't tell, say the car is on fire and you can't see the identifier, then you figure out the other cars next to it and you process of elimination. But it's all available on a website, on a dashboard, if you will, that tells us what's in that car.
And I guess I assume, I don't know much about this, I guess I assume that the placards are going to list as well, not just the chemical composition, but potential changes to that chemical composition if it's exposed to atmospheric conditions, to the air.
So what the placards normally distinguish is this reactivity to water, the flammability of that product, as well as its health effects, whether it be a carcinogen, an irritant, or what have you. Those are the color-coded rectangular placards that we see. Based on that provides enough information to keep our personnel and the community aware of the potentials. Okay. As far as it's intermixing with neighboring chemicals in rail cars. The first would be whether the product actually left the car itself. Very, very often, some of these chemicals are reactive or change in composition with simple exposure to the air. Right. All of a sudden, they move from a gas to a liquid, or vice versa. So that would be the first concern. The others, as was mentioned a moment ago, we would not only identify the product within that vehicle, that car, but all those within neighbors and all those that potentially were breached, to come up with any potentials and identify and prepare for those.
Okay. The only other question I had as well had to do with notification of the public. You said within 30 minutes. How would the public be notified? Is this going to be a process of going into the neighborhood itself, up and down the streets, or how would that work exactly?
So we're able to do it several ways. So the quickest way would be through our reverse alert. Now, reverse alert, most folks are familiar with the subscription basis of notification. You go and register, and you make indication as to which emergencies you want to be privy to. We also have the ability to what we call geocode an area, meaning using a zip code, using some other type of border, identifiable border, we're able to identify an area on a map and call every communication device within that area via reverse alert. Obviously, the redundant means of communications using all of our tools, radio, television, social media, reverse alert, door-to-door if required, would all be utilized if found necessary.
All right, thank you. Thanks.
You're welcome.
That's all the questions.
Great, thanks, Mayor. Just to add one more thing, the city, as you can see, Chief Ritchie and our teams are very well trained, but annually we do a live training seminar, if you will, at Owen Stevens Water Treatment Plant. We just did one recently, right, Chief?
We do. On an annual basis, we partner with Union Pacific, who sponsors the training. We identify one product that's common to the community each year, and we receive information on a breached car, on its effects on the environment, and its effects on an individual's health. And then we end that with an exercise that fulfills the city's requirement for an annual testing regarding our water treatment facility. So we actually are killing two birds with one stone.
Okay.
We normally do that in the spring of every year.
Great, thank you. Councilman Pusley has a question or comment, and then we're going to go ahead and go to public comment, and we'll come back to your report.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, this really doesn't have anything to do with that, but maybe it does a little bit. But could we use our strength and influence with the railroad companies to get the tracks repaired that cross Leopard Street close to our water treatment plant? I've had numerous calls about that, and when you go across it, it will almost throw you out of your vehicle. So
I'm sure we can mention it.
I managed to get that done once before many years ago, but it's difficult. So if you know somebody you can call, it would really help.
I'll make contact with you offline.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
So we'll pause and come back to you, Mr. Zanoni. Mr. Risley, would you please review the council meeting rules of decorum?
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So individuals will be called upon in the order in which they signed up electronically. In-person public comments will be taken first, followed by virtual public comment. Corpus Christi residents will take precedence over non-residents. And for those commenting in person, I'd like to remind everyone that a recording is made of this meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address prior to speaking. There are two opportunities in which you can make public comment on an agenda item. The first is right now, and the second would be at the time we actually consider the item. So please choose one. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes, while non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. And for those commenting in person, there is a timer underneath the base of the microphone, which will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. Once the timer is up, you'll hear a buzzer go off, at which time, especially today, I would very much appreciate you ending your statement. If you have a petition or any information pertaining to your subject matter, if you will please hand it to our city secretary before approaching the podium for her to hand it out to all of us. So with that, we will start with Nathan Burkett. And if Greg Smith, Anita Garza, Kevin Cochran, and Blanca Parkinson, if you can all please come up to the front row here and sit, I'd appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Good morning, or good afternoon. My name is Nathan Burkett. Just to get this out of the way, I'm Judge Burkett's husband. So with that and the inherent bias that's in there, I wanted to talk to you about things that don't involve my bias. One of the things I wanted to let you know is that Judge Burkett is here to address either the Municipal Court Committee or the City Council, either in executive session or in public session as they see fit about agenda item number 13. The other things that I wanted to kind of address in public comment is to talk about the things that she would talk about. When I saw the agenda and the statistical analysis section that was attached to the agenda item, some of those statistics in a vacuum are misleading. So Judge Burkett is prepared to discuss with you some additional statistics. As a municipal court judge, some dockets take longer than others, some hearings take longer than others, and there are dockets within dockets that take more time and do require the institution of orders that are not included in the calculation of the queue orders that's provided in your exhibit to the agenda item. So when we saw that on Friday afternoon that it was modified to include that, we came up with some additional statistics based on the schedule that Judge Chapa herself provided. And so what's not on there for you is the number of warrants from the April to December 2022 period. We believe that's relevant to your consideration of her work as a judge. And she has a packet available for your consideration, various letters of recommendation from current and former municipal court staff, current prosecutors, and current and CCPD detectives. The warrants go directly to her work in that regard. We have dockets by month. The docket breakdown that you have is just a total docket breakdown from April to December. This shows a month-by-month breakdown, and you'll see how she's scheduled for fewer dockets as the year goes on. We have a jury trial breakdown This is the thing that takes the longest in municipal court for a judge to consider. This is a breakdown of the number of jury trials that took place from April to December of 2022. And you'll see that Judge Burkett had the most jury trials during that time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Burkett. Greg Smith. Councilman Greg Smith.
Ex-councilman. Hello, and Greg Smith, 1746 Glen Oak, this city, on there. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Honorable Council members on there. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the time and effort that you do. I've been there before, that you know, it's really special. But I'm here today to address the Port of Corpus Christi. Today, they've ratified a drought contingency plan. And we know that a drought contingency plan is a really big deal with it. The city of Corpus Christi, we receive our water from 3 different basins on there. You have droughts in some areas and you don't have in others. And in the plan that they, as far as putting a plan together, I passed out the plan itself. This is the state administrative law. Preparation of the plan shall include provisions to actively inform the public and to affirmatively provide opportunity for user input in the preparation of a plan. Again, a plan is very important. When was this plan prepared? On the face of this document, February the 10th. I can find no indication that the port did reach out, as they are required to do by administrative law, to inform the public and to provide opportunity for user input in the preparation of the plan. I think it would be a good question of staff, have they reached out to you on this? Because the city of Corpus Christi is looking at its drought plan. So this is one more thing as we're trying to come together. And I know certain members of the council have been talking to the port. A question there too is, did they mention they have put a plan together? Because it is also very important in working together. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Anita Garza. Anita Garza. Okay, Anita Garza is not here. Kevin Cochran.
All right, thank you. Mayor and council people, I'm here to speak on behalf of Judge Burkett and the court appointment of the municipal court judges.
Hey, could you state your address as well, please? My apologies.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry, my name is Kevin Cochran. I've and my address as well. I live at 445 Catalina Place in Corpus Christi, 78411. But I've been an attorney for 23 years. 15 of those years have been here in Corpus Christi, and the last 10 of those have been dedicated to criminal defense. I've been in front of a lot of judges. I've been in front of Judge Burkett many times, and outside of court, I would consider her a friend, but inside the court, that doesn't give me any favors. She is a very fair and strict judge, which I appreciate, because judges that rule by the law and are strictly follow the law and don't favor one side or the other because of personal relationships are the best kind of judges you can ask for. They rule according to the law, and you know you have to be prepared when you go into her court, and you know you have to mind your P's and Q's and cross your T's and dot your I's. And that's the kind of judge you want in a municipal court position. And I would strongly recommend that you reappoint her to the position of judge. She has been there for as long as nearly as long as I've been practicing criminal law. I mean, I met her when she was a prosecutor, but she's been there and she's been fair, and she's doing a good job for this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran. Blanca Parkinson.
Blanca Parkinson. I live in District 1. In February of 2023, the City Water Utilities CEO spoke in favor of CC Polymers receiving their permit renewal for their desal plant. Who is CC Polymers? Well, they're a joint venture by Mexico, Thailand, Taiwan. They make single-use plastics, and they're not only going to need to suck water out of the bay and dump brine, but they also need fresh water. So the city has water for foreign plastic companies, but we're on restrictions. November 2022, the city also passed an ordinance for the rezoning of a property along 37 from light industrial district designation to heavy industrial designation. According to the zoning report, this was done to make way for Net Zero Carbon 1 LCC because they selected Corpus to showcase their hydrogen production experiments. They will produce hydrogen experiments and net zero scams. We have water for them, but we're on water restrictions. Oh, I'm sorry. They produce hydrogen by the electrolysis of water, so hydrogen production is water intensive. January of 2023, Tesla started construction of their lithium refinery, so we have water for lithium refinery, but we're on drought restrictions. September 2022, a Japanese trading company signed an MOU with the Port of Corpus Christi to collaborate on a large-scale production facility of fuel ammonia. Ammonia production, too, is water intensive. This ammonia production is said to be produced to help Asian countries combat climate change. So we have water to assist Asian countries, but we're on water restrictions. January 31st of 2023, the city of Corpus Christi posted the latest draft of its drought contingency plan, which under stage 2 optional measures, the city has the option to double our water bill for going over a gallon limit imposed by the city. This one-size-fits-all allocation of 5,200 gallons simply does not provide enough water for all households. People should be charged for the water that they use. And these optional surcharges are in an attempt to charge customers for water they are not using. This while allowing existing large volume water users who use the majority of our water the luxury of opting out of stage 1, 2, and 3 restrictions for a small exemption charge which can later be used only for their benefit. This is not conservation. The irresponsible decisions by both the port and the city demonstrate an alarming disregard for the basic water security of the people who live in this region. I urge you, as fellow human beings, to secure an amount of water that remains uncommitted, untouched, and that is only for the people, and take the for sale sticker off of the bay and our fresh water. Neither the city's nor the port's desalination ambitions and delusions are anywhere near becoming a reality. Regardless of whether it's the Port of Corpus Christi or the city who obtains the desal permits, the scam will be ushered in by another conglomerate of multinational investors who will never answer to the public, to the TCEQ, and certainly not to any of you. And the cost will be passed on to the ratepayer. To the Three Stooges running around scheming with the port, you're making deals with the devil. Desalination will not work. It will fail. I recommend you look past your noses and look at the big picture. 50 MGD, 30 MGD, that's not your solution.
James Granberry, I'm sorry. We don't have applause. Thank you. If James Granberry, Clarissa Mora, Terry Shamsi, and Armand Alex can all please come sit in the front, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning or afternoon or whatever it is. My name is James Granberry. I live in Flower Bluff, 3525 Golden Oak Drive. I rise in support of a wonderful municipal court judge. I've been practicing here for, well, I guess John and I started a partnership in 1990 with Doug Tinker's office. He's also here to support Judge Burkett. Lisa Greenberg, who's also in Tinker Towers, is here in support of Judge Burkett. We have watched her go from a baby prosecutor to one of the most professional municipal court judges that we have. She is a true public servant. She's not running ads on TV and chasing ambulances. She is here serving the city of Corpus Christi in a largely unthanked position. We've got a good group of judges over there, but she is the American dream. She's lived it. She became a naturalized citizen here while she was a judge for the city of Corpus Christi. She is a professional She has always conducted herself, both as a prosecutor and an opponent in court, professionally, with dignity, and with great skill. I cannot imagine going to municipal court. She's one of the bright spots over there, quite frankly. I love it when I see her on the bench because I know it's going to be fair. And if we're talking about the court as a moneymaker, that's the wrong way for a lawyer to think about it. She is a professional. She treats it as a profession. She gives the litigants the time that they need. She gives the great unwashed that show up without counsel the time that they need to express themselves and represent themselves to the best of their ability. And I would hope and pray that you guys have the good common sense to retain her as a municipal court judge, because it'll be a terrible, terrible mistake if you do not. She does a wonderful job. She's fair, she's kind, and she's really, really good with the people that come in there that are unrepresented. So I can't urge you enough to retain her, keep her on, because she does it for the right reasons. And she does it because she wants to give other people that taste of the American dream. And so she's fair, kind, honest. You couldn't ask for a better municipal court judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Granberry. Clarissa Mora.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. My name is Clarissa Mora. I reside at 4346 Pontchartrain Drive at 78413. I serve as the current chair for the Commission on Children and Youth, and I'm here today to inform you that our committee has not met because we have too few members, and we are requesting that the open vacancies on the committee be filled. We have sent over recommendations to the council regarding our open seats, which is scheduled on your agenda today. We have one reappointment that I'm asking council to consider, and that is myself, Clarissa Mora. I've served on the commission since 2019 and am committed to the mission of the committee and advocating for children and youth in our community. For the last 7 years, I've served as the executive director for the Children's Advocacy Center of the Coastal Bend, and I've been chosen as one of 3 executive directors across Texas to serve as part of a statewide MDT task force committed to providing safety, justice, and healing to abused and neglected children in Texas. After reviewing the applications, I wanted to make a personal recommendation for 8 open seats that we have on our committee. We are recommending the following individuals: Brittany Vinson with District 1, Martin Sepulveda with District 2, Michael West with District 3, Krista Creek and Robin Smith at District 4, Charles Etheridge, Jeffrey West, and Maria Iescas in District 5. All of the recommended candidates work with families, children, and youth in various capacities. Thank you for taking the time to review the applications that we've sent forward in our committee.
Could you please repeat the names?
Yes. Brittany Vinson is with District 1. Martin Sepulveda, he's with District 2. Michael West resides in District 3. Krista Creek and Robin Smith reside in District 4. Charles Etheridge, Jeffrey West, and Maria Iescas reside in District 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mona. Terry Shamsi, Judge Shamsi.
Good afternoon. My name is Terry Shamsi. I reside at 4002 Castle Valley, 78410. Well, I'm probably one of the oldest lawyers in the room, right? Yeah, I think I am by a couple years. And I've never been really addressing city council before, but you know, I believe that our democracy and the importance of an independent judiciary is vital to this country. And the competency of judges is vital, and their experience. Now, I've known Judge Burkett probably 15, 16 years. She's been licensed about 16, 17 years, graduate from Texas Tech. She is without a doubt independent, honest, and hardworking, okay? I've been in a court a couple of times, and this is how I judge how demeanor, what kind of demeanor a judge has. How do they treat individuals that are not represented by a lawyer? And Judge Burkett treats them with respect and patience, much more patience than I will ever have. She's a good person. But in all cases where you have to make appointments, you got to weigh what you got, right? Your competition, who else you might want to appoint or consider. So you got to consider their background too, right? And I'm here to tell you that I'm a firm believer in the integrity of a judge. And if they don't have it, they don't have it. I'm not here to ask for a favor from a judge. I'm asking for a fair trial or fair hearing. Now, there's other candidates that I've had a problem with, okay? And I'm going to tell you, across the courthouse way, there was a murder trial where 6 lawyers with the judge watched a jury deliberate, videotaped the deliberations, audio and videotape. Right? Got a problem with that. They're on your list of individuals to consider for judgeship. Now, if they don't stand up and walk out of the room then, I think you have a problem. I think you have a problem with integrity. I think you have a problem with guts. And more importantly, it puts the judiciary at risk. You do not reward those who don't stand up at the important time. Judge Burkett has always been honest and has always done the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Armand Alex?
Howdy, folks. Good morning. My name is Armand Alex. I live at 1610 La Jolla Street. It's been a while since I've been at a city council meeting to give a public comment. Things are busy in the community. A lot of community organizing. Good things are happening. Folks are paying attention and are staying awake to things happening in our community. I wanted to come up and thank a few of the council members that have had the opportunity to meet with our group to talk about how the city responds to environmental problems in our area. So thank you. We've met with the majority of council now, and we're glad to hear that during those meetings, council members have also expressed concerns and ultimately at the end of the day want to make sure that the city is prepared to deal with different various environmental disasters. I also wanted to say thank you, but then also do some accountability check as well. And I believe I can do both as a public citizen. As a reminder, that dynamic here between us as citizens and you all as public officials, as we can hold you all accountable, but then also thank you at the same time, because that is our role. That's every time, Councilman Pusley. Anyways, so I wanted to do some accountability check. So what's going on with the port thing? It's insane. It reminded me of like when mom and dad fight and they're like exposing like everything that's going on with each other. And it's crazy because when a city is fighting the port over whatever deal it may be, you all are like kind of cracking at this like clay pot, if you will, and there's leaks now. And so because we're all awake as a community, we're starting to pay more attention to what those leaks are. When you're doing a deal with the Port of Corpus Christi, no offense to them, but at the end of the day, they're just worried about their bottom line. They're worried about a profit. So for us, when we see this, the city, you all will not get anything out of it. And if the city's not getting anything out of it, the community's not getting anything out of it. So when we make this deal with the port, they're going to be worried about making their bottom line at the end of the day. So there was an interview with CEO from the port that talked about how there's this big hydrogen boom and they're going to be doing a bunch of different hydrogen experience in our community. But newsflash, hydrogen takes a lot of water. So when we're talking about desalination, they're worried about water to make the best bang for their buck. So I'm a community member saying that at the end of the day, our community did not want desalination. The city is still moving forward in that direction. It would have been easy if we had just said no and started looking at the other options that we gave you all for water. So again, thanks to the council members that have met with us. We look forward to seeing what can come out of addressing some of these environmental problems. And then again, accountability check. Let's make sure that we're paying attention to what the community wants and not just a few industry and people that put money in pocket for campaigns. Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Palitza? And then if John Weber, Rachel Caballero, Adam Rios, and Eli McKay can come down, that'd be great.
Hello, council members and the mayor. I live in District 2. I feel the need to remind you all that water is crucial for life. Without it, we cannot grow food or even survive. And as a young person, I'm extremely worried about continuing drought and worsening conditions in the face of climate change. You know, we're in a drought now, but it could get worse in the foreseeable future. The way the city is handling drought now is unjust and inadequate. The burden of restrictions are put on everyday people while polluting industries use millions of gallons of water every day. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't even water my lawn because to me, turf is in many instances a waste of water. But I saw a city billboard on Staples a while back that said to turn the water off in between washing my hands, which is pretty ridiculous because that takes maybe 1 or 2 gallons of water. So why do industries like Flint Hills or Exxon Sabic get special water exemptions when their greedy water usage is the reason that we're in a drought? And Blanca had some of the facts on that. Desalination is not the answer. We cannot gamble the health of our precious bay. What we would need is a 3D model of the entire salinity flow of Corpus Christi Bay to properly understand this complex water body instead of just dumping salt and hoping for the best. It takes anywhere from 2 to 4 years for water from the Nueces River to exit into the Gulf. This water flow is lessened when in drought. According to a Bay Health study from the Hart Research Institute, which I can send if y'all want to read it, Corpus Christi Bay is already threatened by higher salinity and stress from increased evaporation during heat and less freshwater input due to drought. Discharging desal brine into this bay is a death sentence for marine and bird life, plus relating ecotourism. Do not move forward with desalination. There is still time to stop this pending disaster. Also, many of us care about certain topics that occur after public comment, but have to leave and get back to our day jobs. But don't forget that we are watching you all online. Thank you.
Thank you. John Weber.
John Weber, 609 Naples Street. As reported by local media, a few councilmen have gone rogue and started negotiating MOU with the port in secret from the mayor, other council, city staff, and the public. This appears to be a violation of the Texas Open Meetings Act, which I will read about. Generally, a gathering of less than a quorum of a governing body is not subject to the act. It is advisable that if a standing committee or subgroup of the governmental body meets and a discussion of public business occurs, such gatherings be posted and conducted as open meetings. Moreover, if the governing body routinely approves decisions of a subcommittee consisting of less than a quorum of the governing body, the subcommittee must comply with the act. However, if the governing body has a series of discussions between members in numbers less than a quorum, these discussions could lead to a violation of the act. The members of the governing body could violate the act if members know that these discussions will eventually involve a quorum of the members and would constitute deliberation once a quorum of members engaged in a series of conversations. May less than a quorum of members of the governing body talk over the phone without violating the act. The mere fact that less than a quorum of members of a governing body talk over the phone does not in itself constitute a violation of the act. However, if members are using telephone conversations to conduct their deliberations about public business, they may be potential criminal violations. The rogue councilman must truthfully disclose all interest investments in oil, gas, plastics companies, as well as any companies that have ties to the port. They must also disclose any income received in salary or pension from these same companies. Until the public sees these disclosures, it can only be assumed the secret meetings were meant to enrich the councilman. A few rogue councilmen negotiating in secret with the port would be like a few Ukrainian generals negotiating in secret with Russia behind the president of Ukraine. I also recommend, if there are any statements of fact, they be thoughtful and factual. And as always, have a nice day.
Thank you. Rachel Caballero.
Might be time for the popcorn bags. They're never here whenever you'd like for them to be. Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. These are comments directed to those scheming and planning the destruction of our bays and quality of life here in Corpus Christi. Little did I know a few weeks ago when I spoke about being betrayed by city council members and city staffers that I would have to come back here today to speak on being betrayed again by some of you. We're trying to open up the dialogue. We were trying to find common ground. We want to make sure tax dollars are being spent wisely. These excuses are extremely unbelievable coming from you all. And most of all, most of us understand that these comments are merely a PR cleanup stunt. Any MOUs, arrangements, and or agreements that have been discussed in the dark will no longer be tolerated or even admissible. You see, here at the city level, we can swap you guys out every 2 years until we find the right elected officials that have morals and only the community's best interest at heart. Just ask what the one-term judge and old council members that acted poorly on behalf of the community in the past and lost this past election cycle. Many of you barely made the cut this time. I would also like to call for the resignation of Gabe Guerra and Rajan Ayuja immediately. They have betrayed their city appointments. They have betrayed the community that they are supposed to represent. They are now aligned with the port instead of being city advocates and must be replaced immediately. We are done with betrayal and attempted destruction of our bays. The port is not a governing body. It is a for-profit business. You all are elected to protect this city and this community. Let me make one thing clear. We do not fear any of you. We are all equals in this room, whether any of you or the good old boys club recognizes this or not. Let us not forget, Corpus Christians are a sleeping giant, but we are now organizing on all levels and bringing together all parties. We are fighters, and we will fight against the destruction of our bays and neighborhoods for industry greed and personal profits. The community is hoping you will do the right thing by us, but we are all prepared to fight. I will pray for you all to regain your morality and integrity in your lives, and that you all remember who it is that you work for. Karma is real, and it is the ultimate defender of light. So it will find those of you that deal in the dark and handle you.
Thank you. Adam Rios.
Good afternoon. Adam Rios, 7301 Tangled Ridge Court. Here to talk about what I usually talk about, which I know annoys some of you, and it comes out as like, I don't know, for some reason being positive about trying to help the kids in this community somehow gets misconstrued into other things. I just came back from the San Carlos Reservation in Arizona for a ceremony. While I was there, I was also praying at First Christian Church to represent my mother, the Globe community there. I did ceremonial prayer at Dripping Spring, which is holy ground on our San Carlos Reservation. I also recently witnessed worship for the first time at Ohev Shalom, which is outside of Colts, New Jersey, where I witnessed my first bar mitzvah and gave and gave prayer at Jewish temple. I talk about all those things because as a citizen of this community, I know that there are a lot of different religions, there's a lot of different people, there's a lot of different people that have attitudes. What I try and do is just try and shine light on the things that are important to me, which is, as you all know, Parks and Rec, the future planning of these BMX and community skate parks that are for the kids. I'm a product of this city. I attended Blanchmore Elementary, the old Blanchmore, which is now Moore Plaza. I went to Baker Junior High, went to King High School, worked 3 jobs to get myself through Del Mar and Corpus Christi A&M, where I graduated with honors. I did all that working, again, 3 jobs. Some of those jobs, because people have been asking why I'm so involved, were communities and schools, fighting to rid gangs in America, most importantly, Project Turnaround. When I finished those jobs, I left Corpus for over 20 years, spent a huge amount of time in Hawaii and in Austin, and I learned to live in other communities and see how they work and see how they progress. So when I came back here, I had to learn something that I hadn't learned in a long time, which was civil discourse. I might not agree with everybody on this council. I might not agree with everybody on a state or national level, but it doesn't mean we can't find common ground. So if that common ground annoys people and it's positive because I talk about Parks and Rec, I promise you I can talk about other things. See, I've been batoned defending native land against oil companies. I've been maced. I've been tased. It does not mean, me talking about Parks and Rec doesn't mean I don't think about other things that are going on in the community. That's just my focus right now. With everything being said, I just wanted to let you know that I know that there is a vacancy on Parks and Rec Advisory Board. I know a vote is coming out for that in a couple of weeks. I'm just hoping that by me being up here, let you know how passionate I am about it, and that you hope, I hope that you consider me for a future spot on that advisory board. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And Eli McKay.
Alrighty. My name is Eli McKay, and like all of you, I live on the ancestral homelands of the Karankawa and Lippon Apache peoples in what is now 1008 Marguerite Street here in Uptown. I have a few things I want to talk about today. Some of them I wrote down, some of them I didn't. First, I wanted to thank Councilman Roy and Councilman Klein for attending the District 1 meeting for neighborhood services yesterday. Grateful for the city for those meetings, and I look forward to the rest of them. So that being said, I've come today to speak on the poor conduct and lack of professionalism of some members of this council recently that people have already spoke on. Unlike most of your constituents, I have the luxury of time to watch every single meeting in its entirety. I'll admit, I usually watch it on YouTube, sped up a little bit, but I just want to point out that lately I've noticed an uptick of disrespect towards city staff and to your peers. I don't like to see it. I don't think that the rest of the city would like to see it if they had the time to really focus in and pay attention to it. We elected y'all not to be petty, but to be passionate about what you're doing. And like all of y'all, I attend a lot of meetings. So all of those meetings have some sort of norms in place. So today I wanted to share one of my favorite norms that I would recommend the council take to heart. And that norm is to listen because you want to understand, not because you want to respond. I oppose the MOU and everything that John Weber said, everything that Jessica said, everything that Blanca said, everything that Rachel said. I agree with them. They're passionate. They're passionate people, and they're your constituents. So I'm also opposed to the drought contingency plan, and I urge the majority of this council to do what is right for the people, and I think most all of you know what that is. Thank you.
Mary Carter, and then Joe McComb, and that is our last in person. Yes, go ahead, ma'am. Come on back down. And then Rebecca, we have the WebEx.
My name is Mary Carter, and I live on 3401 South Alameda Street. In my opinion, the manipulation, bulldozing by giant corporations versus local city government is what we are dealing with here and now. I believe that everyone, whether on a conscious or a subconscious level understands this, including the heads of giant corporations. If the city of Corpus Christi mission is to preserve the beautiful atmosphere of this city and create a safe, clean environment, a desalinization plant to provide water for plastics company is not the way to go. The millions of, and eventually billions of tons of salt that will be released into the already polluted and stressed Corpus Christi Bay will not help the city reach its goals. Plastic is a human-produced pollutant that does not break down into minerals for recycling as wood, steel, and the flesh of animals who have died. Plastic breaks down into smaller particles, dust, but it remains plastic. To understand this is of critical importance to life on our planet. When you dry clothes made of synthetic plastic materials, the lint you take out of the filter is plastic microfibers, and the dust you breathe is microfibers. You do not want to breathe this dust. Microplastic dust now covers the entire world. It is found in both polar regions. The wind carries this plastic dust over the land mass, the oceans, and to the tops of the highest mountains. Plastics are particularly responsible for huge dead zones in the oceans where oxygen is no longer produced by phytoplankton. Plants absorb plastic particles through their roots with the uptake of water and nutrition. Microfibers have invaded the entire food chain and are now beginning to be found in human body, circulated by the blood into the brain, heart, and liver, and in fetuses. This is just the beginning of scientific research on the subject. Seabirds have been found where plastic caused scarring in their stomach tissue, resulting in starvation. This disease was named plasticosis. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about my concerns. Honesty solves problems, deceit creates problems, and problems create more problems. It is up to you, of the mayor and councilors of Corpus Christi, to make good decisions. Your choices will affect all of us in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Joe McComb. Mayor Joe McComb.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Joe McComb, 5323 St. Andrews, Corpus Christi, Texas. In December of 2022, Chairman Charlie Zahn was named Newsmaker of the Year by the Caller Times, which was a great honor. And he made a profound statement, in my opinion, and I wanted to share that with you. It said, Zahn is hopeful that the new composition of the City Council in 2023, the port and the city will be able to stabilize discussions and come to a solution. The need for water in the area is too great not to, he said. Who can argue with that? We've only got 10 days left in the first quarter, so you've got 3 quarters left to get it done while this term is still there. And remember, you're the City Council, the City of Corpus Christi, and you are the water provider no matter what everybody says. So let the discussions begin. MOUs and partnerships are done with the highest level of trust and faith between the partners. It's obvious that the level of trust and faith between the Port of Corpus Christi and the city is currently non-existent, as acknowledged by Chairman Zahn in his highest priority of the year. So here's some questions I'd like to ask you as you discuss the MOU or the partnerships that you're going to in closed session. Why are you willing to consider or willing to obligate your responsibilities to your water customers and ratepayers to the Port of Corpus Christi, who state in their white paper of May 2nd, 2022, that ensuring a competitive wholesale rate structure for the city of Corpus Christi to enjoy a healthy margin of its own costs and profitability. The city's not in the water business for profitability. We've got 2 different philosophies, first of all. Why would you want a partnership with the Port of Corpus Christi under the current administration that has alienated, offended, bullied, and soured the relationship with their own customers and the surrounding governmental entities? Are you willing to commit access to the water ratepayers' dollars to the Port of Corpus Christi with absolutely no idea of what the cost potential will be and the impact that it will have on your ratepayers? I don't think they've quoted you a price. I'm not aware of that. How can this be a good deal or a responsible agreement in terms of water customers for the city of Corpus Christi? You're taking a lot of risk, and there's minimum return based on the drafted memorandum of understanding that I've seen. Are you aware that the Port of Corpus Christi records to date, they have spent $9.2 million on desal permitting alone? And their cost in Harbor Island development up to December the 7th, 2021 was $41 million. So to date, they've spent over $50 million. And what do they have to show for it? Before you embark on any MOU or partnership agreement which exposes your water ratepayers to the spending practices of the Port of Corpus Christi, I recommend you require a complete forensic audit in the Port of Corpus Christi before you enter into an agreement. And in conclusion, how many just let have the discussions, but as you do the discussions, you can come to conclusion. However, I don't think there's going to be, unless there's some change in the executive leadership at the Port of Corpus Christi, I believe those discussions will simply be an exercise in futility, and the rift mending process will fail. I'm going to leave, I think Ms. Huerta has given you a packet of other information and documentation of some of the past, and hopefully that will be included in your discussion. Thank you very much, and it's good to see everybody, and it's old time days here. I see the X back there, so I guess I'm X number 2 today.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes our in-person commentary, and Ms. Huerta?
Okay, Mayor, we do have several folks on WebEx phone and video. The first is Kimberly Rios. I understand she may have dropped off the line, though. Ms. Rios, are you there? Okay, I believe she's dropped off. So next would be Melissa Zamora. Melissa?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
My name is Melissa Zamora. I live on 454 Louisiana, District 2. There are several things I'd like to mention. Going back to the drought contingency plans, I'm still looking forward to attending all of the other city council member district sessions. On top of Dr. Klein's session, we are still waiting for the other council members to schedule the remainder of the meetings. We also have yet to hear a report about the Flint Hills oil spill back in December. There are concerns about what the oil spill response is now. I know that y'all were talking about the railroad action plans and whatnot, and I don't think we've heard anything on oil spill responses, and especially about the results of what happened initially for that spill to occur, what type of materials were coming out, where are the SDS sheets on the material that was put into the bay, what are the toxicological effects for the fish and marine life that ingest that material, and then also the toxicological effects of the people who may ingest the marine life that are eating that pollution material. Even though I know that it is a TGLO matter, I have not heard a response after reporting what I had found a few weeks ago washing up on North Beach still. So more action from the city would be appreciated for addressing that. I will go ahead and continue on sharing some of the public comments that were made at the last drought contingency plan meeting that was held at Del Mar College that kind of tie into what is being said today about the ports and some of the city council members' meetings. This is coming straight from the public who attended those meetings. It is not fair that industry is using more water and residents have to pay more to use less water. That is an oxymoron. How come the city is not looking into large-scale rainwater harvesting projects, providing incentives for schools, hospitals, and large buildings, not just solely relying on residents? We need a chief sustainability office in Corpus Christi, and are gray water systems okay to use in people's yards? What will be the outcome of these listening sessions? We, the residents, need more equity in all of this. How will industrial users be affected by this drought contingency plan? Why so much focus on residential use? How are other cities handling their drought situations? Why is the water department meeting regularly with the port and heavy industry consultants instead of meeting with the public and residents? This needs to change. Can wastewater usage be mandated for industries to implement? What is and where is industry's drought contingency plans? This
Thank
should
you.
be public information.
Thank you, Ms. Zamora. Next, we have Gayla Terrell. I don't know if she's online. Okay. Next, we have Alyssa Alanis.
I'm here.
Great. Please proceed.
My name is Alyssa Alanis. I live at now 5757 Wooldridge. I have forever been native to Corpus Christi basically my whole life. And I just want to say I am sorely disappointed in the way many of y'all council members have basically just handled the way our days are taken care of, the way our people are taken care of. We do not have clean water. We do not have clean air anymore because y'all allow industries to just literally fill up our Bay Coast. Like, our coasts are flooded. It's insane. And I also wanted to, because Melissa brought up an amazing point, I would like to be updated on the Flint House oil spill, because not even a week ago, we were out there still picking up large clumps of oil that were washing up. How is it 2 months later and we are still picking up oil that Flint Hills has just disregarded? No updates, no nothing. Y'all left it as that. Y'all have basically betrayed Corpus Christi. I also just think it's really silly that y'all are having people pay more for water while our industries are literally just tossing away and burning dozens and gallons, like thousands and thousands of gallons of water. I'm just actually flabbergasted at the way that y'all are handling these things. And with all the documents and stuff that have recently come out, y'all are actually just betraying the city. Like, this is ridiculous on y'all's part. Like, grow up. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alanis. Mayor, I understand Kimberly Rios did join us. She just reconnected, so if that's okay, I'd like to ask her to speak next. Ms. Rios?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
I would like to highly suggest the reappointment of Judge Burkett.
Can you state your name and address, ma'am?
It's Kimberly Rios, 27 Townhouse Lane, Corpus Christi, Texas, 78412.
Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Rios.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I would like to highly recommend Judge Burkett for her reappointment. I had the opportunity to work with her for a little under 2 years at municipal court. I was the municipal court supervisor, and I worked with her. She displays a very high level of professionalism. She's very ethical. She's fair. She was one of the judges I really enjoyed working with during my tenure there. And I know that my court staff as well, they enjoyed working with her. So that being said, I'd really like to highly recommend her for her next reappointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rios.
Thank you.
See, next we have Chris Gale.
Yes, I'm on here.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Let me state first is that in regards to item number 11, y'all were provided a little smidgen of information.
Can you state your name and address? I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but.
My name is Chris Gale. I live at 14245 Cabo Blanco here in Corpus.
Thank you.
And you were provided some information in regards to the magistrate positions, and you were provided 3 basic charts. If I were trying to create something that let you know what was going on with the magistrate court, if I were letting you know what was going on with the different judges and the matters they were handling, these 3 charts would not be contained within anything I'd present to you because they absolutely give you no information. The magistration and dockets that they list out, I mean, apart from being, they they misspelled April, but these were done hastily. These are showing what they're appointed to do. Their positions, they tell them to do the magistrate this day or that day. It doesn't give you any account for what day of the week that was or the number of people that were actually magistrate. It just tells you when they were assigned to do it. The dockets are the same. It doesn't tell you if there's trials going on, if they were docketed for a particular courtroom, which is busier than another one, and all sorts of things. And when you go to this last one that deals with the queue, this queue doesn't explain anything about what other duties the judges were performing, what kind of items they were handling on the queue. Was it dismissal that just requires like hitting a button and you could hit that button like you're a hen pecking at a piano? It doesn't provide you anything. And the reason for that is because it's not meant to give you a view of the positions of the judges in general. It's meant for a particular purpose. And I think it was Ben Scully that once said, statistics are used much like a drunk uses a lamppost, not for support, for support, but not for elimination. And these things are meant to skew you in regards to Judge Burkett. And it's a shame because Judge Burkett was not allowed to speak either to the committee or the city secretary or to this panel and to this council in regards to what she would like to do and like to be reappointed in a position that she's well versed for and well liked in. No one's going to come here and say anything poor about her. And if someone is saying something poor, it's done in closed door sessions. And it's with this skewed results from these charts. If you look at the charts that her husband was talking about, Ms. Burkett tried more cases than every other judge combined, period. So, which means she can't work on the other minutia. She handled more of the magistrate documents and the warrant dockets, which means it takes more time. I guess my point is that, these particular things that are given to you are to make you feel good about a decision, which is to let go of a judge that the community needs, a judge that has proven herself and does well for this community. And that's a shame. But I'm asking you not to do that, not to rely upon these things and truly use them for a purpose of illumination. And Judge Burkett has requested that she be able to meet with the committee, which she wasn't able to, which I don't understand. And she wants to meet with you. She wants to discuss these things. And before you take such drastic actions to make a change of this nature, you got to ask yourself where it's from. And so I'm just asking you to do that.
Thank you, sir, very much. Next, we have John Garcia.
Good afternoon, Council. I am John D. Garcia. My address is 4133 Woodland Creek Drive here in Corpus Christi, Texas, and I am here on behalf to speak on reference to agenda number 13, Judge Young Min Burkett's appointment to municipal court judge. I have a history with this judge dating back before I was even a lawyer. So I'd like to just reiterate what some of the other attorneys in town have spoken about Judge Burkett. I used to notice her when she was an assistant district attorney working for Nueces County. I used to watch her and other young lawyers enter that office under Mark Skirka. And as far as I'm concerned, that was a dream team. She was there with other young attorneys like Robert Rodriguez, and Amanda Torres, who some of on the council know very well. Some of those young lawyers grew up and went into judgeships like Judge Burkett, and some of those young lawyers didn't make it out alive. She has persevered over the years in her practice, and she's made it to her judgeship. And I think that speaks well of her commitment to public service. She's been doing public service for years. She inspired my transition from court clerk to attorney. I practice in that court every day. Day in and day out, I attend hearings in municipal court, and Judge Burkett is one of those judges that gives me the respect that some judges won't, right? Not saying that the municipal court judges ever disrespected me, but she has the temperament of a good judge. And like Judge Shamsi said earlier, he judges how judges treat pro se litigants, right? Pro se defendants. When a member of our community goes in there into that courtroom she treats those people with patience and kindness and fairness, which is an important factor to consider whenever you're appointing a judge to a municipal court position. I'm just concerned about the future of the court. Of course, I want a judge that's ethical and efficient, and I think Judge Burkett displays all those qualities. She always offers me a fair shot, and some of the outrageous motions I have filed have fallen on her ears, and I've done the best I can do for my clients, and the only thing I can hope for is a fair hearing. Judge Burkett does that consistently. She's always treated me with kindness in that court, and a fair judge. I don't always get what I want in that court, and that's just the way it goes. I speak on behalf of Judge Burkett because I too went to Texas Tech School of Law. I know
Garcia.
what it takes to get through there.
Thank you very much,
Get
Mr.
through that
Garcia.
process.
Mayor, the next individuals are not city residents, so they receive 1 minute. And we do have a series of them in person. Okay, so the first one is Errol Summerlin.
Okay.
Madam Secretary, Mayor, members of the council, my name is Errol Summerlin. I live in Portland. I want to tell you what I told the port today, okay? We don't want the port to be involved in making decisions about desalination or any alternative water supplies that serve us. The port is simply too reckless with its initiatives and at the end of the day does not consider the best interests of citizens in its decision making. The city, with input from its constituents, is fully capable of making the right choices. They should abandon their permits. Both locations are ill-conceived. And in the alternative, since they are not going to be a wholesale provider of water with no intention of building, constructing, or operating a desalination facility, I suggest an alternatively worded MOU that states, quote, upon obtaining any permit from the TCEQ for water rights or water quality issued for the purpose of desalination, the Port of Corpus Christi Authority will transfer those permits to the manager of the region's water supply, the City of Corpus Christi, and the City of Corpus Christi, in its sole discretion, will determine how best to meet future water demands for the region.
Thank you, Mr. Summerlin.
And finally, I do have a copy of the Turner, Collier, and Braden 2004 report that was that analyzed the Barney Davis location. If anybody wants to see it, I've got it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kathy Fulton, and then we have Lucia Daly would be after Ms. Fulton.
Hi, everybody. My name is Kathy Fulton. I live in Port Aransas, Texas. And I do want to say one thing. This is about regional water supply, so it seems like we should be afforded more than 1 minute because we all use this water. But I just want to point out that the port intake application that gives the lat and longitude points for their intake at Harbor Island, if you plot those locations, it puts the intake not, quote, offshore like they've been promising everybody. It puts the intake literally less than a mile, actually less than 3/4 of a mile right off the beach at St. Joe's and about a half mile from the jetty. Doesn't even go out past the jetty. So it's in essential fish habitat. This is very important, essential fish habitat. Also, it has a classification of HAP-C, which stands for Habitat of Particular Concern. The reason I'm telling you all this, if you think that we're not going to fight the port on this, think again. You know, Port Aransas Conservancy, it's going to be years, guys, years.
Thank you.
You need to walk away from this one, please. And by the way, no City of Corpus Christi names are mentioned on that application or on this drought contingency plan. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Lucia Daly.
Luke Daly, 619 East Avenue B, Port Aransas. I want to thank you all for sending your crews out to Port Aransas when our gas got shut off. And I've come to warn you away from an entity that has been a very bad neighbor to us in Port Aransas. Since 2017 and Hurricane Harvey, we've been under an unremitting series of attacks from the sharks at the Port of Corpus Christi and their unbridled ambition, unhindered by ethical considerations. They've filed application after application that would endanger all of our health, safety, environment, and tourism economies. They have filed lawsuits against our city government, preventing them from taking any action to interfere with these projects. Our citizens have been forced to take on these guerrillas themselves and have been holding them off so far. Run, don't walk away from this memorandum of underhandedness.
Thank you, Ms. Daly. Okay, and our last, let's see, is this on the phone? Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Sarah DeLeon, okay.
Ms. DeLeon? Sarah DeLeon? Sounds like she's not online, Mayor. So that concludes our public comment period.
Okay, so that'll conclude our public comment. We're gonna go ahead and go back to Mr. Zanoni. You have two more items, updates?
We do have two more items, and I just want to, if I can, just add one other thing, which is one of our speakers mentioned Port Aransas' gas situation. So
Right.
that they are not a customer of the city of Corpus Christi. We don't supply them gas. However, we did send crews out as a regional partner to help the city of Port Aransas with their gas situation. So we'll continue to do that. And I spoke with their city manager, Dave Parsons, this morning, who called me to thank me for our crews. I want to thank Bill Mahaffey, our gas director, for being proactive as such. Even though they're not customers of the city of Corpus Christi, we're here to help our region. And so that was demonstrated in the last couple of days, helping them try to resecure their gas supplies that they have. So, Mayor, we do have two other quick items, and the staff will go quickly on them. We did want to give you a quick update on the Light Up CC initiative, and Tammy Hoffman's going to give us a quick update. This is a big investment that the city has made to get better lighting in our neighborhoods, which ultimately results in better security, better sense of well-being. The city has approved an investment of $2 million to replace all the older yellow high sodium lights with very bright LED lights, and ultimately it will save taxpayers dollars, about $675,000 annually, because the LED light bulbs take less energy, and we pay that energy bill. So, Tammy, you're going to give us a quick update on our progress?
Yes,
ma'am.
thank you, Peter. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Tammy Huffman, the Utilities Analyst for the City of Corpus Christi, and I'm the project lead for the Light Up CC project. The purpose of the project is better nighttime lighting to improve public safety, and it saves taxpayers money, as well as better carbon footprint and less light pollution. In May of 2022, the city partnered with AEP Texas for a conversion project to upgrade existing streetlights to LED lights. We've invested over $2 million into this project. We will save annually $672,000. We have 9 zones. Over 15,000 lights will be converted. The project start date was in September of 2022, and we anticipate having all 9 zones completed by November of 2023. Here's a project map. We have already completed zones 1 through 3. We are currently working on zones 4, 5, and 6. And again, we will have the remaining zones completed before the end of the year. Here's an example of the before and after. On the left, we have the old high-pressure sodium lights. You can see there's light pollution, and it's a amber color. On the right, you have the clear LED lights, much less light pollution. Some pictures of our project Hard at Work. Here's some status information. Some of the milestones for this project. Again, we started in September of 2022. In October, we completed zones 1 and 2 and began zone 3. December 15th, we completed zone 3 and began zones 4 and 5. On February 6th, we added zone 6. We anticipate adding, having zones 7, 8, and 9 completed once again by the end of the year. Once this project was focused on existing lights, for 2024 we do plan on having a lighting study and focusing on adding additional lights to the dark areas of our city. That concludes my presentation. I'm open for questions.
Councilman Pusley. Oh, Pusley, sorry. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Could we go back a slide, please, to the one that shows the map of the different zones we're working on? Ah, there you go.
This one? Oh.
Well, close. There you go. So, Ms. Huffman, do you have an approximate number of how many lights have been added in each one of those zones?
I don't have that information on me. I do have it back at my desk.
Okay.
We are over halfway finished. We've got almost over 9,000 lights that have been completed.
Okay.
So that leaves,
Well, if you don't mind getting that information to the
Absolutely.
council, I'd just like to see what we're doing, and so that I can respond to the folks in Northwest Corpus Christi that they're getting treated fairly with the number of lights being installed.
Absolutely. I've got
Okay.
that information at my desk, and I'll get that to you.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Very nice
Absolutely.
report. Thank you.
Yeah, and Councilman Pusley, so as Ms. Huffman said, this is a replacement project, but we do know, and I know from driving around at night, there's a lot of dark areas. So phase 2, if you will, is going to be to put more lights, more devices, more poles if we need to. It's actually pretty dangerous when I go by even some of the schools to pick up my children at night. It's like, it's real dark, and that's where a lot of kids are running. They're fast, they're unpredictable. So we have to light up the areas for safety. But that will be a phase 2, probably for several years. We'll have to invest in additional lights in our community. Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. You're very welcome.
Councilman Zuckley.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Tammy, for the presentation. So of the 15,000 that we're doing, what number does that leave that are not being addressed or being retrofitted within the city?
It leaves a very small handful, probably close to 1,000.
Okay.
Like the downtown lights with the globe lights.
Is there a plan for those?
There is a plan for those, yes.
Okay, that would be a subsequent phase after the end of 2023. Okay.
Yes.
And I assume any new lights we put up, they will all be LED in the
Yes.
future?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Tammy, thank you.
All
And the
right.
lights look so good.
Thank you.
Yeah, you
Thank
can
you very
definitely
much.
see the difference.
Great, great.
Pun intended. Okay.
Tammy,
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Tammy. We do want to thank Judith Talavera as well, the
Yes.
CEO of AEP Texas, who has stepped up to the plate on this and put this as a top priority, and they didn't have to, so we appreciate Judith and her team
Yes.
doing that. Last item on the city manager report is a quick update on the 5-year HUD plan. We did hear some speakers comment that we held our first session last night. This is a community input events that we're having, one in each city council district, which is keeping true to our commitment, which is to be open and transparent and engaging in our community. And so every 5 years, we have to develop a 5-year plan for HUD entitlement grants, housing and urban development grants. And those grants generally impact affordable housing or community investment. So the 5-year plan is a strategy so that over the next 5 years, the federal government will know if we do get entitlement money, how will we spend that to keep consistent with the plan. So the community coming out is very important because it helps to develop that plan. So Constance is going to give us a quick update on how we're doing so far.
Good afternoon. Constance Sanchez, the Chief Financial Officer for the city. I'm very happy to be here this afternoon, and I'm here to share with you some information regarding the public input sessions that we are having in reference to the city's 5-year consolidated plan for funding that we received from the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD. This is a very important process, as Mr. Zanoni had just mentioned, because it's done once every 5 years. And it sets forth our priorities, goals, and objectives for use of the federal funds over these 5 years. The program period will begin October the 1st, 2023, and will run through September the 30th, 2028. The 5-year consolidated plan is required for all HUD funding and requires a structured set of steps on the order for participating jurisdictions to receive this funding. The components include stakeholder consultations, a housing market analysis, strategic plans for local priorities, an annual action plan, and it must be submitted to HUD no later than August the 15th of this year. The strategic plan or goal-setting process for our local priorities outlined by HUD include: number 1, input on community development and housing during these public input sessions that we are currently having now. Input from local stakeholders who serve persons who are considered to have low to moderate income, and this will be done during the month of April. Input from a community survey, which will be done in April and May. And then we will have updated demographic data from the census and from HUD. So this slide shows a timeline of the process that will include April 1. We will send out we call NOFA, Notice of Funding Availability, and this will be due 30 days later on May the 1st. From June 19th through July 17th, we will display our draft consolidated plan for fiscal year 24, and this will be for review and comment. In late June, and then on July 18th and 25th, we will have 2 public hearings here at the City Council meeting, and we will ask City Council approval of the plan on July the 25th. And then on August the 15th, we will submit our proposal to HUD. We are also planning on discussing this at the April 6th City Council Budget Goal Setting meeting that we'll be having. So there's going to be ample opportunity for the general public, for stakeholders, and for you all, the City Council, to weigh in on this process. We have about 3 months to finalize the 5-year consolidated plan, and we will present it, as I said, to Council in late July. And so we're just beginning the process now by requesting input from the public. We have 5 public input sessions scheduled, which the first was held last night in District 1 in Councilmember Arroyo's district, and I would like to thank you and Councilmember Klein for attending last night. We had about 10 to 15 members of the community attend and provide their input. The meetings will continue this evening in District 2, beginning at 6 p.m. at the Ben McDonald Public Library. Tomorrow will be District 3 at the Corpus Christi Water Department in the Choke Canyon Room. Then we will continue with District 4 at the Janet Hart Public Library and conclude on Monday, March the 27th at District 5 at the Dr. Clotilde Garcia Public Library. And we encourage the public to attend one or all of the meetings. And in case they cannot, they can submit their suggestions to the city. We have an email on our website for them to submit their suggestions. And this concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions y'all may have.
Councilman Suckling. Oh, okay. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Constance. One of the things that was pointed out by one of the constituents was the locations of these public input sessions. I mean, it only comes every 5 years, so it's not that easy to get the messages out to the public that, you know, we're seeking for their input, right? So one of the things that was mentioned was, why was it that these sessions were placed in, you know, the outer skirts, like in District 2? It's being held at the McDonald Library, right at the edge, when really for Central, it would probably have been better maybe at Lindell, or just at least for District 2. But I can't speak for the other districts, but after it was pointed out to me, I was like, yeah, you're right. Why is it that a lot of these were just towards, you know, at the end or at the edge of every district? Was there a reason, Constance?
No, ma'am, thank you for bringing that to our attention. We selected a city facility in each of the districts, and we had used those for our public input sessions for the budget, but we'll definitely consider Lindell for next time in 5 years.
I know, right? Every 5 years.
Yes,
But,
ma'am.
just in the future for input sessions, I just think, we could be a little bit better in publicizing it, because I think that it just got printed Friday, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Well, we had it published in the Caller Times on March the 5th. It was like a little paid ad. We also sent an email to the city council and did a news release. And yeah, we're doing the best we can as far as publicizing it. And today is another method to let the public know that we are soliciting input from everyone.
And just to let everybody else know, city council, hey, we want to be done by 6 so I can be there. So just FYI.
Thank you. Councilman Barrera.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a housekeeping thing. Like I said, I'm going to be out of town tomorrow, but I'll try and
We can WebEx you in, sir.
WebEx me in, so that way. And I appreciate all the outreach that we're doing. I know I've been putting on social media, and a lot of people reacted. So hopefully we get some good turnout.
Thank you.
Yeah. Councilman Klein.
Hi, Council. I don't really have a question for you. I just had a comment, actually referring back to the public comment portion of the meeting. And Peter, I'm wondering about this. Somebody mentioned again, I guess a couple of people mentioned the Flint Hills oil spill from Christmas Eve. I attended a meeting last week put on by the Coast Guard in the area and the GLO as well to talk about that, amongst other things regarding the bay. Right. And Captain, I think his name is Gunning, I believe is his name, right, in charge of the Coast Guard, said that he's expecting to get a report from Flint Hills by the end of March. So now we're today, the 21st. And so I would hope that it will become forthcoming within the next 10 days or so.
Great. Yeah, that's good to hear. Billy Delgado, our Emergency Operation Center Director, attends those meetings once a week, and we'll make sure that we've been asking since the incident, when are we going to get the 2 reports? 1, what happened, and 2, when is the report concluded or the cleanup concluded? So we're keeping an eye out for those. We'll share them as soon as we get them, Councilman. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Klein. Okay, that concludes our questions. Constance, thank you. And thank you. We, as was mentioned, we invite all of our constituents to please be a part, take part in this. This is every 5 years, and these monies are critical to how they affect our community. So with that, we'll move on to boards and committees appointments. Ms. Huerta.
Yes, ma'am. The first board for your consideration is the Board of Adjustment. There are 2 vacancies, and they represent the following categories: 1 regular member and 1 alternate. Just to make you aware, the board does have a policy of requesting the appointment of an alternate member to a regular voting position and the appointment of a new person to fill the alternate. So there is 1 alternate on the board now, Brandon Krausen, and per that policy, the council could appoint him to a regular slot. In other words, let's promote him up to that slot if there's a desire to do that.
Mayor, I move that we do so.
Okay. Michael seconded. Okay, great. Thank you, Councilman Amin. Any further discussion on that? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
And we do need further recruitment for the alternate position that is now vacant. So we'll bring that back to you when we do some more recruitment. Great. Next, we have the Building Standards Board. There are 4 vacancies. They represent the following preferred but not required categories: 2 at large, 1 lawyer, and 1 alternate. There is 1 member seeking reappointment, and she is Monica Perezo, and she's an at-large representative.
I'd like to make a motion to reappoint.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so that leaves us with an alternate position. And we do have a policy also on this one to move an alternate member who's currently serving to a regular voting position, okay, and then appoint a new position for the alternate. So Merced Peña is serving as the alternate now, and the council could recommend moving him into an at-large slot as a regular member. Thank you.
Second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so now we do have an at-large position open, and nominations would be in order.
Okay, I'll go ahead and open nominations.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to nominate Escamilla.
Escamilla. Okay.
Hold on. Escamilla?
Escamilla.
Is he on the list?
No, sir. We
Mayor,
have Carlos Martinez, right? And
yeah, I'd like to
Randall
nominate
Salazar.
I'd like to nominate Carlos Martinez.
I wanted to nominate Randall Salazar.
Okay, hold on. What did Councilman Klein had nominated
He's not on the list, Mayor.
Okay, but did you have someone else? Did you mean to say someone else, or do we? Yeah.
I have Martinez on the list as well. I'd like to nominate him.
Okay, so
Okay, and he nominated,
Martinez, so we have Martinez.
Councilmember Hernandez also nominated
Okay.
Mr. Martinez.
And then, who else had someone?
I had Randall Salazar.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I'll go ahead and close
Just those two.
nominations.
Yes, ma'am.
And let's go ahead and start on my left.
Okay, Mr. Suckling?
Martinez.
Mr. Klein?
Martinez.
Mr. Roy?
Martinez.
Mr.
Salazar.
Becker? Okay, Salazar. Mayor?
Salazar.
Mr. Hunter?
Martinez.
Mr. Pesley? Mr. Hernandez?
Martinez.
And Ms. Campos?
Martinez.
All right. So Carlos Martinez is appointed.
Okay.
Okay, next we have the Construction Trade Advisory and Appeals Board. My understanding is there's a desire to postpone these appointments just to allow for more time for consideration. So if there's a motion to table on that, I'd appreciate it.
Okay. Great. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay. And then we also have the Commission on Children and Youth.
Mayor, I would, looking at the Corpus Christi Commission on Children and Youth, if you look at the list of people, the majority of the people that we're trying to replace never showed up for a meeting, and they were removed because of failure to attend the sessions. And I had our secretary look this morning, and they haven't had a meeting since forever.
Right.
Last year sometime they had one meeting. They have not been able to generate a quorum.
Right.
So I'd like to move that we table this for a sunset review as to whether or not, unless we're statutorily required to have this committee, we ought to look at this and see if we want to continue it, or maybe reduce the number of members to where it's easier for them to get a quorum.
Right. No, I agree with you. My office has recently reached out to Ms. Huerta's office about those same concerns, because I'd like to see this as a thriving commission. And so I think Councilman Pesley's comments are in order to, can we go ahead and have a sunset review on this? Or as you mentioned earlier, Ms. Huerta, were y'all looking at that as an overview for?
Yes, ma'am. Per our council policy number 10, a sunset review is conducted by the city secretary's office every 4 years. The last one we did was in 2019, so we are due this year to conduct one on all boards and commissions, just to kind of review our program in general and see if there's any adjustments we need to make based on the council's feedback. So we could include this one with that one, in that review.
Is that happening then? I mean, what would stop it? I mean, then why are we appointing to committees right now? Are you automatically doing a sunset review if they took place in 19? Then that means everything coming forth is.
Yes, but we haven't solidified that process yet. We do need to talk to the city manager's office as well to create the team to do that. So in the meantime, the committees do need to function. So we are making the appointments now on those commissions, but yeah, we will be starting the process soon.
Okay.
I just don't have a timeline yet, Mayor.
Okay. So this would come back at we don't know when, later date.
The goal is probably come back with recommendations for action in December, but we would talk to the council prior to that time with our recommendations.
Okay. So you have a motion, Councilman? Do we have oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry, Councilman Roy.
So on this particular committee, it's one of the few committees that we have in the city that has students involved.
Right.
And I think it's important why we do this sunset study that we also maybe engage these students, because I noticed that it seems like that's been a problem in the past also for getting participation. But I have had some students reach out and tell me that they were interested. So I just want to look at both.
Yes.
And because anything we can continue to get our youth to be engaged in is important. So,
absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for stating that. And
Okay.
that will be looked at.
Okay. Did we have a second? Did someone second?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Councilman Klein, I'm sorry, before.
I just want to mention this.
Turn your mic on,
I
please.
just want to mention this, that there were 18 people that applied for this commission, which seems to indicate that there's some interest in it, and only one of those 18 was a reappointment. And so perhaps the issue of attendance might be solved by changing out the membership of the commission as well. Thanks.
Agreed. Okay. Any opposed? Say no. The motion carries. Thank you, Ms.
Thank you, Mayor and
Wesley.
Council.
Okay, so we're going to go to the consent agenda, items 5 through 10. Do we have any council members that would like to pull any individual item? Okay, Councilman Hunter is abstaining from item number 9, so we'll pull that up. Anyone else? Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of item number 9.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, so item number 9, would someone like to make a motion move to approve that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
And Hunter abstains.
Yes, and Mr. Hunter abstains. On the what?
Yes. Yes,
Okay. Okay, and that'll take us over to individual consideration items 13 through 18. Item number 13 is an ordinance appointing Jacqueline Deliano Chapa as presiding judge. Let's see, who is, I guess I'll read this. Michael Anise as Division 1 judge, Juliana Siracusa Rivera as Division 2 judge, David Walsh as Division 3 judge, William Gregory Bill Bonilla as Division 4 judge, and George Pija as George Pija as Division 5 judge of the municipal court, appointing Christopher E. Matt as part-time judge number 1, Douglas K. DeFradas as part-time judge number 2, William Holt Feemster as part-time judge number 3, Mariana Garza as part-time judge number 4, Mario Olivares as part-time judge number 5, Callie Gutman as part-time judge number 6, Robert Reyna as part-time judge number 7, and Michael White as part-time judge number 8 of the municipal court, determining salary, providing a 2-year term of office, and declaring an effective date.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to reappoint Judge Burkett.
I second that.
Okay, well, let me go ahead and open public comment. So is there anyone in the audience who would like to comment on item number 13? Yes, ma'am. Come forward.
And Mayor, just a point of order, Mr. Klein's motion would have to be an amendment to the main motion.
Okay,
It
Ms. Whitfield, would you, okay, yeah, we need to know.
Not
that.
aware
You
there's
asked
a
for
motion
public
on the
comment,
floor.
so I guess.
There's not currently a motion on the floor before mine.
So we need to make a motion first to approve the ordinance and then amend it afterwards. So we haven't done that part yet.
Okay,
It has to be a motion to amend, not to.
Correct. It would be. That's correct.
right. Okay.
I'm sorry. Go
Yes,
ahead.
ma'am.
Okay. May I speak? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, the council members and mayor. I appreciate your giving me an opportunity to speak with you. I have been a municipal court judge for the next 8 years. Since 2015, I have served citizens of this community. And before that, I was an assistant district attorney for the Nueces County for 7 years. My entire career, legal career, has been in public service. That is my desire, my passion, and I would like to continue my passion of serving the citizens of this great city. I would like to point out that for the last couple of years, I have been working very diligently with all the police department, detectives, and victim advocates with the family violence unit And they are the ones who recommend to the judges to issue an emergency protective orders. I was always there for any questions they may have day and night. And I have worked tirelessly after working hours, I would go meet with detectives for signing warrants. No other judges were doing that for many years. And I would like to point out that I dedicate to this city, myself to this city. I take this job very seriously, and every person who comes before me, I make sure they leave feeling their voices were heard. That is my job as a judge, to listen everything they would like to tell me, and I would like to let you know that's how I am in court. The statistics Presiding Judge Chapa provided has misleading information, good important points were left out. For example, I signed a lot of warrants, more than any other judges, and I conducted jury trials. During pandemic, we were having jury trials here. I actually was sitting in mayor's chair, and it looks different from this side, but that was what I did. I had to explain people who represent themselves without giving them legal advice, but the important laws that they can understand and present to me. So I would like you to consider reappointing me so I can continue my passion for public service for 2 next years. Thank you. And here are the letters of support and the statistics that you can consider. I have made packets for each one of you, if you would like to look.
Sure, thank you. You can hand them to Ms. Wesley.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else that would like to make public comment on item number 13? Okay, there being no one, I will close public comment. And we have...
Well, Mayor, as chair, may I?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Okay, well, first off, I want to thank all the judges for their exemplary service during this time, and particularly during the pandemic. Obviously, it is no easy job to serve as a municipal court committee. I want to particularly thank the city attorney's office for providing direction, human resources for guiding us in in a very delicate situation, the city secretary's office for providing an environment of professionalism, impartiality, and ensuring that we received all the facts. And I would particularly want to also thank the committee. They went through a period of, because once again, it's very difficult as a group, as Councilman Pusley said, I'm not a lawyer, you know, and so there was a period of time where we had to get ourselves up to speed. I also want to thank Buck Bryce for providing us direction also, and so that way we can not only be oriented, but as a individual that made public comment early, illuminated to our responsibilities to be able to go through the process, understand what it is that we're required to do as the appointees to the municipal court, and that being, I want to say it for the record, Mike Pusley, Sylvia Campos, and Michael Hunter. It wasn't taken lightly, and all the individuals, obviously, we looked at that were very highly qualified. I can assure everybody that there is no sense of manipulation. There is a sense of duty to be able to do the best job on this committee to ensure that we're ensuring the constitutional rights of our citizens to due process. Now, I will tell you that when I got on this committee 2 years ago, I was very frustrated because I said I have no expertise. I joke around, I peddle insurance for a living, And here it is that all of a sudden now I'm going to have to make a decision and understand words like deference, demeanor, competency, pro se. And so as when the mayor decided so much as to appoint me as chair, I wanted to ensure that the rest of our committee understood that the qualities and that were important to be able to appoint a judge. And we were in a very difficult situation, but fortunate problem of having a good group to review. Now, we also had a good fortunate issue is that one of the things that I said 2 years ago, and I'm sure Peter will recall, our city manager, when I had a little outburst here, not necessarily sitting in probably Councilman Pusley's chair, because of the backlog as a result of the pandemic. I was really frustrated. We looked at in a comparison into the other, the Big 8, all the other 7 communities, and we were well below the standard. And so at that time, working with then Judge Loeb, we were looking at ways that we could track the activity of those that were involved in the judicial process. And that does not include just the judges, that also includes the municipal court administration, of which we're going to have additional orientation coming up now with the municipal court administration. Because number one, I mean, I know I get on Peter all the time because I always talk about legacy issues, you know, but I can tell you for the longest time it's been really frustrating to have to deal with issues with regard to municipal court. You know, Councilperson Campos talked specifically about a situation that she had. I know I've talked to several as a council member. There's situations that I've been contacted on with regard to frustrations that have been there with municipal court. Now, that doesn't mean that it's not any particular one appointed judge's problem or what have you. It's a systemic problem of the entire organization. So in reviewing that, it was a very difficult choice that once again, of which we made. We did look at the statistical information. We did also look at warrants. We also did look at the number of jury trials that were there. At least that information was provided. Now, this information that was provided here was probably maybe put into a sense that way it provided, I guess, the most illumination not to steal from another one. So what have you, I'm very confident with what we've done. You know, sometimes, unfortunately, we only have a limited positions available, and with the choices that we made, with the interviews that we had, with the facts that we had of the last of the judges that were in that position, we had one judge that in particular resigned simply because they recognized that it's a working position. It's not one as if on the other side across the street where you're dealing at the courthouse. Where you're at the courthouse, where you have a lot more staff, you basically drive how I guess the docket or how the process works. So here, it's a much different situation. We're obviously dealing with a ton of code enforcement issues, obviously traffic tickets, you know, family violence, you know, with regard to, you know, magistration. There's times that, you know, obviously all the judges are expected to deal with, to have that conscientiousness when it comes to magistration, is if something happens 2 in the morning, then it's not something that's good. You know, you're dealing with family violence, you're dealing with issues that committed, you know, either heinous crimes, it could be murder, it could be rape, it could be drunken driving, whatever the situation is. So it's a very difficult position, and so I once again, and I know sometimes, you know, being here, you know, we're targets. We've obviously been a target as a result of water. My colleagues, I feel for them to be called rogue and what have you. I know that they were all well intended. So with that, I just want to inform the rest of the council of the diligence that we put forward to make the decisions that we have. And, you know, it's a testament to the character of Judge Burkett that these individuals would come in and speak on her behalf. And, you know, rightfully so. However, the committee, and this is a political appointment, has made a decision that that in taking all the facts into consideration, and the decision was made at that time, Sylvia, my apologies, unanimously to support the individuals that were listed on the agenda. So, and you have the right to change your mind. Maybe you heard some additional information, I'm not going to hold that to you. But once again, we worked diligently, we recognized all the individuals that were there before us, and this is the decision that we made. And I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Wow, thank you so much, Councilman Barrera. And he is right about our jobs as city council members. This is the third month into our jobs, and I think we were thrust into this position really depending on our main judge. I don't know what the title, the presiding judge. We relied on her information and the information that she brought to us, and most of it was built on quantity, not quality. I think we agree to that, right? Most of it, the information that was brought to us. So we, weren't privy to the information that, it wasn't until after the decision was made that some information came to light. And I, of course, brought it up to my chairman, and then I eventually ended up calling Judge Chapa on it. The point of the matter is that I think we're going to discuss maybe moving these decisions later on in our tenure, because we're just, I'm not making excuses, but it's sort of like you just got this job and now you're hired, to now hire the municipal judges. I don't know, I think that's just ridiculous. But anyway, the point to the matter is this, that after hearing some of this information that was brought to light in the weekend, and then some of the people that have submitted, and you just recently, Judge Burkett, some of the support, the letters of support that you received, and also to the comments and testimonials that were heard here should be included, should be evaluated. And yes, thank you for letting me, or giving me permission to change my mind, Councilman Barrera. So I can say right now that I do change my mind, and would like to reflect that in the vote. So thank you.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, Mayor, I asked a question in the sense that I thought we were going to have an executive session on this to kind of discuss some of the items. And just from the perspective, I never saw any resumes or information on items like this. And just for a reference, when we hired the city auditor, I made sure when we had the executive session, everybody had a copy of the resume for that individual. So I just wanted, I had some questions about some other judges. I didn't want to necessarily bring it out in open session. So I don't know, are we going to have an executive session on this particular item?
I guess the only reason that the item is in an executive session in the event that legal counsel feels we need to go. We need to.
Okay.
If there's any
I saw it on there, so I assumed it was going to be an executive session. So I would rather not state my concerns on a particular judge, but I'd rather have that not done in open session.
Mr. Isley.
If you do have an executive session because of the request, we would not, though only those people that are named on the notice specifically should be discussed in executive session, and those people who don't have their names down on that ordinance should not be discussed in executive session.
To be clear, it's about one that's on there.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you do want to speak about somebody, or, right, something on this?
Yes.
Okay, well, we do have an item on the agenda that allows us to go into executive session to answer those questions, if that's what you need ultimately done. So let me go ahead and do that. We can recess. Pardon? Yes, we can, I'm sorry, Mr. Presley. It's working, yeah.
Okay, well, I guess, Councilman Hernandez, I wanted to ask, when you talk about those of us who served on a committee, just like I served with you on the audit committee, and we received those resumes, we received those resumes as members of the, so we saw the resumes of everybody that we interviewed, I guess. and so I'm.
At least on.
But on the, yeah, when we did the audit committee, we didn't share those with the whole council, I don't think, did we?
No, but the resume of the individual we selected, we brought to executive session for everybody to review.
Okay.
I'm talking about the ones that are on here now that
Okay.
are to be
You wanna
discussed,
see the
not
res-
everybody's,
Okay.
just the ones that are on here now
Okay.
to review. I just use that for reference. I didn't, I wanted to make sure that everybody had looked at the background of the individual that we selected as an audit committee to go forward with. I didn't want to, to have any kind of questions about whether that individual was qualified or not. So that's why I wanted to make sure that resume was available to anybody during that. Now, we didn't add everybody else's that we didn't select, but it was the individuals that was on the agenda. So that's where I meant by that.
Okay. Okay, so do you want those resumes before we vote today, or do you want them just as backup material?
It just,
He wants.
I thought we were going to look at them in
He
the-
wants to look, he wants to have
Yeah, it's not saying, I'm not down your
this
judgment, I
here.
just wanted to see them for, reference, if there was any issues. In public comment, there was some concerns about a certain situation over at Nueces County. I don't know anything about that, but I don't know if that should be something if that person's on this list, it should be brought up in discussion.
Okay, I had, that's part one. Part two, my question is, and Constance already left the room. So we are proposing, I guess, Mr. Chairman, that the current salary of the municipal court judges, all of them together, the budget hit is $611,139.17. And we are proposing to increase that by a little over 110,000, so roughly 111,000 increase, which would bring it to a total budget hit of 722,000 round numbers, which, if I did the math right, is about a little over 18% pay increase. Is that correct? Is that what everybody understands? Or and the reason I bring it up, I just want to make council aware that we are increasing, and we probably need to. If we were all furnished a copy of a study that looked at these salaries on a statewide basis, I guess, and there was some justification there for doing that, but I just want everybody to be aware that that sets a standard by which we're going to look at things going forward.
I think it's more than 18%, Councilman Pusley. 'Cause
Yeah.
that was just for the remainder of the fiscal year, I believe, that 111,000.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, so it's probably closer to 30%, 25 to 30%.
I think
It's about 25.
Yes,
about
that's right,
25%
26
for
to
the total,
31.
for the total budget year, yes, but I'm talking about for the remainder of this budget year, it's going to be an additional 18%.
Yeah, Councilman, in the briefing material, these numbers are consistent. So HR, as you mentioned, did do a study, and it had been a number of years, many years before the judges' salaries, not the person's wage, but the pay band, was reviewed. And the market study did show that the judges are 26 to 31% below the market. And we compare the market as other judges in the Big Eight in Texas and other regions as well. Part-time judges were approximately 5%. In addition to that, the part-time judges were approximately 5% below market. So the adjustments in salary is not, it's not for like performance pay or COLA. It's a market adjustment to keep our salaries competitive with other local law positions.
I'm not arguing the point,
I know,
Peter.
I know, I'm just telling, I know you're not, I'm just telling you for the record.
Yeah.
It wasn't a merit increase or COLA, it was a market adjustment.
Okay.
And we do those in our organization with over 4,000 employees. We have to look at bands of employees to see, are we competitive, because people will go somewhere else real fast.
It's a great policy to have,
Right.
no doubt about it. And for years, the county didn't do that, and now they're so far behind, it's almost impossible to catch up.
Right.
Because you can't raise the tax rate fast enough to make up the difference. So it's a good policy to have.
And
Yeah.
But I just wanted to bring that to the council's
No, that's
attention.
good. Yeah, we appreciate it, Councilman.
And if I may add, I mean, it's also for the purpose of, when we go through this process in 2 years, that we're able to recruit from a statewide level in lieu of just a regional perspective. And then that's part of the reason that, that's another reason for the justification to be able to compensate them adequately, so that way we have a more competitive pool.
Exactly. Yes, sir, Councilman.
Okay. All right, well then, what we'll do is we'll take a quick recess then, and we'll go into executive session under Texas Government Code 551.071. Yeah.
And 551.074, Mayor.
No,
Those two
we're
sections.
going to go
Got
with
it.
one.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will give you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call.
We've all dealt with the hassles of traveling. Traffic, long lines, security, layovers. What if there was a smarter way? When you fly out of Corpus Christi International Airport, you get all the modern amenities you love with the stress-free convenience of flying local. So you can skip the hassle and get right to the good parts, taking off and returning home. Fly smarter, not harder, at flyccia.com.
When emergencies strike, stay informed with Reverse Alert. Everything from incoming severe weather, traffic alerts, police and fire activity, industry alerts, and citywide information. Reverse Alert will provide you time-sensitive information to keep you safe. Signing up is a fast and easy process. Text BeReadyCCNC to 888-777 or visit cctexas.com/alert sign up. Choose to receive notifications by phone call, text, or email. And with fully customizable options, you pick what notifications you want to receive. And you can designate what hours of the day that you don't want to be disturbed. Stay informed, stay aware, stay alert. Sign up for Reverse Alert today.
Beach to Bay is back. Join us Saturday, May 20th for the 46th annual Beach to Bay Relay Marathon. Participate with over 8,000 runners in a 26.2-mile six-leg event. Runners start in the sands of North Padre Island, cross the JFK Causeway, travel through Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, and finish along our scenic Shoreline Boulevard. For the first time, you can choose from 3 separate events to participate. Run as a team in the 6-person relay, split up the run with your partner in the 2-person relay, or challenge yourself and run the entire 26.2-mile marathon solo. Register online at beachtobayrelay.com. Beach to Bay starts at 7 a.m. on Saturday, May 20th. Come be a part of Corpus Christi's biggest relay marathon tradition. Join family, friends, and the community at Beach to Bay 2023.
Your safety is important at Corpus Christi beaches. A beach warning flag system is in place to let you know what weather conditions you can expect before getting into the water. There are 5 different beach warning flags. The main 3 are green, yellow, and red. Green means go. The water is calm and it is safe to swim. Just swim with care. Yellow means caution. The waves are getting bigger and there may be a small rip current. We recommend adult or lifeguard supervision while swimming. Red means stop. Danger is ahead. The surf is dangerous with strong winds, big waves, and strong rip currents. Do not enter the ocean in red flag conditions unless you are a very strong swimmer. And do not let your kids swim at all. The last 2 flags are purple and orange. Purple indicates the presence of harmful sea animals, jellyfish, sharks, or other venomous marine life have been spotted close to shore. And orange means there is an environmental hazard in the air or water quality. The conditions are not safe for your health. Make sure to check the weather and water conditions when heading out to the beach. Follow us on Facebook at Corpus Christi Beaches or visit cctexas.com/beaches for daily warning flag updates and surf conditions.
Many households in our community rely on natural gas. It's important to know how to detect a gas leak and how to report it. You can detect gas leaks through sight, smell, and sound. If you see dead vegetation near a pipeline, smell rotting eggs, or hear a hissing noise, there could be a leak nearby. Make sure to leave the area immediately. If you suspect a gas leak, call the gas department at 311. Do not light a match and avoid using any electrical switches so you don't create a spark that could start a fire. Also, avoid driving into the area. Your vehicle's engine may ignite the vapors. And do not attempt to extinguish any fire that might start. Natural gas is a part of the City of Corpus Christi's utility system, and keeping our residents safe is our top priority. For more information, visit cctexas.com/gas.
The City of Corpus Christi reminds you there are small, everyday ideas you can use to protect us from drought-related water shortages. Inside your home, install modernized plumbing, low-flow shower heads, and simply turn off the faucet when not in use. Outside your home, make smart landscaping choices, limit your watering, and don't water during the hottest part of the day. Simple choices that will save water for the community and save money on your utility bill. We can all drink to that.
The cost of repairing or replacing leaky or old gas lines could be too much for some residents of Corpus Christi. The City of Corpus Christi, in partnership with NextEra, is here to help you. The Plumbers to People program is dedicated to the safety and well-being of Corpus Christi residents by helping with repairs for their homes. We have partnered with multiple plumbers in the community to repair and replace old leaking gas lines free of charge to the consumer. The purpose of the program is to bring peace of mind to the community and offer support to those in need. To learn more, contact 826-CITY. The Plumbers to People program is here to help you.
Your public libraries are now accessible at your fingertips. From our free digital resources options, tap into Discovery and read, listen, watch digital content all from the comfort of your home. Anytime and anywhere you go, you can now borrow ebooks, audiobooks, movies, music, magazines, and watch educational programs. Our digital resources offers thousands of titles to choose from, all from your computer, tablet, or phone. And did we mention? It's all free. Visit cctexas.com/library for more information on how to sign up.
Corpus Christi Water is here to demonstrate how to look at your water meter to spot potential water loss from leaky pipes. First, turn off all water fixtures, including faucets, hoses, ice makers, and irrigation systems. Next, locate your water meter. Corpus Christi water meters will always be in the utility easement, which may be in the front of your home or in your backyard. Remove the meter box lid. On the top of the meter, there is a register with numbers. These numbers show how much water is being used. Each meter will also have a flow indicator with a red line or possibly a small red triangle. A flow indicator that is not moving indicates that no water is going through your meter and you do not have a leak. If the flow indicator is moving, water is flowing through your system even though you turned off all fixtures. This means you may have a leak. Look for a leak in or around your home and repair it as soon as possible, or contact a certified plumber for help. If you have any issues with your water or wastewater, please dial 311.
Whether you're a homeowner planting a tree or a contractor working on a job site, always call 811 at least 2 days before you dig. It's free, it's easy, and it's the law. Call 811 to provide dig location and project information. A specialist will then come to your location and mark the underground line, allowing you to work safely without any delay. Your safety is our priority. Know what's below and call 811 before you dig.
Before you head out to the beach, make sure you grab your beach permit. For only $12, this permit provides access to explore and enjoy miles of our local beaches. Permits are required, so be sure to display the sticker on your vehicle. All the funds from the permit sales will be used to provide clean and safe beaches for all our visitors to enjoy. The permit is good until December 31st, so come back and visit us as often as you like.
A major issue at recycling facilities today is when plastic shopping bags are incorrectly added to the recycling bin. Plastic bags are accepted at many retail or grocery store recycling drop-off bins, but these items are not accepted in your local recycling program. When recycling plastic bags and overwrap at these retail drop-off locations, it is important to remove any receipts or stickers from the plastic and make sure it is clean and dry. The types of soft plastic accepted at these drop-off locations include thin plastic shopping bags, zip-top storage bags, bubble wrap, plastic mailers, and plastic overwrap packaging. The key to becoming a better recycler is to sort your waste correctly so you can recycle more. This helps reduce your waste in landfills and has a positive impact on the environment. Thank you for recycling.
The City of Corpus Christi is proud to introduce a new 311 call center. What is 311? It's an easy-to-remember citizens hotline to report non-emergencies or ask questions about city services. You can report problems and create service requests, check the status of issues, and obtain general information without tying up emergency lines. All you need to do is dial 311, and you will be connected with a trained customer service agent who can help you with all types of issues like reporting potholes in your neighborhood, illegal dumping, graffiti, animal cruelty, and much more. Have a question about your utility bill or need to find out if it's your day for garbage or recycling collection? That's right, 311 will get you that information and much more. There's also a free 311 mobile app available in the App Store and Google Play Store. App users can snap pictures and upload them with complaints and requests, and even track the progress from start to finish.
Another way to access 311 is by going to 311.cctexas.com. This option allows you to send in your requests online and has a live chat feature where you can chat instantly with a call center representative to help you with any questions you need answered. The 311 call center is open Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
The 311 service is part of an ongoing effort by the City of Corpus Christi to make city government easier and more responsive to the needs of residents, business owners, and visitors. Corpus Christi 311, where solutions start with a call.
Okay, we'll go ahead and reconvene our meeting. And let's see, Rebecca, where are we?
We're on item 13.
13.
We've returned from executive session. There is an ordinance before the council. It is the recommendation of the Municipal Court Committee. I think there was a motion earlier to change this ordinance. So the way this would work, the way I recommend that it work is we have a motion and a second to approve the ordinance before us, and then at that point take any amendments that the council would like to entertain.
I would move to approve the ordinance that's before us, recommended by the Municipal Court Committee.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay, any further discussion? Mr. Hernandez.
I'm sorry, I was just wondering, we still have 2 part-time positions open, right? And the reason I'm asking this here is because we couldn't ask it in executive because it wasn't actually on the agenda item. But I saw that there was a few other people there that applied for those positions. Is there a reason why we didn't hire those individuals?
We basically, we wanted to go ahead and I guess issue, I don't know what the terminology is, put it back out so that way we can look for a stronger pool of candidates.
Okay.
Okay, Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. Sorry, still eating. I'm sorry. Can you tell me again, if we pass this ordinance, that means that we go ahead and include all the people that are on this recommended list, right?
Yes, unless it's amended.
And when do we get to amend it? Do we get to amend it now? Okay,
Yes.
so I'd like to amend it with including Ms. Burkett as qualified candidate to be considered for the full-time position. Is that it?
Replacing.
Oh, replacing Mr. George Biha.
I will second that motion.
Councilman Klein, do you have a comment, though?
No, I just seconded Sylvia's motion.
Okay.
I made the motion to make the amended.
I thought we had to vote on the other one first.
No, we're gonna, we would vote on the amendment first and then vote on the ordinance as amended if that passed.
Okay. Councilman, you're done with your remarks? Okay, Councilman Pusley?
Well, I could have actually waited, but in reference to Councilman Hernandez's question, we did actually have some excellent candidates who applied, and we interviewed at least 1 or 2 of them, but they were interested in only full-time. So we had some really good candidates that were just not interested in the part-time. Unfortunate, but that's their choice.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second.
To amend,
To
correct.
amend, okay. There being no further discussion. Ms. Campos, could you turn your light off, please, just so.
All right, so council, are we ready to vote on the motion to amend to appoint Judge Burkett, replacing Judge Piha? Okay, and would you like me to do a roll call vote, Mayor? Or did you want to just?
All in favor, say aye.
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 This is for the amendment.
Correct.
To replace.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, okay, we can do a roll call.
Okay, we're going to do a roll call.
We can.
All right, so on my list, Councilmember Suckley?
Piha.
Okay, so you're going to vote no?
No.
Just no?
No.
On the amendment.
Okay, no.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Barrera?
No.
Campos?
Yes.
Hernandez?
No.
Hunter?
No.
Klein?
Yes.
Pesley? Roy?
No.
Mayor Guajardo?
No.
Okay, the motion fails. So we're back to the ordinance as presented, unless there's another amendment.
Okay, do we have a motion? I'll entertain a motion.
If there's one on the
To
floor. Yeah.
We already did first.
So we
Okay.
just,
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to vote on it as presented, so the ordinance as presented.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so do you want me to roll call?
Roll call's fine.
Okay, roll call. Councilmember Suckley? And this is as presented on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay. Barrera?
Aye.
Campos?
Nay.
Hernandez?
No.
Hunter?
Aye.
Klein?
No.
Pesley? Roy?
Aye.
Mayor Wahardman?
Aye.
Okay, the ordinance passes.
Okay. And we'll move on to item number 14, which is an ordinance amending Chapter 29 of the Corpus Christi Code to replace terms that are coterminous with the term of the appointing city council with definite 2-year terms for municipal judge appointments.
Here, and Mayor, if, once again, as the chairman of the committee, as Sylvia had alluded to earlier, once again, and I tell you what, Buck, could you explain it more? You could do it much more eloquently than I could.
So a combination of state law and city ordinance put the incoming city councils in a time crunch to appoint municipal court judges. Pursuant to state law, judges are automatically, their terms are automatically renewed if no action by the council is taken. So therefore, the council, and then our ordinance makes the judges a term coterminous with the council. So every time you get a new council, the new council has 90 days to take action on the judicial appointments, or they're automatically reappointed. And so what this ordinance does is makes their terms not coterminous with the council, but just 2 years from when they're actually appointed. And that means that the next council, they'll have until June 30th, if this ordinance passes, to appoint the future judges in the next term.
Okay. Great. Does everybody understands that? Anybody have any questions? Okay.
I move for approval.
We have a second? Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, and our next item is item number 15, which is a city council discussion on whether the city of Corpus Christi should collaborate with the Port of Corpus Christi on seawater desalination with possible action.
Mayor, if I could, I would like to offer a motion on this item. And that motion would be to direct the city manager to work out a framework for collaboration between the city and the Port of Corpus Christi for the pursuit of drought-resistant water supplies for the long-term growth of the city of Corpus Christi and the coastal bend. Details of this collaboration will be brought back to the full council at the regularly scheduled meeting on April 11th. That report will be made to the council in its entirety for potential action.
Okay. So we had a light on before you read that, Councilman Barrera.
You know, Mike, I'm on the same, it seems like it's on the same page. I think yours is very specific. I just really wanted to, I was going to move basically for the city manager to engage with the Port of Corpus Christi and their CEO to to basically come together with the port could do to in the interest of supporting the city with desalination.
Right.
Well, that's, you know, Councilor Ware, that gets back to the same deal that y'all been beating me up over for the last 2 weeks, and that is getting down to the specifics of what we want the city manager to do. And what my motion does is allow the city manager to work that out. And that'll come back to the council. He'll have some recommendations. We can add or subtract from those recommendations, but we ought to be able to give him the latitude to go over and negotiate this and come back to us with the recommendation.
Right. I think they both do that, Councilman. And I think that
I'll second Councilman Pusley's motion.
we're going to go ahead and hear from everybody. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you. As you know, this issue is really important to the 500,000 customers that the city is responsible for. And we have been newly elected, myself, Mr. Suckley, Councilman Jim Klein, and of course, Everett, Mr. Roy Everett. The point is that we have a new council, and I think we need to consider that we do have a new council, and that desalination, again, should not be something that we should be continuing to pursue when the majority of the people don't support it. We still know the facts have not changed, that it is the most expensive way to bring water to the residents of our area. Us, or my city council members, going and trying to negotiate these deals with the port is out of line, in my opinion. I think that we should be held at a higher standard. We represent, again,
Mayor,
the people.
I want to call a
Wait,
point of order. There's
excuse
nothing
me.
on our
No,
agenda.
no,
There's
no.
nothing on our agenda that describes
Excuse me,
for us
but you
to
brought
go
up
through
desalination.
and
You,
evaluate
sir,
any member of this
sir,
council.
Mr. Pusley.
None whatsoever.
I have the floor.
I want a ruling by Miles on this.
I
There's
have the
nothing
floor.
on this agenda that says that she can come in and deliberate what should or shouldn't be done with any member of this council. It's not on our agenda.
Sir, I have every right to speak.
Not in this form, you
Oh,
don't.
yes, I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. If you brought up the issue of desalination, every council member has a
My
right
motion
to
didn't
speak on
mention
that.
desalination.
Listen, it needs to stop, because what we're doing today is we are bringing this to a halt. And if you'd like me to continue on with what this is, we can do that, because under this item, we can talk about desalination. So everyone has their right to make comments. Mr. Risley, it is your job to let us know if we are if we are crossing a line. So please let us know if we are, and I would ask everyone to respect that. He's the city attorney.
And I'd like to first point out that the parliamentarian is the city secretary, so if she makes a determination and
here.
requests my advice, then
let me
that's
go
when I can speak.
this way.
Parliamentary, huh? So is this a question of decorum? I guess is the issue. Initially, I thought it was on desal. So the question was whether it was desal was part of this item. It is, right? It's listed as a topic. So I mean, it is a posted item. So I do not think her comments are out of order in that respect.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to have to speak my opinion on that, Mayor. If you're going to allow the city secretary to comment on it, I should be allowed to comment on it. There's nothing on this item.
Councilman Pusley, you'll have to use your light. You've got like 4 people in front of you.
I've
Ms.
got my
Conkle.
light on, Mayor. I've had it on all day, and you never call my name.
How is that? Sir, you just spoke. I called your name and you spoke earlier.
I'm
And
not
she
going to
was
allow
next.
her to sit here and
You
disparage
have
me
the right to
and talk
speak.
about me when we're not scheduled to evaluate city council members, period.
Ms. Wethna just explained, we have to
She
be clear.
explained about
We
desal,
have to be
not
clear.
Mike Pusley. Mike Pusley is not on the agenda.
Did you mention
You
his
did.
name?
You mentioned me by name.
Ms. Wethna, we need your help here, please. Because this is, I mean, we've got a lot of people wanting to
This has to do
speak.
with what's on the agenda. Mike Pusley's not on that agenda item.
Okay, Ms. Huerta.
Or any other member of this council.
I didn't place this item on the agenda, right? Was placed by council members, so, right?
Yes,
No,
very much so.
I placed the item on the
Oh,
agenda.
you placed
The
it on
city
there.
manager
Okay,
did.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I wasn't,
Yeah.
I don't have a history on how the item was placed.
Per direction, let's be real, per direction.
By
You
by
guys-
council, yeah.
Yes, let's not hide that fact. 3.
Okay,
but
so the city
yes.
manager placed it on the item, on the agenda. Okay.
So can she move forward or not?
With her comments?
Yes.
So I don't preside over the meeting, but I mean, I think
Rebecca,
based on
is
desal,
what
it's
she
in
is
order.
saying in order with this, I mean, I understand Mr. Pusley's concern. You are the parliamentarian.
Correct.
Tell us if she is in line and speaking.
Mayor, I don't,
on it.
the person who runs the meeting, honestly, as the parliamentarian, I can tell you that the rules are enforced by the presiding officer. I mean, I'm happy to, I did say that I thought
Okay, so you
so I
said she
did
was
say,
in line.
I mean, that's my opinion, but as the presiding officer over the meeting, you can take that advice or not. That's my
Why
opinion.
wouldn't we take that advice? You are the parliamentarian, and if it's legal, we take the advice from our legal, because none of us are lawyers, none of us are parliamentarians.
Right.
So I would appreciate it if you said, yes, it is okay, or no, it is not, if she's
It's
in line.
advice, so I gave my advice. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. Again, this is a very important topic, and again, I just wanted to reiterate that whatever we discuss on regarding desalination should be discussed in the open, and that's why we're here, because we do have varying opinions, and that's all that I'm trying to say, is that not all of us feel the same way, that desalination is the ultimate way to go for our residents to get water. So with that, I leave you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Campos. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I won't disparage any of my council members for anything. So I want to kind of go through this a little bit. You know, you heard the term rogue going around and stuff like that. And I had this conversation with our city manager. There's no process to say that, you know, we as council members can't engage in this kind of discussion. It's policy, right? There's no written procedure saying we have to use the city manager to write anything. It takes, per our city policy, section 16, part D, it says 4 council members can put anything on the agenda without telling anybody, without a timeline. It doesn't give a timeline for anybody. Doesn't give a timeline for the city manager, doesn't give a timeline for the mayor, and to a lesser extent to the city secretary for the items she's responsible for. So there's nothing to go rogue from. So that's a falsehood. It's noise. So I want to make sure that is very much clear, that it is not up to the bureaucracy of this city that dictates to us as council members, as elected officials, what we can and cannot do. The only thing that prevents us from doing is making sure that we don't provide something and make a deal beforehand and vote on it before it even gets to council. The whole reason for bringing it to council and why we're discussing it here today is so we can have that open discussion. There's no violation of the Open Meetings Act because we're here talking about it, right? So just because some people got offended that they weren't included, because we can't include them. We're limited by, we can't have more than 4 members discuss anything at any one time because of the limitations of the Open Meetings Act, because that would be a violation. If there was 5 of us talking about it, we would be in violation. So that is a falsehood and a lot of noise. Secondly, with regards to dealing with the port, it has always been my position that the closer you are to the Gulf of Mexico, the better environmentally it is. You know, I have started voting no on the Inner Harbor for desalination because we were not getting the information on the salinity accumulation. There is still no modeling on it. We have gotten nothing from Freese and Nichols, and so I have voted no on those things because I think we haven't gotten the information on it to do it. So if you're picking both locations, I think Harbor Island's a viable location, and it's the only one that has an actual discharge permit, regardless of kind of of some of the other things that are having to deal with it. So there's an option. That is the only thing out there. Secondly, or thirdly actually, the legislature is in session. They've openly said that they've had a surplus of funding, okay? Trying to move this forward so we can have access to that funding. It is one of the top 30 priorities of the lieutenant governor to say Texas Water. We need to, if we're in this chaos with the port, which I know benefits some people. If there's that chaos, how are legislators going to say, hey, that's a good place to spend money? That's not. It's not the case. And lastly, with regards to this MOU, we want to make sure that the city remains in control of the water. That is one of the elements that we discussed. And I suggest that if we do go forward and with this motion that I seconded, that the city manager use what we've created and what the port has approved as the model for what we're looking for, and we can discuss that going forward. But as for that, I want to make sure that I know we are getting the arrows from all the individuals who think we're doing something nefarious. No, we have the best interest in the city in mind, and because we have not been able to have some agreement or even fruitful negotiations for the last several years. We took it upon ourselves to make that happen. And I'm finally glad we're here discussing it. So it's important that we move forward.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
So in regards to the noise, I'm going to make a statement or two on that. That noise was 3 council members, since you brought it up. That was 3 council members who went and negotiated an MOU with the Port of Corpus Christi without direction, without the mayor knowing, without the city manager knowing, without the majority of this council knowing. We don't do that. What you do is say, hey, Peter, hey, Paulette, we want to work on this. We want to bring it to council. We direct our city manager to go and negotiate. We are policy makers, and we may have a difference in, no, we went and discussed things versus, no, you went and negotiated. Because when there are 8 versions of a document floating around, by the way, I've yet to see the 8th one, I guess it is. Maybe there's 8.2. I don't know. The city manager has yet to see that. I'm sorry. The 3 of you were wrong. That is not the way we conduct business, or every person on this dais can bring forth an MOU with whomever you please to go negotiate one or discuss 8 versions of a document. So yes, there's some contention here because we're a council. Now, I will say, I don't believe that it was ill-intended. I do not believe that the 3 of you said, let's go, work behind everybody's back. I don't believe that, Councilman. But I do believe that it got out of hand. And Councilman Pusley and I had that conversation this morning. I don't think it was intended, but it got out of hand. When you create a document that goes through 8 different versions and certain council members were then included, so then more council members were included, it's not okay. It just is not. So today, we can continue on this with what happened and what it was or what it wasn't, what was intended or what wasn't, all day long. Or we can bring this together, which was my intent. This body will direct our city manager as a whole or as a majority to move forward if that is what we so choose. So that is where we are today. I will say that directing the city manager to have discussions with the port, I have no problems with that. And him coming back and letting us know how the port can assist the city of Corpus Christi. It is not the other way around. And no one is necessarily saying that. But I would like to remind everyone that just the same way you all started your discussions that led to 8 versions of a document, the city manager should go and have discussions with the Port of Corpus Christi as to how can you, Port of Corpus Christi, assist the city of Corpus Christi in water desalination. That is where it begins. He comes back and says, whatever he says that could lead to the MOU, you are welcome to look at that MOU that exists, right? I mean, I don't have a problem with that. But I strongly believe that the direction should be to direct for Peter to engage in discussions with the port, bring them back to us regarding desal in terms of how they can help us with desalination.
Isn't that what my motion just said?
I think you said, you're saying to collaborate. I mean, I know collaborate means
collaboration
engage.
is working together, Mayor.
It's working together.
All I'm doing is offering up an opportunity for us to go sit down with the Port of Corpus Christi. And here's a number of things that we discussed. And first of all, Mayor,
well,
I understand you have a description of this, but your description and characterization of what we did is totally wrong.
Well, I'm sorry, and I'm going to have to ask you to hold on because we've got lights on, sir.
Okay, well.
We've got lights on, and yours is on.
Okay.
It's not next, though.
All right.
Okay.
None of us have a right to speak.
Mr. Pusley.
Okay.
all of us have a right to speak. Would you like to look at the light? This is why we have you know what? Here at the city, we have this little light system. I know at the county they do not, because you reference that a whole lot. So here we do. We press our light button. Yours is there. I see it. But we have other people in front of you, sir. Councilman Roy.
You know, it's been an interesting week. And one of the things that I want to shed light on, or I want to talk about, is because I hear a lot of people talking about how we got here or what happened and what led us to be able to get here. But I want to talk about where we're at right now, because I think that's the important thing. We know that in the past, for whatever reason, that the communication in terms of the city and the port working together, I guess I could say non-existent, or they weren't where they should be. And the important thing is it looks like there's some people that are upset, but the bottom line is that now we have an opportunity to be where we need to be. Because the most important thing is that we do have an obligation to this city in terms of making sure that we have the resources that are needed, not only for the people, but the industry that is also dependent upon us. And so I'm not going to spend a lot of time trying to understand how we got here. I am looking at the point that we are here. I support the motion in the second, because we have city staff. You know, one of the things I learned early on is that I can't be an expert in everything, but I can surround myself with experts. And that's what we need to be able to do here. We need to treat this the same way, but we have to make sure, number one, that we hold the city staff accountable, because I don't want to have this conversation a year from now. We need to know where we're at. We need to understand the cost and all the implications on where we're at. And I put my trust in the city staff to be able to do that. So, you know, I applaud, in some ways I applaud everyone that's worked on this, got it here. It was ugly getting here, but we're here now. And I want to go forward. We have to go forward. Mm-hmm. Because we cannot sit here and hold this resentment, and we have to continue to work, because this is just one issue on behalf of the city. We got other issues we got to resolve. So I'm asking everybody, hey, let's just table this, let's get moving on it, and let's continue and put all this he said, she said stuff away.
I agree.
Thank you.
Councilman Klein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, I have a lot of reservations about desalination, and that is going to color my stance on this motion to have the city manager pursue an MOU with the Port of Corpus Christi. Desalination water is the most expensive water you can make. It's the most expensive way to make water. And we need to keep that in mind. And if you can find a cheaper way to provide water for our community, I think we should explore that. We should explore lots of different avenues that are cheaper than desalination. You know, and we talked about groundwater aquifer and that sort of thing. And, you know, the numbers here are I don't know, the numbers are the numbers. As I understand it, the city here uses, or provides, I should say, about 95 million gallons of water a day. Groundwater aquifer water would provide about 15 million additional gallons of water a day. So by my math, that would represent a little over 15% increase in our water supply. I think that that's adequate for a reasonable amount of growth in the next 10, 20, 30 years. The population growth here in Corpus Christi over the last 20 years has been what, 3%? Thereabouts. So I don't see the rush to go to desalination unless there's other reasons for it other than just residential use, and I think that there is. And that's one of my big concerns about this, is that this is expensive water is being explored. We're considering this now because our goal is to try to draw in, lure in, attract still more heavy water users into the area here yet. And I have concerns about that as well. But again, it's going to increase the cost of water. That's happened out in California. And there's two seawater desalination plants in the United States, one in California, San Diego, and one out in Tampa. The one in California has seen a dramatic spike in water in the rates that ratepayers pay. And they're having to refine it once again, the plant once again now as well, which will drive up rates even still more yet. The plant over in Tampa, 3 contractors went bankrupt building that. It's an expensive way to make water. And I would hope that we could learn from some of the perhaps mistakes made in California and Tampa, but it doesn't bode well. And again, those 2 plants as well, this is an environmental, so I've been talking about financial, economic considerations. Environmentally, the Tampa plant and the San Diego plant, both are in open water. The discharge, the intake are in open water, not in a closed bay system like we have here in Corpus Christi. The water in Corpus Christi Bay transfers back out once every 1.8 years. And so you're going to have 1.8 years of salt accumulation before that water transfers back out of the area. I have concerns about that. If you're going to put the intake and the outflow out into the Gulf of Mexico, that's going to be better. But you have to look at that as well. Look at the details on that. I think also not a mile, not 3/4 of a mile, certainly not 3/4 of a mile. The shelf into the Gulf of Mexico extends quite a ways. The water's quite shallow out there. It makes good sense to send this out as much as 10 miles into the Gulf of Mexico, especially the intake in particular. If you're drawing water from the bottom of the Gulf in deep water, the water is going to have a much lower salinity rate to begin with. And so your desal plant's not going to have to work quite so hard, or nearly so hard. So I have environmental concerns about this as well as financial concerns about this. And as I said, that's going to influence my decision on this motion here regarding the MOU between the city and the port. As far as the propriety of the way that this document came before the city council, I'm going to defer to the city attorney on that. He is better authority on the Open Meetings Act than I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple things. The port voted on an MOU today. What did they vote on? Did they vote on version 8? I mean, I'm not trying to be sarcastic. I'm asking, you know,
No,
I'm just wondering.
They voted on a version that they created, which included they had a lawyer clean theirs up. We could never get that done because they wouldn't let us talk to our lawyer. But anyway, they got their attorney to clean the version up that we had worked on, and but it says essentially the same thing as the notes that we put together for ours. And I'll speak more to that when it's my turn.
Okay, well, I was asking you a question. I was asking for that. Okay, you know what? I'm not sure how I feel about that, and simply because, once again, it's that document came from somewhere and it didn't come from city staff, and you know, and I know what you're trying to accomplish. Okay, so that they had. Now, there's a couple of things that I want to address. And first off, I don't know that the majority of people have requested are against desal. I don't know. I don't know that at all. All right. What is it? I know there was an environmentalist that ran against me, and he fell in a distant third. So what is it? The other gentleman that ran against me, it had nothing to do with it. So so I haven't necessarily heard that, and I'm open-minded to if there is a majority of the people. I've listened. I've been to a forum a couple of different forums that you have initiated before you were on the council, to be able to be open-minded and listen. Regarding the chaos, I don't believe it's the chaos that this body created. All right? And I understand what we're trying to accomplish with this memorandum of understanding. And I'm of the firm belief that it's a responsibility of the chief executives to come together and put forth a plan so that way we can vote it up or down. That's what I say. I just want to vote up or down. This is too much work, you know? It's not my position to negotiate. Yeah, I'm engaged typically, and I'm engaged with City Hall on a lot of issues, and I say, help me understand. Well, wouldn't it be better, or help me understand? Sylvia does the same thing. What's the process? And right now, my problem is, how do you legislate leadership? That's the challenge that we're having. And the leadership problem that I've been very vocal about is down the street. You know, it's over at the Port of Corpus Christi. That's where the leadership problem is. I'll give you a good example of leadership. And I could see one board member from the RTA, 2 board members from the RTA, the chairman, another board member from the RTA, and I saw Jeremy Coleman here earlier, as long as with all their staff. And what are they here to discuss? Their legislative agenda. We didn't ask them. They requested to be here because they didn't want to contradict the city of Corpus Christi. They want the support of the city of Corpus Christi so that way they could pass legislation. So I want to thank Mike and I want to thank Dan and the rest of their board for doing that. All right? I could tell you right now, when the Port of Corpus Christi put in a $495 million loan application with no sense, no rate model, no calculation as to what the cost would be to the consumer, to the ratepayer, the residential ratepayer, of which we've said, the mayor ran on that her concern was on how is this gonna affect the residential ratepayer? All right? So here we have, and once again, the majority of us knew about that loan application before the commissioners did. That's leadership. That's a leadership issue. What have you, when the Texas Port Association recently, they put together a piece of legislation with regard to economic development, expanding the CEO's authority. And once again, I found out about that from Senator Hinojosa's office before the commissioners knew about it. That's a leadership issue. And so that's what's creating the chaos, is we don't know what's going on. I'll give you another good example of leadership. When Mark Escamilla found out that we were acquiring land for a police academy, he immediately contacted his board president and said, hey, I got an idea. She says, you know what, that's a great idea. They called up Peter, and within, less than 30 days, we had it on the agenda. No memorandum of understanding. It was leadership saying, hey, I remember bringing it to closed session. This is what they're thinking. We just want to make you aware. It's a real estate deal. That's why I was in executive session. And so they saved us millions. They saved us millions. I'm going to say that again. We have a port commissioner here. Thank you for coming. They saved us millions. Leadership was the Mary Roads pipeline that we did in conjunction with the port. They saved us millions. All right? Leadership was Homeport. You know, once again, that was a collaborative effort through land that was given to us by the Port of Corpus Christi to be able to acquire this as a region. That's leadership. Whataburger Field was done by land that was given to us by the Port of Corpus Christi. That's leadership. And I don't know that there was a memorandum of understanding in any one of those cases other than people collaborating. And Councilman Pusley, I agree with you. My challenge is that we've got to figure out a way to legislate leadership. When we've had an organization that wrote a disparaging letter to the EPA disparaging our permit, that's chaos, that's not leadership, that's not collaboration, and that's the challenge. That's what's created the chaos that we're in, because we were put in a position where we had to not support that. When their legal counsel disparaged our site location, the Inner Harbor, with the implication that we're exploiting a lower socioeconomic group, but yet we were giving in to the more affluent group over in Port Aransas. That's a lack of leadership. Those are the challenges that I have, and that's why I think this is so important, because I think what the comments need to be is, how can they assist the city of Corpus Christi? Because we're the regional water provider. I don't ever agree with Errol Summerlin on a regular basis, but you know, he just said that the item on the memorandum of understanding should be that those permits go directly to the city. Now, the challenge is that back in 2018, 2017, I think it's 2018, a consortium of individuals, inclusive of high-volume water users, AEP, was it plant managers, Friesen Nichols. I know there's obviously some concern with the Friesen Nichols, but we had a procurement process with which we went forward to be able to procure those individuals, and a decision was made. Those individuals worked together to decide on a technology, to decide on a site location, and they determined that Harbor Island was not a good location, simply for two reasons. Number one, the expense, It's a huge expense. It's already cost them $50 million. They spent $9 million on a permit that's in dispute by two different organizations, the federal government and the Port Aransas Conservancy. So that's problematic to be able to engage into that. If we say we're going to work together, well, then I worry that we're working together to support a money pit of which has all kinds of issues tied along to it. And then the thing, I've heard numbers about with regard to their facility being between 400 and 800 million. And I asked them in a meeting, what is it? And they didn't know. That's problematic. That's problematic. So that's the only caveat that I'm worried about, that I would rather the motion be, how can they assist and support the city of Corpus Christi? I feel like the challenge is we've tried to collaborate with them. Another item, collaborate. Steve, correct me if I'm wrong. They applied for a permit over at at their La Quinta site, and we found out from a third party after we're meeting, what, every other week? Yeah. Every other week. You know, I'm just sorry. It's just disingenuous. You know, when we've been through a white paper and now an MOU today that we don't even know what it says on it. So I just think that they need to see how they can assist us. They need to come to the table with us. I mean, I'm you know, in a way, like Councilman Roy said, I'm glad this all happened, and I'm glad it's in public session so we could voice that, because we're all looking chaotic. Yeah. But it's simply because we're standing up for our citizens. As much as I may disagree with Councilman Klein and Councilmember Campos, they're standing up for their citizens. And that's the thing. Unfortunately, when I've said to regulate the leadership, and I'm going to close it out here, what have you, because I know everybody wants me to keep quiet. I know Michael is watching his clock. It's just that we're having to, how do we legislate that leadership? And it's very difficult to have confidence to say, Peter, go down the street and work with them, and then all of a sudden something happens again, and their commissioners don't know what's going on, and it's just frustrating. I would rather just say we work with them and how they can assist us, and then we've got a retreat coming up, so that way Peter can bring all those to us at that time, right, and then we can discuss it as a collective. Right. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Yes, thank you for those comments. It's exactly what I feel. You're coming up. You're coming up. Your light's coming up. I promise. Oh, it's up. It's you. You're up, Councilman Pesley. I'm positive.
Okay, I want to start off by, there's a number of things here I want to address. Number one, since it came up just now with some of the comments that Councilman Brer made, and Councilman Brer, I'm not insensitive to the things that you brought up. In fact, Mr. McComb's document that he brought up here today quotes a quote from me that I've said to the media, and I'll read that quote. It is very disappointing when you hear that they have gone and applied for this loan, and I didn't get a phone call from anyone. When I called my representatives, the city representatives of the port, not the counties, the cities, none of them knew about it. So I understand your frustrations. But let me tell you where we were when I got to this council 2 years ago, 2 years and 4 months ago. This council had drawn a line in the sand with the Port of Corpus Christi, and nobody was talking to anybody. And the majority of what was going on was the city launching hand grenades through the front door over there. And when they wrote, I have a copy of a letter that Miles sent to me that the former mayor wrote to Sean Strawbridge and his staff and said, cease and desist at Harbor Island. We have no interest in that. The city doesn't have a right to do that. We have no right to tell them how they run their business. We have a right to sit down and talk with them about it, but his letter didn't say, let's sit down and talk about this. So I understand the problem with leadership. Nobody on this council has had a bigger burr under their saddle about that than me. Absolutely, and I've talked to you about that a number of occasions. When I came to this council, I had all the reason in the world to be mad at everybody over there. So, and Councilman Klein, I want to, in my motion, I didn't limit it to desalination. I said water supplies, drought-resistant water supplies. So what's wrong if the Port of Corpus Christi stepped up and helped pay for half of us doing the Evangeline deal? What would be wrong with that? And from what I see, the Evangeline deal is probably our quickest way to water that we have to look at. And if we want to be concerned about ratepayers, if the port's going to help us pay for 50% of whatever we do, why is that not a good thing? So these are some of the things that we discussed. And it doesn't matter what the Port of Corpus Christi voted on today. We're going to send our city manager over there to negotiate what we want to do in the future. And the MOU, I've heard that tossed around here today almost ad nauseum. We could have called it a list full of BS. You know, we just used the name MOU, and all it was a group of ideals that we sat down and discussed about how we could start this discussion that we're having today. Because there is one thing, even though everybody's mad at me, there's one thing I can pat myself on the back for. At least we're talking about it. And at least we're not leaving this out to where we don't have some possibility of us collaborating with the people across the way here who have more money than we do. So, and as far as anyone not seeing the list of ideals that we put together, I have emailed that numerous times to Miles. I have emailed it to the city manager. I emailed it to him last night and said, Peter, please read this before our meeting tomorrow. Now, Peter, I'm not going to say bad things about you, but you're not the greatest in the world at responding to my emails. But, you know, we have an opportunity to save millions of dollars here for our taxpayers and for the people who utilize the water here in Corpus Christi. But what we need to do is send our city manager over and have him start discussions. And if y'all would take the time, and I'm happy to send you a copy of the ideals that we put down on a piece of paper, they are a framework of things that we could utilize to move the discussion forward. And we put most of that framework was dedicated to making certain that the city at the end of the day is in charge. That everything that comes about out of this, the city's going to set the rates, the city's going to be the sole distributor, the city's going to be the sole owner, the city's going to be operating everything. We included all of that information. So there's an opportunity for us to move this forward and get this started. And I will tell you, this has to do with water only. Am I happy about the other things the Port of Corpus Christi is doing? Maybe not. There are a lot of things. But if we start a dialogue and some type of working relationship with them, then maybe that two-way street will open up on other things as well. That's what you would have to hope.
Okay. Councilman Suckling.
Thank you. Since discussion's been going on for a while, I just want to say that I appreciate everyone's perspective on this. Obviously, there's a lot of different perspectives on this. Councilman Hernandez, Councilman Pusley, Councilman Roy's comments, I support their comments, and you know, I've talked to most everybody up here about it, gotten different perspectives, a lot of historical perspectives, me being on council now for what, 10 weeks? But I will tell you that when I did get on council, what I was hearing from the community was a lot of comments about zero collaboration with the port, the divisiveness with the port, no communication with the port. That was a common theme. And since my name's been brought up here several times, I feel it necessary to share a conversation that I had with respect to leadership in the direction of why I felt it was important to be involved in this. Was I had a conversation with someone the day before the Port Commission vote, and I asked at the conclusion of that conversation that regardless of how the vote went for reappointment, that would they support collaborating with the port, coming together, going forward to help find the most affordable, long-term water solution for our community and for our ratepayers. And I was told, absolutely not. I will not do that. And so fast forward to the week subsequent to that, And this effort came about for us to talk through a framework of what it would look like to start collaborating to find the most affordable long-term water solution for our area. And that's what we've done. So despite all the rhetoric and all the mischaracterization that's going on of what the document is and what the process was, that's where we are. And I'm happy to say that a lot of the comments made up here today about collaboration already undergoing. I won't put Mr. Zanoni on the spot, but I think he's probably had more conversations with Mr. Strawbridge in the last 6 weeks or so than he'd probably had in a while. So that's already collaboration, and we're moving in the right direction of having those conversations and finding opportunities to find the most affordable water solution for our area, for our folks. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to take a moment to defend our city, because it seems that everyone thinks, probably every person on this dais has been elected, and the common denominator has been, oh, the port and the city can't work together. And let's be clear, it's the port and the region. So let's be real about that. And I'm not trying to be negative, because yes, we have to work together. The city has always tried to work with the port. We have great relationships with the region. I have a regular meeting on a weekly basis right now with regional mayors. That's never happened. We do know how to work together. You know who doesn't? And I'm going to say it on record. The Port of Corpus Christi does not. How, Paulette, can you say that? It would take me hours because of things that Councilman Barrera delineated very well. One thing after another, after another, after another, after another, after another, after another. The latest one, I will say, and again, I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm tired of we not working with the port. We are always, I've been on this council for 6 years, Councilman, and for 6 years we've tried to work with the port. And for 6 years we've gotten burned. They just passed whatever they passed to work with Peter and the mayor to move forward. The door is open. We will work with them. They passed that. We'll work with them now. Oh no, we've been working with them. It is interesting, but I've been here 6 years, you've been here 60 days. So the majority, no, 60 days ago we weren't working with them. And we can talk to you about why. We're gonna work with them very carefully, because as of, when was it, Peter? 2 days ago? Mr. Errol Summerlin sent us an email saying, and I say all this because I am defending our city. We are not sitting back here like a bunch of, 3-year-old kids pouting. We don't want to work together. No, we are sitting back here saying, good God, now what? 3 days ago, 2 days ago. Monday. Monday. Well, what is today? Tuesday. Errol Summerlin sent us an email, and he said in that email that their intake water rights permit includes the fact, supposedly, right, that the intake water, the intake water rights permit is stating that San Patricio Water District will be their customer. Mr. Suckley, that is not so. That is not so. They put that in an application. The first thing we did was get them on the phone. I texted Peter at, I don't know what time in the evening, and said, if this is the truth, this is going to be very disappointing. It wasn't the truth. Peter got on the phone and said, hey guys, what's going on? Is this true? No. So that's a perfect example of, that was yesterday or Sunday?
It was yesterday when I had the conversation with Brian Williams.
Right. So it isn't us. And I am talking to our delegation, because this other talk of the delegation to everybody in Austin, well, everybody in Austin needs to know what is really happening here. It is not us. We are ready to work together, and we're going to work. This is another opportunity, as you said. And it is, Dan, it's another opportunity. The door is always open. Yesterday, that happened. I mean, how do you do business with someone who's doing that? But you know what? In the spirit of collaboration, I'm all in. I'm all in. I am all in. Because if this council wants to see us move forward, and we need to move forward, but you all have got to stay straight on. If we don't move forward, or why we haven't moved forward, is not because the city of Corpus Christi does not want to work together. It is not. It is because we are defending and we are standing for the ratepayer, period. If I vote for this, it is going to be because it will be in the future in the best interest of the ratepayer. And the minute it is not, it's over. Because we are here to protect the ratepayer and the ratepayer only. I don't care, we don't make money. We do not, there's no such thing as revenues in water. That's called a credit to your utility bill. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. All of this, I agree. I am grateful that we are talking about this. It's unfortunate the way it came about because there is a process and protocol for that. Nonetheless, it's here. We want to move forward. We want to do what's best for the city of Corpus Christi. The sky is not falling. We are diversifying. We are actively talking about how we diversify our water resources, and we are moving forward with that. So, well, we've got some more comments, and then I know we have something on the table there. Mr. Suckley, your light's back on. No. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I wanted to kind of bring up some of the issues here. You know, Councilman Budet had mentioned about the cost at Harbor Island. Well, that work hasn't been done. As a matter of fact, part of the document that we put together kind of talks about Port paying for that to be done and giving them the opportunity to do that with what infrastructure would need to be. That hasn't been done by them. So there's really no cost estimate from Harbor Island. If there is, it's all speculation. Secondly, in terms of leadership, you know, back in 2020, September of 2020, maybe it was 2019, we had RFI presentations on alternative water supply, of which one of them was Evangeline. We ignored them for 2 years, and now we're starting to talk to them again, okay? That's a lack of leadership. Can't legislate leadership, right? You know, there was a letter sent by the city to the EPA in response to whatever the attorney said. Nobody on council knew about that, except until we were told after the fact, okay? Is that lack of leadership? Yeah, because we didn't know about it, and it was sent, a communication was sent to a federal agency without the council knowing about it. Okay, so, and if it wasn't for the lack of leadership between the port staff and the city staff to get this stuff done, we wouldn't be in this situation. You know, you can't just sit there and point a finger at the port because 3 fingers are pointing right back at us. And I'll fully say that we as a body have not done what we needed to do to make this work. We are a laughingstock in Austin. Absolute laughingstock. We need, and I got the message clear as a bell from our legislators. We need to work together. Senator Chuy Hinojosa told us that directly, sitting right across the office from me. Councilman Budet was sitting right next to me. Okay, this is important for us to work together. I understand all the crap that we went through in the past. We need to put it behind us. We need to figure out a way to do this for the best, what's best for our community, what's best for us to be able to access some of the funding from the state. So you can't just sit there and point at the port. Yeah, there's a lot of things that I don't like. There's a lot of things that they could have done better. Absolutely. Is that the same thing for us? Abso-freaking-lutely. So, you know, there's enough blame to go around. So we need to bury the hatchet, get something worked out, and move forward for the betterment of the community. Now, like I said, I think anything closer to the Gulf is better environmentally. The better you are in open ocean. There's no place in the world where there is a desal plant in a closed bay. And there's some questions of whether or not it's a closed bay or not, because you have 2 entrances, the Packery Channel and the jetties at Port Aransas, but it's very limited water flow through there. that gets into the entire bay. So I'm still waiting for the information from Friesen Nichols on a long-term model for salinity accumulation in the bay or in the Inner Harbor. Still haven't gotten it. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Who? Sylvia? Councilman Barrera.
Hey, I pointed a finger at the RTA. They're doing a good job. Pointed a finger at Del Mar College. They're doing a good job.
They're not on the agenda. They're not on the agenda, so you're violating the Open Meetings Act.
Oh, okay, okay. I can't talk about them anyway. I'm not supposed to. You know, once again, and Councilman Pusley, Mike, you know, we agree on everything pretty much. We've talked about it ad nauseum. I don't know how many times over and over again. I know, and so you know, I mean, we're on the same team. We're on the same team. It's just you have to recognize the cynicism that I have when, you know, once again, the $495 million loan application. You know, I mean, you know, you said it all. I'm not going to belabor it. It's just that's the only thing I want to. I'd ask that you put in your motion is that if they're going to give us $50 million, then let them give us $50 million. Let them pay for whatever. But all I'm saying is that I just want to make it as simple as Peter walks over there and says, how can you help us? And, you know, because number one, let me go back to the Evangeline. The Evangeline, the number's still out. So many years ago, it was still too expensive. And the environmental aspect, I'm not telling you, I'm just saying out for the public, it still has yet to be determined what the cost is. The last time it was reviewed, it was too expensive. And the environmental impact of recharging has not been reviewed. That's why we had to hire, that's why they hired another engineering firm and we've hired another engineering firm. So it's not off the table, it's just based on the information that we had, it was not an option based on what the consortium did. So I don't know, there's still things that need to be addressed. So that's not a lack of leadership, that's just to be prudent. Now, we had a direction of which we were going, of which that consortium agreed with. So all I'm asking is, I just think it needs to be as simple as, you know, Peter, walk over there and ask the port how they're going to help us. Because the challenge has been that we said we're going to, and I've said the word collaborate over and over again. You know, I've said it. And I'm not discrediting anybody on this council, and I don't think anybody was rogue. I think everybody's just doing, the mayor said that. They're just trying to figure it out. But I just think, I would just say as somebody that's been here for 4 years and some change, that we've been, you know, we've had a disgruntled relationship for a while, and and a lot of it has to do with us finding out these details after the fact. And I have to echo the mayor. They're not friends with Sampac County. They're not friends with Portland. They're not friends with Ingleside. The port's not friends with Ingleside on the Bay. It's not exclusive to us, you know. So I kind of, it's frustrating that we provide the water to 500,000 residents, and including to industry that provides 98,000 jobs. And so we're tasked with the responsibility of fixing the problem. And that's what the senator said. We're going to have to fix the problem. And we've got to work on our commissioners. So I support your motion, but I would rather it just be something as simple as what can they do for the city of Corpus Christi based on our initiatives. So I'll get off that. And I promise I won't light up again.
Light up. Okay, Councilman Pusley.
So I told Tom Whitehurst the other day, who's sitting out here in the audience, and Tom and I have a long relationship, yin and yang. But I told him the other day that he said, why don't you write more position papers, you know, and submit them to the Caller Times, because they'll print just about whatever you send them nowadays. And I said, well, Tom, I don't do that because I'm afraid my college English professor will see it and call me and say, did you not learn anything? So if you will give me the opportunity, we can go on with the rest of the agenda to give what I've written down to Miles and have him help draft up a motion that we're all happy with, include what the mayor has some suggestions and your suggestions. I'll be happy to do that. Is that okay? Or do you want to vote on what I submitted?
No, I thought we were working on both.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can easily change mine, and I want to reiterate something here that I think is really important for all this. And I hear you, Councilman Barrera, about the long time disparaging relationship that the city has had with the port. And Mayor, I'm not saying whose fault it is. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody, but all I know is it's, you know, there's two big egos in the town, and nobody wants to step back and say, let's try to work this out. But they have, in the past few years, gone around and went out of their way to make an enemy out of everybody. And that's the absolute truth. But I've had long conversations with our port commissioners, and not all of them, just a couple of them, and I said, that has to change. You know, you guys can't go around and start a war with everybody. You've got to start trying to work with people and to start doing the things that you need to do to, you know, I used to have this old saying, I knew the port was doing a good job if I picked up the Caller Times and I didn't see their name in the paper. You know, so it seems like here lately, for the last couple of years, you see their name in the paper all the time. But one of the things that Chairman Zahn and Port Commissioner Engel said to me was they don't have any idea. They admitted this to me just a month ago. They don't have any idea what a desalination plant will cost at Harbor Island. They don't know. They finally admitted that. And they said one of the first things we want to do is hire an engineering firm to go in and study that and give us a number that we can work with, and they're going to pay for all that. But if we join them, they are willing to share the information that they get off of that. And they quite candidly told me, if it's too expensive, we're not going to do it. And I said to them, okay, if you're going to look at Harbor Island has to also include the necessary infrastructure to tie back into the city's water system, because we are going to be the distributor. And they said, absolutely. So if that adds another $100 million to the price tag, that's got to be factored in. And so those are the kind of details that have to be worked out on this deal, because Councilman Klein, I'll agree with you, desal may not be the answer in every location. It really may not be. But what I hope this motion does is not limit us to just desal. If they want to come in and help us pay for additional water sources, it ought to be for Evangeline, desal, or if we lay a pipeline to West Texas and pipe out of brine wells. I mean, whatever the case may be, at the end of the day, whatever we do to increase water supplies for this region is going to help the Port of Corpus Christi and their customers. So they ought to be a part of helping to pay for that.
So back to your point on what you had written, which was to combine them both. Let's say to combine them both would sound something like this. A motion to direct the city manager to work out a framework on how best the port can assist the city of Corpus Christi on desalination to benefit the coastal bend and long-term growth.
But should we just limit it to desal, though? That's my point.
I think we should start with just talking about desal, Councilman, and I think that, again, this is where we start talking together and moving forward together. So remember, this is something that is, you know, it's going to be a continuing conversation coming back here. So yes, I think we should start on just desal, because that's the point here. So if we do that, then.
See, I thought if I put in just water that Councilman Klein might vote with it.
I'll be your second if you throw desal on that right now.
Okay, so Councilman Pusley, it would be a motion to direct the motion to direct the city manager to engage. I'm sorry, a motion to direct the city manager to engage in a framework on how the Port of Corpus Christi can assist the city of Corpus Christi on desalination.
For the long-term growth.
For the long-term growth of the city.
Corpus Christi and the coastal bend. Details of this collaboration will be brought back to the full council at the regularly scheduled meeting April 11th.
That sounds good.
That report will be made to the council in its entirety.
April 11th, though?
Yeah.
Ooh.
We'll bring back what we can by then. That's only a few weeks away, but we're
Did most of the work
You
for
can
you.
put
we'll bring back what we have by then. We have your all starting point, so it's not like we're starting from zero.
I just needed to have desal.
Okay.
I'm the opposite.
So,
Just
Mayor,
put
could
it
we,
just to
could
say,
we do it?
You know,
Pardon?
not a lot of time.
Could we put, let's go back up, could we put desal and other drought-resistant water supplies? And cover them both?
I would, yeah, Evangeline's not drought resistant, so I would drop drought resistant.
Or, well,
Again, I
or
would
just say
say-
water
just say-
supply?
Yeah,
It's
right.
Evaporation resistant. They're a little bit different.
Right.
Right.
Okay, so it would be, did you get that?
I'm going to need it written down. That's it. I
We'll
had
get it
what
for
you
you.
initially said, so it was to direct the city manager to, I have develop or engage a framework on
No, but
how.
That's the original. I'm
Correct.
sorry. So it's a motion to direct the city manager to work out a framework on how the Port of Corpus Christi can assist the city of Corpus Christi on desalination.
And other
can
water
assist the
supplies?
city of Corpus Christi with desal and other water supplies.
Right.
For the resources.
Or other water sources?
Or the
For
water
the betterment of the
sources.
coastal, or what
For
was
the
that last
long-term growth of the city of Corpus Christi and the coastal bend.
Right. I'm
Detail-
checking on that date. I'm just checking with Sean Strawbridge to see if he's around, because he
Okay.
does travel, so.
Yeah.
Right.
Hopefully, I'm waiting on his response, if he'll be here for the next couple of weeks, because I can't work without him.
Well, do you want to, would you be better with a time in the first meeting in May?
We can give an update on the 11th. I'll tell you what I know at the time.
Okay.
So put, April 11th is fine. I know water's our most critical thing right now.
Okay.
It's a policy issue, so we're working on it every day.
Yeah.
It's not like we're not working
Yeah,
on it.
because, guys, here's the story, and this is something we need to start sharing with the community too. Waiting is no longer an option for us.
Right.
We've got to start
Well,
making
no.
decisions and moving this process forward, because this will be just as detrimental to the political futures of this council if we start having issues with having to curtail water in a big way.
Right.
And so it could be just like the water boils. Nobody liked that either. So,
I agree.
Councilman Hunter.
You know, I don't, I was hoping not to talk, but drought-resistant water supply, I don't really care which one, because they both mean desal if you look at it. I mean, the only true drought-resistant water supply is desal. You can look at an aquifer and say that's drought-resistant, but it is up to an extent. It's really just evaporation resistant. If the rivers are not flowing, the aquifers are not filling. So, either way is fine.
How
We have
how about sustainable water supplies?
I mean, I wouldn't split hairs there. We're working on, I would just say alternate
Right.
water supplies. We're
Alternate
working on
water.
Evangeline, the community knows that.
Yeah.
We have aquifer storage and recovery and desal.
Focus on
That's it.
desal.
Yeah, see,
I mean, it's
that's
nothing
Mike
else, otherwise
Murphy's
we'd have it
favorite
by now.
subject is aquifer restore
Yeah.
charge. And so, I mean, and my bottom line, guys, council members, has always been, whatever we do up here to obtain additional water, working with the port or whoever we work with, at the end of the day, it's going to benefit the Port of Corpus Christi and their customers. So
Right.
why shouldn't they be at the table helping pay for it?
We agree with that. We agree with that, Councilman.
Okay, so what are we waiting for?
Want me to do it?
Sean
Yes.
hasn't responded
Call
yet
the
to me
question.
yet, but.
Right,
Okay.
I don't think,
Somebody read the final motion.
Oh, okay.
Rebecca, what do you have?
Okay. I have motion to direct the city manager to work out a framework for collaboration between the city and the Port of Corpus Christi.
No, we had added
Okay, did
a
you want to read it?
framework.
For how the
For
Port of
how-
Corpus Christi can
right.
assist
Oh,
the
that-
city
okay,
of
for how
Corpus
the-
Christi
With
for the
desalination.
pursuit of desalination and other water resources
Yeah, other water sources.
other water sources for the long-term growth of the city of Corpus Christi and the coastal bend. Details of this collaboration will be brought back to the full council at the regularly scheduled meeting on April 11th. That report will be made to the council in its entirety for the potential action.
Yeah. We're going to bring, just for the record, I'm going to bring what we have at the time. We
Okay.
admit it's a short time frame.
Okay.
But I know it's an important issue. We have a team, my team's here, some of the
Okay.
key leaders, so we'll work to as hard as we can to bring something on the 11th. It may
Okay.
not be in final form, and I don't even know if Sean's in town yet.
Okay.
So, but yeah, right now,
Okay.
that's the goal. I'm committed
Motion
to
and
it.
a second, call the question.
Thank you. Okay, no, the motion, did you change that with her?
Yeah.
We did?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have I'm putting together several things. I will need the final language from
That's fine.
Councilmember Pusley, I guess, if.
Well, we're
if
gonna
you're
have to
making the
read it
motion.
aloud.
Yeah, it's good to
Just
have
that
it in
one-
writing like
one
they do,
change in the
so that's
part.
helpful. Thank you very much.
Can you read it aloud?
Yes, ma'am. Motion to direct the city manager to work out a framework for collaboration between the city and the
No.
Port of.
No.
Okay, you still want to use the original one? Okay.
Well, that is, Gil, that was real sneaky.
That was her. That
That
was
was
his.
real
I just
sneaky.
grabbed it
That's
from him.
exactly what you did. Yes, I saw you. Wow, you are something else.
I
Wow.
thought he changed
That
it. That's
was-
why I
that
grabbed it
was-
from him and gave it to
For
him.
the record, that was not smooth. Yeah, not smooth. God.
She says.
No.
Framework
Mike,
on how
I
the-
thought he
No,
had changed
sure.
it. That's why I took what he grabbed, what he gave me, and I
Right.
gave it to her.
Said how the-
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
I thought I read it a while ago, and I thought somebody was writing it down.
well, so did I. So, here, I can.
Motion
you
to
wanna-
direct the city
and
manager to work out a
Rebecca,
framework.
can you write it down, please?
Sure.
Motion to
Somebody should
direct
be.
the
Yes,
city
ma'am.
manager to work out a framework
On
for the
how,
Port of Corpus Christi to assist the city.
on how the Port of Corpus Christi, on how the Port of Corpus
Collaboration
Christi.
on how the Port of Corpus Christi can assist the city for the pursuit of desalination and other water resources
Sources.
for the long-term growth of the city of Corpus Christi and the coastal bend. Details of this collaboration will be brought back to this full council at the regularly scheduled meeting on April 11th.
And if I can, Councilman, I just did get word from Sean Strawbridge, so he's going to be traveling for a whole week. So he'll be here the rest of this week, out next week, so I can't.
Well, I
do
guess
any-
it's not important enough for the port then.
What's that?
I guess it's not important enough for the port, then they
Well, he
just
may have-
voted on this
I'm not-
today.
He's doing business travel, I'm not.
Yeah,
I don't know.
no, I'm sorry, I'm not
Right.
upset with you, it's just that's
Oh.
ridiculous. They just voted on this today.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that for the timeline, I probably need another week then to
So
get you
Peter,
something.
why don't you tell us, right, exactly. Why don't
Yeah.
you tell us what is doable here?
I would say, the 18th or the 25th.
Okay, so we're gonna add the April 18th or
Yeah.
the 25th,
Okay.
or the 25th. Okay,
Put that in,
Rebecca, do you
yeah.
have it?
So April
18th
April
or
18th or the
25th?
25th.
18th or 25th.
Rebecca, do you have it?
That report will be made to the council in its entirety for potential action.
Potential act, well.
Do we have it now?
Okay, wait a minute. There's, what do you mean potential action? On what?
Well, I
We're-
mean,
we're
we
starting
may or-
discussions.
For potential. That doesn't mean we will, just mean potential. If we hear something that we like from the city manager, then the city can direct him to go forward with those, but we didn't like this and take that, I mean,
Yeah, we'll bring you what you have at the time.
yeah,
Yeah.
So we can
Okay.
keep the conversation going.
Right.
yeah.
Right.
Okay,
It may
Rebecca,
not
do you
be in
have
final
that?
form, but.
Yes, I believe I do.
So if you want to say in its entirety for discussion or possible action,
That's fine.
But,
Yeah.
all right?
Right.
For discussion or possible action.
sure. Okay.
For discussion and possible action, okay.
Would you like to read it, please, Rebecca?
Sure, Mayor.
And once again, I'd like to state I'm not a lawyer.
Thank you.
Okay, so I have a motion to direct the city manager to work out a framework on how the Port of Corpus Christi can assist the city of Corpus Christi in pursuit of desalination for the long-term growth of
No,
Corpus
wait,
Christi.
whoa. For desal and other
And other water resources.
resources.
And other water resources. Other water sources for the long-term growth of Corpus Christi and the coastal bend. Then details of this collaboration will be brought back to the full council at the regularly scheduled meeting on April 18th or the 25th. That report will be made to the council in its entirety for discussion and possible action.
Correct.
Okay?
Okay. So that motion was made.
I made it, he seconded it.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed, say no.
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 Okay, we have 2 noes, Councilwoman Campos and Councilman Klein. The motion carries. Okay, on to item number 16. This is a motion authorizing a 6-month service agreement with AM Services Company in an amount not to exceed $84,772. No, 84 million? I can't see.
84,000.
84,000, I can't see.
Yes, ma'am.
For Fire Station number 14 renovations located at 5901 South Staples Street. Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. We're here to present Fire Station 14. Basically, just to give you some history, it's a 1970 facility, got built on that year. Since the last 3 years, we have done about, I would say, 40 service calls, basically, mainly in the kitchen and in the dormitory, and that's what we're going to be renovating. We have a new roof that got installed in 2 phases, 2018 and 2020. And the cost is pretty reasonable. It's $84,772, which is about, we're renovating about 1,900 square feet, which is probably about $44, $45 per square foot. I'm standing by for questions.
Okay, do you have a second? Okay, any, Councilman Suckley?
I just had a question. So it looks overall when when it was included in the capital improvement project, it was for a $4.2 million project. Why is this portion being segregated out for completion as opposed to having someone come in and do all the improvements turnkey?
Yeah, the capital improvement, I think it's scheduled for the year 20, let me take that one, sir. No, not on 14. This one is rescheduled now for fiscal year 31, 32. That's what we talked to the fire department. So we're not going to do anything. We're looking at the capital improvement plan right now. So right now it's scheduled for fiscal year 31, 32. Because right now on this one, unless you have something written on that one. So this will give us an additional 10 years to 15 years more for the facility to be into operation.
So the $1,171,000 that's shown under the 2023 column, is that coming back later, or why is this portion segregated out?
You know about that one, so go ahead.
Doug Mathajets, Assistant Chief over the facilities. The $4.2 million improvements were part of the Bond 2018 project, which we're finishing up what's left of all of that. That included multi-generators at several stations, replacement of roof at several stations, and this is just, we're coming near the end of that money, which is about $1 million that we have left in bond from that bond. And this is one of the projects. There's still some that are completing on the multiple generator projects. We're doing 2 stations that are also getting generators. And that's why this is just this project alone. It's several different parts of just within the station itself. But it was for multiple stations. It's for all 18 stations, the original $4.2 million.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilman Pusley, do you have your light on? Okay, Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to kind of go through this Councilman Suckley's issue is, the CIP page doesn't really reflect very well how this is because it's not broken out into the individual fire stations, and so it's kind of all lumped in. This will probably be something you need to address if you're going to have specific projects, or at least list them out to where how money's assigned to this, because it's not very clear.
Right, Councilman, that's it. So the past 2 bond programs that I've done since I've been here, they've been very project specific. This is a legacy project where it would just fix a bunch of fire stations, very
I know.
vague.
I was trying
Right.
to.
Yes,
We
sir.
have this. We have this with other issues too, right?
Right, no, right, but so the 2020, 2022 bond program are very specific for that reason. So we can, one, make sure we're doing what we told the voters we would do, and it's easy to track and easier to expedite, so.
Yeah. So
But,
this.
yeah, the Councilman Hernandez's point is maybe the next time line item it out by station. You know, station 14's getting this, station 8's getting this.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Yeah.
because
Right.
it's not in the packet. So.
And that's what we'll do it, sir. That's what we got. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, sir.
Right.
Through all the capital improvement, we're identifying it by building, not as a whole. This one was fiscal year 18 bond. It says fix all the fire stations, 18 stations. So, but this one for the future, like we got fire station 3, we got fire station 8 coming up, fire station 10 in the next few years. So, and then we'll be upgrading or reconstructing our new fire stations. So, but we're developing a plan already with the fire department.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ask for open public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on item number 16? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment. And we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor say aye. Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Thank you. Item number 17 is a motion authorizing execution of a 3-year service agreement with 2 1-year options with Tetra Tech of Houston to provide consulting and monitoring services on a contingency basis for storm debris removal for solid waste services. Mr. Layfelt.
Good afternoon. This is a good news story. This provides us the ability to react after a disaster such as a hurricane and to move very quickly in doing so. And so I'm open for questions.
Okay, I don't see that we have any questions. I'll go ahead and open public comment. Do we have anyone in the audience that would like to comment on item number 17? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public comment, and I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 18 is a motion authorizing execution of a 3-year service agreement with 2 1-year options with Green Plant Incorporated of Roy City, Texas, to provide household hazardous waste disposal services for solid waste services.
Good afternoon again. This is another good news opportunity. We currently provide household hazardous waste disposal services for our customers throughout the Coastal Bend area, and this will allow us to continue providing that very necessary service at a very reasonable cost.
Okay, thank you. Council members, do you have any questions or comments? Mr. Klein.
Just for the sake of the public's information, if they have hazardous waste, do they bring them out to the transfer station, or do they contact solid waste beforehand? How do they go about contacting folks to get them disposed of properly?
No, and that's an excellent question. For customers that do have household
Turn
hazardous...
that microphone on. I'm sorry, I don't know if it's on.
Is that better? Okay. For customers that have household hazardous waste, we ask them to show up at the transfer station. And by this, we're talking about household cleaners, chemicals, pesticides, herbicides, gasoline, oil, those types of things. They can show up at the transfer station. They check in at the front gate with all the other customers. They'll be directed to the household hazardous waste area, where it is then collected and segregated and stored for disposal.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? I'll go ahead and open the public comment. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to make comment on item number 18? There being none, I'll close public comment and entertain a motion to approve item number 18.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 19 is case number 0223-01, Marin and Septa. Oh, God, help me out here. How do I say this?
Mr. and Mrs. Vantanka.
Vantanka in District 1.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 1-2 102 Leper Street from RS6 Single Family 6 District to CG2 General Commercial District. The property is 5.07 acres in size, and it is not platted. The applicant is Mr. and Mrs. Van Tanka. The purpose of this rezoning request is to construct a Dollar General store. The subject property is within the Northwest Area Development Plan, and the future land use map designates this area as medium-density residential use. To the north is Interstate Highway 37. To the south, across Leper Street, is residential subdivision and commercial development zoned RS6 and CG2 respectively. To the east is vacant property and commercial development zoned RS6 and CG2 respectively. And to the west are a vacant lot, commercial development, and a residential dwelling zoned CG2 and RS6 respectively. This is a general overview of the commercial zoning surrounding the subject property. This is an overview with the subject property in the center, sort of, right? To the right, or should I say to the east, about a little over a mile to the east is HEB, and a little over 2 miles to the west is the Walmart Superstore. The red lines, the red circles that you see are 1 mile radiances around the stores, are really the catchment area for those stores. So the subject property, the Dollar General, potentially serves the areas outside of these catchment areas. 15 notices were mailed out within I didn't hear you, sir, sorry. 15 notices were mailed out within the notification area. 0 were returned in opposition, 0.
I will. Excuse me? Do it.
0 were returned in favor.
Go ahead.
The purpose of this rezoning is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, consistent with the Northwest Area Development Plan. However, the future land use map, if this rezoning is approved, would warrant a change. The development is in an area that is sort of underserved by grocery stores and convenience stores. The Dollar General is one of the few stores, one of the few convenience stores that is starting to introduce fresh produce in their line to their customers. Staff this rezoning has no adverse effect on the surrounding properties. It's compatible with the surrounding area. It's compatible with the neighborhood's character, and it addresses local needs. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, and I stand by for any questions.
Councilman Roy.
So I don't have any concern about the zoning, but, and I'm not trying to pick on Dollar General or Family Dollars, but I was wondering, and this might be a citywide question, is there a minimum in terms of the front, what do you call that, the front of the facade of the building that is a minimum requirement? You know, I know that, or does Dollar General, the franchise, require that? I know other areas that I've lived in before, and we actually had a city ordinance where they would have to put rock or something in the front. They just couldn't leave it with the metal. You know what I mean?
So what you're talking about is design standards. No, we do not have design standards in this case.
And I know the argument would be if we implemented design standards for Dollar General and Family Dollar, would we have to do it for mom and pop?
It would be for,
stores?
the design standards would be for an area or a particular zone.
Yeah.
Or yeah, so it wouldn't focus on any one use.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an overlay, right? An overlay?
Yes.
Yeah.
So you don't like the design of Dollar General?
Well, I think some of them do a really good job in terms of working on that front, and then some of them just make it look like you're walking into, you know, a gymnasium or something. And I just look at that, and I want to make sure that, you know, I think I would like to have an overlay. We've got, or talk about it in the future. I don't know if, you know, but you understand what I'm saying, right?
I do.
Well, and to your point, Councilman, Is it too late to do, is it past that time to do an overlay before this can go through? To ensure, I guess the long story of the, or the short story is to ensure a more pleasant
facade or look. Our design centers in the UDC are generally under PUDs or special permits because we're controlling, we're specifically saying in this area, this is what we want to see. In this case, this is just a rezoning. So there is no overlay, Mayor or Councilman, that you can impact this site with.
It's not a
but I can
zoning
always
issue,
go,
yeah.
I mean, we can always ask the customer, right? And see what they say. But in theory, according to the letter of the law, they meet the letter of the
Yeah.
law in terms of rezoning.
All right, that's something I think we'll look at in the future.
Absolutely.
But I have no problem with the zoning. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Yeah, we've got a couple comments.
Oh, I'm
but
sorry.
That's okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor. I would actually look at some state legislation. I think about 2 years ago, the state limited how much of a requirement cities can have on that for like those overlays for design standards and that kind of stuff. So that I remember getting a presentation from TML on that. So you got to be, there is some restrictions on what cities can require developers and to do in terms of design standards. That took place in the 4 years ago, in legislature 4 years ago. Do you remember that? You remember that? So yeah, because a lot of cities did it. Like Sugar Land required everything to be in brown brick.
Woodlands, yeah.
Right.
Everything had to be
required in
tan.
brown brick.
Right.
But that has been restricted to us by state legislation. So there is some, I would, before you look at design standards, look at the state legislation
Yeah.
to make sure there's no restrictions on us to do that.
Will do, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
You're always a party pooper.
I read stuff.
No, I read the same thing. Yeah, I agree. Some of these things, it's interesting. I made a comment to somebody the other day that Dollar General's having a race with the coffee people.
Starbucks.
Yeah, to see who can build the most retail stores. But yeah, we ought to look at that, and if there's legislative guidelines on that, we certainly want to follow those. But some of these things look like they're basically a metal frame building, and they put a little brick on the front of it. And where we're putting this in areas of high traffic like this location is, there's a little county road going out to north of Mathis, where there probably isn't 100 people living in that surrounding area, and they built two, a Dollar General and what's the other one? Family Dollar, within 100 yards of each other, and I'm going. But anyway, so I could understand those having a more rural look to them, but when this is a very high traffic area, so in the future we ought to look at that.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Did we open public? No, we didn't. Okay, I'll go ahead and open public comment. Would anyone like to make a comment on item number 19? It's in the audience. Come on down. What, you have to come down here. You do. One of our RTA board members, welcome. Erica? Mamie?
So I would just like to say it is a high traffic area, and it's welcoming into the city, and maybe if it's not legislation, but maybe a recommendation, I think would be helpful and negotiated.
Okay. Thank you, Erica. I'll go ahead and close public comment. Entertain a motion to approve item number 19.
There's already a motion.
We got a motion and a second? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 20 is an ordinance authorizing and approving a substantial amendment to the Corpus Christi fiscal year 2022-2021 Consolidated Annual Action Plan for approval of the Corpus Christi Home ARPA Allocation Plan.
Good afternoon. Constance Sanchez, Chief Financial Officer. The item before you is a public hearing and first reading ordinance to amend the city's current year consolidated annual action plan for the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, and approval of the city's home and ARPA allocation plan for funding the city was awarded from the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA. These funds are intended to serve primarily people experiencing homelessness or at risk of being homeless. The funds can be used for a range of activities to support this population. Now, this is different from what we spoke about earlier this morning. This morning was pertaining to our next year's consolidated action plan. This is amending our current year's action plan. So last fiscal year, HUD awarded the city $4.2 million of home funds from the American Rescue Plan Act related to COVID. This is one-time funding and is in addition to the city's annual allocation of home funds. In March of 2022, the City Council accepted and appropriated these funds, although they have not yet been released to the city. Only 5% was released at that time to be used for administration purposes for the development of this allocation plan, which is today's action. And we have actually until September of 2030 to use these funds. The home ARP process includes the award being made from HUD. Let me make sure. HUD providing rules, regulations, and implementation guidance to the city, acceptance of the funds by the city, development of the home ARP allocation plan, which is today's item, submission of the plan to HUD for approval, and then allocation of funds by HUD. Once we receive the okay from HUD that the plan is approved, then we will issue a notice of funding availability. In the development of the allocation plan, extensive public participation was requested. A needs assessment was completed, as well as a gap analysis. The public participation included consultation with public and service providers, public hearings, a survey, and acceptance of written comments. As a result of the process, the priority needs identified for the city were supportive services, and in our particular case would be case management, and then tenant-based rental assistance for greater than 3 to 6 months. Request is being made today for approval of the amendment to the city's consolidated annual action plan and home ARPA allocation plan. Once HUD approves our plan, the city will issue a notice of funding availability for providers to submit proposals on how to use these funds. Once we go through that process, we will return to the City Council before the end of this fiscal year to ask City Council for approval of that spending plan. And then the providers will have until September of 2030 to use those funds. So approval of this item is being requested today in its first reading.
Councilman Presley, is that your line?
Yeah. Constance, it just seems like a lot of bureaucracy to go through for $4 million. I mean, some of the homeless people will be dead by the time they get to use this money. I mean, it just, why wouldn't we take, and I don't know all the rules, I didn't read them because I was afraid my head would explode, but why wouldn't we just say to the organizations here, the nonprofit organizations that are ultimately going to be distributing whatever it is that they are allotted, why don't they come up with a plan to submit to us that we forward on to HUD to let them evaluate, so that we don't have to spend valuable city staff time on designing those?
Well, so we developed what's in the exhibit in your proposal, in your agenda packet today. So that's our plan. So now we're going to go out to the providers and ask them, how can you spend this money? Then they're going to come back to us and say, we can spend it doing this X, Y, and Z. Is that what you're saying? And
no,
then,
I guess I would have worked it backwards than that. I would have gone and said, you know, here are the rules. You submit a plan, and we'll evaluate your plan as compared to everybody else's plan, and we'll pick out the 10 best or 4 best or whatever it amounts to. And I'm sure the bureaucrats are flipping over backwards that I would suggest something like that, but I just think that it's working this problem backwards. Why should we be telling the nonprofit organizations how best to spend this money if they can design the program and submit it to us so that they best handle it like they have the ability to do?
So we're the participating jurisdiction in this case, and so we have to follow the HUD rules. So
well, I mean, if you submitted the HUD rules to them and said, okay, here are the rules, if you're interested in receiving some of this funding, why don't you submit the plan?
Right, I see what you're saying, sir, but it's coming to the city of Corpus Christi, that's why. So we have to be the ones that develop the plan and then send it out to the providers to ask them to use it. I understand, sir.
Yeah.
Typical federal government.
Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Councilman Suckley.
In that same line of thought, I did talk to Gary Alsop a little bit about this, and he indicated he'd talked to Linda Stewart about this particular item here today, and he indicated it could be somewhat challenging to implement a program like this. So I hope someone like the Housing Authority or someone that has that institutional horsepower maybe to implement and do it quickly to get it out to our folks. Hopefully that's an option.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Yeah. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. Constance, we've done this before, right?
Yes, sir. We've amended our plans before, but this is specifically HUD fund, COVID money that we were awarded.
But we've done this before. I think we even had an issue with paying somebody too much for housing assistance or rental assistance,
right? From Priority, yes.
That was one of the things that we got dinged on in our audit, right? Okay, so we've done this, and as I recall, we gave some money to Salvation Army, some of the homeless shelters, but I don't recall it being this amount. It was a lower amount. So is this more than what we got in past allocations?
Sir. This is specifically from the ARPA, the ARPA money from COVID. So this is above and beyond what we had gotten in the past.
Okay.
It's different, yeah. Different.
Okay, so what we'll expect is you'll bring a couple of more motions to us with money being allocated to various organizations with certain amounts. Now, especially with the homeless shelters, if you give one more than the other, we get the phone calls. Or one that doesn't get any funding, then we get the phone calls. I understand that, that if you can be as fair as the application of this funding to those shelters, and that way we're not getting this, why are you treating me worse than this other organization, right? Salvation Army got 200,000, we only got 50,000, that kind of nonsense. So I'd ask you to make our lives a little bit easier and try and be as fair as possible with that allocation.
Yes, sir.
You can say it's needs-based, but understand that we'll get those calls, and you'll have to explain that when you come to us if you're given one more than the other. Okay?
Well, I'm going to interject because that's not the way it works. You guys have to look at the entity to see. Yeah, come up, Tracy.
Yeah.
It's about who can handle, you got to have the staffing, you have to be able to have the means, the
But what I'm saying is that
room,
they
and
got to
whatever it is.
explain that, right?
Well, no,
Because that's not
Tracy will
explained when they
explain-
come and bring
Okay,
it to
Tracy
us.
will explain it now, so it doesn't look like they don't have the capacity to just give one entity, let's give them 50 and let's give the other one.
And in this instance, the service providers will submit an application. They will request the amount of money that they have the capacity to spend. So they request the money. We don't necessarily just delegate a certain amount of money to them. They
Okay, well,
request
that's
it,
not
so.
what was told to us the last time, okay? We had one organization saying, we requested the money, we didn't get what we asked for, but then this other organization got more. What I'm asking you to do is make sure not only do you explain it to us, you explain it to them
Yes, sir.
as to the allocations, so we don't get those questions, because I don't know the answer to that. Because then I'm going to ask you when you come up here, why is this organization getting more than the other? Just have an explanation for it and some boundaries to it, so we don't have to go through that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
That's clear.
Councilman Suckley? Or is that Councilman Klein?
You're going to bear with me because as I'm still kind of learning all this. I'm going to have to stop saying that, but
You got a little time left.
So this is kind of based on the conversation last night as well, the listening session that Councilman Roy was at as well. Talk about the home program, and it's pretty broad. As I understood it last night, it applies to people whose average median income, AMI, is either anywhere from 80% of AMI all the way down to 0. That's a pretty wide swath, right? And they had different categories, I think 80 down to 50, and then 50 down to 30, and 30 down to 0. So this program here that you're looking at here now, is this money going to be targeted then at that 0 to 30 population? It sounds like it is if you're talking about various charities in the area here that are providing services to the houseless population.
Right, and I believe this money is more restrictive because it's based on COVID. So it's not going to be as loose as, not loose, but broad as the ones that we discussed last night. But As far as the funding, let me check with Tracy. Is it 80% and below? Yes, it's 80% and below of those with the average median income.
Yes,
AMI.
so I would prefer if it could be targeted really at that really
The 0 to
needy
30?
population, 0 to 30 in
Mhm.
particular. But again,
Okay.
that's one man's opinion.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Mhm.
I'd like to make a motion to approve. It's very difficult to not accept free money. And I just want to say thank you, because our area hasn't even been on the map from the federal government until recently. So y'all are doing a great job. And it's not just your department, it's a lot of the departments, and thank you, Peter. But I am all about Washington giving us money because we are far past our fair due. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Councilwoman Campos.
Thank you, federal government. All right, so I had heard about this program. Of course, it's not in Texas. It's, I believe it was in California. But one of the things that they did try, and it seemed to work, but I don't know if it can be implemented, which is to give applicants that qualify just the $500 or whatever it is that we could, allow. And they would be the ones to go and find the apartment, the place to live. Is there such a program that any of these other program, Salvation Army or Red Cross does? Do they do that already?
Yes, ma'am. The agencies that will apply for the money, and they will do that for the individuals. They will provide those services.
Okay, so so when they apply for the program, they're saying we've got, I don't know, 30 people or whatever the amount is that we're going to allow for their program? I mean, how does it work exactly?
They have to be able to demonstrate the capacity to spend those dollars. So they will have to present the application and their plan to be able to spend those dollars, to be able to assist, the certain number of individuals, yes.
Well, I mean, because isn't it it is a working poor that really need the money. It's not so much people not working at all. It's just that they can't afford what the apartments are asking for. Again, I'm going to come back to when I was block walking, that there were a number of apartments that were available, but the rent had gone up so high that they couldn't afford it. So I'm just wondering if we're looking into that, to where the apartments, but I guess it's not something the city does. It's something the programs actually do, right? Yeah, it's not. So how would we convey that? How could we ask them to look at existing apartments that, we could maybe subsidize? Is that a possibility?
That's part of the, of course, again, that's part of the application process, is
So-
to go through that with those providers,
So
and to
if
set
we-
the criteria, yes.
Okay, so if we say, I don't know, it's the Loft or something like that, that they have X amount of apartments, we can say, we're willing to help you with, the apartment is, I don't know, $1,200 a month, $1,500 a month, but really all they can afford is $500 a month would be, so then we would be able to subsidize $700? Is that?
So I'm understanding that HUD establishes what that rental threshold is. That's dictated by HUD, and so not by us. So,
So it is so it's the actual program, like it is, we would have to, I'd have to be talking to them. We'd have to be talking to them. Right now we have an opportunity to really help a lot of people. It's $4 million, right? 4 million? Yeah. So it's $4 million. It seems like a lot of money.
Good afternoon. I'm Leticia Canmore, the Program Manager for Neighborhood Services Department. You're correct. When they submit the NOFAs to us, there'll be criteria, specific criteria, and they have to meet HUD's thresholds for their rental income limits. Those are capped by HUD, so they have to work within those parameters for them to be able to implement the program that they're going to propose to us for consideration.
But I'm just trying to say that, a lot of the apartments that we have become out of reach for a lot of the working poor. So, so an applicant, but I guess you can't answer these questions. That's what I'm trying to say, I guess.
It's
It would
dictated
have-
by HUD guidelines and what those thresholds are. We have to work within those parameters.
And do we know what they are, or it would be with the, whatever program?
Yes, those are established on an annual basis. And then, so we cater the NOFAs depending on those new thresholds, just the same as the area median income thresholds. We incorporate that in the NOFA when we issue it.
I'm sorry,
for
say it
the
again?
social service agencies.
I'm sorry, say it one more time.
So along with the area median income thresholds that change every year, those are established by HUD on an annual basis. And so that's a criteria we take into our applications when we release those to the social service agencies. So they work within those parameters
Okay.
for project delivery.
Well, it's not exactly what I wanted to hear, but okay. I guess we'll maybe have some conversations after the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Roy.
So if I understand what we're saying is they have to go through a gatekeeper. The individual cannot come up and solicit those funds.
They have
So
to
that
qualify for
They
them.
have to qualify for
Yes,
them. So my question is, what are you doing in terms of making sure that the organizations here locally know about this money, equally, if it's possible to say that? You know what I mean? I mean, you might have relationships that you've formulated better with some than others, but we need to let everybody know that this money's available so that we can do the best for the masses. And so, do you have something in plan to market that?
We posted on the city's website the notice of funding availability, and what else, do we send it out?
If Roland was here, he'd fall over right now, because he's always
Oh,
saying
yeah, don't
it's
go to the- that's
the city website is not the answer.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. So part of accepting the money, we had to actually go through a pretty intense process as far as putting the money out there. We had to do a series of consultations with several types of groups. We were able to do 26 consultations on top of collecting data from several sources to be able to come up with that need. And then in talking to them, they identified the need. So it was about a 4-month intensive process.
So you're saying you have 26 organizations that you're going to allocate those funds to?
No, we received the consultation. We did the consultations with them to identify the needs, in which case Constance just shared, which was supportive services, tenant-based rental assistance, and case management is where the agencies agreed that was the greatest need.
Okay, you identified the need. How do you get the money to the end user?
The NOFAs,
The what?
Notice of Funding Availability, the applications.
And who fills out the application?
The social service agencies that can demonstrate the capacity to be able to spend the money.
And how many social service agencies have you reached out to?
There's multiple we've been in regular conversations with, besides the ones on the consultation list, which is included in the plan.
Can you send me a list of everyone you've reached out to?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. We don't have any more comments or questions. I'm going to open public comment or public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to comment on item number 20? Okay, there being no one, we'll close public hearing. And I believe we have a motion. Do we have a second?
There's a motion.
And a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And thank you, Constance. Our last item of the day is item number 21, and that is the Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority, or the RTA, to provide information on the organization's legislative program for the 88th legislative session. Gentlemen, thank you for your patience today.
Good afternoon.
And thank you, Chairman, for being here.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Ernie De La Garza, Director of Public Works. Today, Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority is here to provide information on the organization's legislative program for the 88th legislative session. With me today is Dan Leindecker, Board of Directors Chair, Aaron Munoz, Board of Directors Legislative Committee Chair, and Mike Rendon, Chief Executive Officer, and they also have other introductions to include. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. De La Garza. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I know we're the only ones standing between you and the end of a very long, hard day. So Aaron has promised me the presentation will be very quick. We do have a memo in your packet that if you want to get more granular on our legislative session, you can there. With that, I'd like to introduce some city appointees. Where are they at? Here they go. Mr. Eloy Salazar, Ms. Erica Mamie, and Mr. Matt Woolbright, Jeremy Coleman, and Ms. Gabby Canales. Regret not being able to be here today. And now I'll introduce Mr. Aaron Munoz, our chairman for our legislative committee.
Thank you.
Oh, and one more thing, Peter, thank you to you and your staff for helping us here. Appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, Council, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. My name is Aaron Munoz. I'm the legislative chair for the RTA. Like Mr. Chairman said, I will keep it brief, but I do want to thank the staff and our other board of directors for being here and support. Briefly, some of the main issues that we're going to be taking up this legislative session, like I said, I'll be very brief. But if any other, if council people have any questions or want any other information, I'd happily make myself available to you to answer any additional questions that you may have. So if we want to go ahead and just go ahead and get started on the, there you go. Our focus is to highlight the positive benefits and what we can do as a transportation agency to continue to help the community. So if you want to go to the next slide, we'll bring you to our biggest effort this legislative session. And that's going to be to allow the RTA to be able to utilize its compressed natural gas to help other political subdivisions in times of emergency or in time of a great need. So obviously, as you know, the RTA is very involved in evacuations and hurricanes and things like that. And so keeping with that theme, we want to be able to provide either the city of Corpus Christi, Nueces County, Sanpad County, any other political subdivision access to our compressed natural gas so that they can fuel their vehicles. And we want to be able to recoup that cost and not lose our tax exempt status for alternative fueled vehicles. So I know that sounds like a mouthful right there, but pretty much we're just trying to not get taxed on our alternative fuel vehicles so that we can continue and at the same time continue to be a great partner in the region to provide any services to the city, to the county, to any other political subdivision in a time of a disaster or any other type of need. And if we'll go to our next slide, two issues here. One, I'll be brief on it. As far as our safety and security, it's very important, especially the safety and security of our employees at the RTA. So we'll be looking to see if we can increase criminal penalties for any individuals that commit any type of assaults or any other type of violent crimes against any employee of the RTA. As you know, there are, transit, brings about certain issues, and safety is one of the biggest ones that we take very seriously. I know our acting CEO, Mr. Rendon, has taken great steps over the last few years to increase the safety and security of both the riders and the employees of the RTA. Additionally, then to the next point, we want to be able to modify the law so that the RTA here in Corpus Christi is treated the same way as like our other big 8 agencies and metro regions when it comes to being able to control our fares and being able to regulate those fares and analyze those fares so that we can make the best decision on what it is, what's appropriate for our community, and what will be appropriate for being able to be, an attractive applicant for federal dollars as well. Which brings me to the next slide. And in keeping with one of the big themes is the environment. Obviously, we have a very big responsibility at the RTA to do our part to make sure that we are in attainment, both for air quality here in the region. And so one of the big things that we're looking for is to preserve any funding for electric vehicles and any additional funding for air quality planning that we could do as well to help mitigate any environmental impacts that the RTA creates, utilizing its buses. Right now, one of our big initiatives, staff is very excited about is our application for our application for no emission or low emission funding for electric or hydrogen fuel cell electric buses. The industry is really moving towards this. The larger transit industries really kind of control the demand on that. And so as the industry continues to move forward with electric vehicles, we want to be able to pursue federal funds and Texas, funds through the Texas Emissions Reduction Plan to be able to pursue any initiatives that we have with electric vehicles and modernizing our fleet. So that was the very, very, very abridged version of kind of the main points on our legislative agenda. We've included that additional information to you as well. I stand open to any questions at this point, if any council members have any questions. And then if you have any additional questions, maybe offline, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councilman Roy.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Recently I joined some of the city staff and we took a visit to Oklahoma City. And I was looking at their public transportation and just, do you see us expanding? They had these, and Peter, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they were ran off of electricity, but they were kind of like what you see in San Francisco, but a modern version of that. Is there a benefit to that type of transportation, or is there a cost savings, or, they had regular buses too, but they had this other type of system.
Rail. Yeah, like a light rail, Councilman?
Yes.
Yeah, Aaron is a light rail train.
At this point in time, we're not pursuing any light rail or anything like that. I think as far as transitioning to new technologies, right now our big focus is on battery electric and hydrogen fuel cell electric buses.
So they have electric buses?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, they right now a lot of the leading manufacturers are producing large scale, your 35, your 40-foot electric buses. And now, as you know, our cutaway buses are really not really actually, I guess you could say buses. They're, Fords with, a modified chassis on them. But now Ford and Chevy is even seeing the market move into that direction. So they're actually going to release their own chassis for cutaway buses, specifically for electric powered vehicles on those buses as well. So we're really trying to capture that momentum right now, and especially that there's federal funding available for a lot of that. We want to be able to do our part to be able to kind of secure as much of that to kind of modernize our fleet.
Are there incentives then at the state or federal level if you do that?
We're one of the other things on our agenda as well that we're looking forward to is to also be exempt from I think there's currently some talk about taxing, or not necessarily taxing, but having a fee associated every year with electric vehicles. So we're trying to get the legislature to take us as an agency out of that, so that as we modernize our fleet, we don't have to pay additional taxes on those vehicles. And so over the course of time, it could potentially save us money on that because we're not having to pay, different types of taxes like diesel tax and things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Pusley. Pusley, yes. I know. Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Good report. I just had a couple of questions on your secondary initiatives, and you talked about the gaining access or the ability to regulate your fares. I know we had a meeting that I attended on behalf of the council here several months ago.
It's about a year ago, I think.
About a year ago,
yes,
yeah.
Sir.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
And we talked about the fares and how that was going to proceed, and we, because we were in the middle of COVID, we voted to table that item until, is that still going to be the process?
No, sir. What we're looking for is to follow Austin Capital Metro, and where the RTA board would decide on the fares according to staff. And it's a pretty rigorous process on fare recovery. Yeah. Staff has to prepare the fare recovery report, and then we have to send it into the Federal Transportation Administration for, what do they call that again? Disparity study. It's a disparity study, and to make sure we're not harming any of our ridership,
right.
and what we were thinking of raising the rates to.
Okay.
So with that, we would then turn around, and RTA would then have that vote go to the MPO, and the MPO would then up or down it and go from there.
Okay. Okay.
So that way we don't have to have those multiple committees. As you, it was
Yeah.
pretty cumbersome. I think it was 4 or 5 from the city council and several from the commissioner's court and a couple from the small mayors, or the small cities mayors.
Get rid of all those pesky elected officials.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then my second question is, on your Section 2 secondary initiatives, where you talk about exempt from the 2-cent local sales tax cap and publicly imposed transit tax, allowing local communities room for voter-approved sales tax to assist in meeting. So can you expand on that a little bit, what that means? Are y'all receiving that 2-cent sales tax at this point?
The RTA gets a 1/2 sales tax,
Okay.
and that's
That's
out
what I
of the
thought.
2 cents that's allocated to local taxation. So the city of Corpus Christi has 1 cent, and then obviously we have the other 1/2 cent divvied up in the 1/8 increments, as you're aware.
Okay.
There's a lot of pressure about different local initiatives, and so within the transit industry, there is a thought if you would take the transit tax out of that 2 cent cap, then it would provide more flexibility to cities and counties to use
So
that
how would you
2 cent cap for
replace
other
that funding
purposes.
then?
No, it's just that this RTA's 1/2 cent would be outside the 2 cent cap.
Oh, okay.
We'd still be there.
Yeah,
but it
well, I
wouldn't
realize
it
that,
wouldn't
but that
count
1/2
against-
cent's gonna
It
have
would
to come
not
from-
count against your 1/2 cent, your
No,
2
no,
cent
no,
cap.
I got it, but that 1/2 cent, you're gonna have to have that back from somewhere, right?
We'd continue to collect the 1/2 cent.
You continue to collect the same
It just
1/2
would
cent.
not be considered a local, part
I
of the
gotcha.
local 2 cents.
Okay.
It would be a state, part of the state.
A little
2
bit of a
cent.
shell game, yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, thank you. Wanted to kind of ask you a couple questions on this. You'd mentioned hydrogen electric. Can you expound on that a little bit as to what that is exactly?
Yeah, actually, in the year that I've been here, I've learned quite a bit about electric buses, hydrogen electric buses. And so just to be very brief, and I'm not a scientist, but I am a lawyer. But,
oh, that's worse.
yeah, right? Yeah, right? So just to kind of, so the big difference between electric and hydrogen hydrogen fuel cell electric is that your battery electric buses are like your Teslas, your consumer vehicles. You plug them in, they charge as a battery, and you have to, for example, with the buses, we would plug them in, charge them overnight so that they would be ready to go in the morning once our routes start. Now, hydrogen fuel cell buses have a small hydrogen tank on them that you fuel up, like if you're fueling up your car with gas, you fuel it up with hydrogen, and as the battery depletes, the hydrogen then continues to fuel that battery cell. So that the convenient part about that is that you don't have to charge it overnight. If there's a connection problem or something like that, it's a matter of like filling up your current compressed natural gas buses and things like that. So we're excited about both technologies, and we think that both of them definitely have a place here in our fleet. And we're looking to, like I said, look at the emerging and developing technology of both of those
So
systems.
you guys must have been talking to the port about their hydrogen plans, right?
We haven't talked to them about it, but we've heard about it. So
Okay.
it's just 2 different technologies that are out there.
Okay, well, some of the arguments against natural gas buses was resale value. Obviously, you can resell the diesel buses pretty easily. Would you have the same issue with the hydrogen electric or battery buses? I mean, if you're going to go for them, you would still have to offload them at some point, right? So I would imagine you'd have the same problems.
The lifespan of the buses themselves are about 13 years, 14 years, depending on mileage and things like that, on the electric and the hydrogen fuel cell buses. The batteries themselves have a lifespan of about 7 years, and so at that point in time, we would take those batteries, deliver them back to the manufacturer, and then they would properly dispose of those batteries, and then we would just get new batteries and literally just slide them right into the bus, and it would continue to run. Now, at that point, we don't really know kind of like 15 years down the road where the technology is going to be at. We anticipate, obviously, these batteries are going to get more powerful and smaller. So I imagine at that point in time, we'll be able to kind of, assess what it is, how it is that we're going to continue to put batteries in the buses, and these manufacturers are going to come up with more innovative ways to do so. But 15 years down the line, it's kind of hard to say right now today where that technology is going to be at. But the idea idea is to allow these chassis to be built so that you can just literally slip batteries in and out as the batteries continue to degrade or the charges die or need to be replaced over the course of time.
Yeah, one thing with our buses, after 12 years or 15 years, however long they last, they usually go out for auction that nobody really wants to buy them because it's just so high in miles, and the maintenance is super high.
I'm sure somebody in Mexico would want it, but talking about your fares, and I see you want to try and modify this in the state. Is it the state legislature you'd have to do that, or federal?
Yes, sir, state.
Okay, I remember my attempt to this, and all my accusations, you probably remember this, was that I was trying to raise fares on people by trying to change that process. You guys probably remember that very well.
I remember.
Yeah.
I was there.
So good luck on that one, because I don't know how you're going to get elected officials to raise fare on fares on poor people. I know that was a challenge.
Well, just to say, Councilman, that we are the lowest in the state of Texas, and even compared to Brownsville, Laredo, Victoria.
Oh, we were low back 10 years ago.
Yeah, especially in that area, a more depressed area. Their fee there is $1.25, so they're 50 cents higher. And then also, they don't provide transfer tickets like we do. So you can go like from the south side all the way to Flower Bluff for 75 cents. And if you were in Brownsville, it would be $2.50. So we are the lowest. That's the reason we want to move up at least 25 cents.
Okay, good luck. Maybe you won't be accused of being wanting to raise rates on the poor people like I was. If you that thing with the criminal aspect of adding more criminal, or should I say, more penalties to employees of transit, is that like just drivers? What is that?
Any employee of the CCRTA at any of our properties. We do well with our security. We got security police at all transfer stations. We got security guards also. And then right across the street, we have a 24-hour security guard that rovers in the property of
so is that like above and beyond what like a regular person would, if somebody was assaulted, if you assault an RTA employee,
yes,
you would get a higher penalty than if you.
We're looking for. That's correct. We're looking for a higher penalty.
Why? I mean, wouldn't it just be assault to begin with?
As a deterrent, I don't work at the DA's office, so I don't necessarily understand how they, identify the crimes that they're going to prosecute and things like that. But we want to be able to have, something in place, that so our employees can feel a better sense of safety, knowing that, if there are going to be individuals that, they're going to do some type of violent activity or something on the premises, that they're so safe knowing that there is a deterrent out there.
So I think your question was that the penalty would increase on the employees.
No. It's whoever's committing the crime. It would be a higher penalty for somebody that I'm assuming would have to be in an RTA uniform.
No, not necessarily. Anybody who creates an offense or any type of criminal activity to an employee or on premises, not necessarily just an employee.
How would they know if they're an RTA employee if they're not in uniform?
Well, most of us wear uniforms except staff. But I can tell you, Councilman, that we're blessed to have a very good security force in our system. You go to San Antonio, Houston, Austin, Dallas. I know they're bigger agencies, but there's assault going on every day on bus operators, on supervisors out there. And me being in charge of the security force, I try to be very proactive on everything that we do to protect our customers first and employees, and then it filters into this community. We work well with CCPD on a daily basis. We work well with our fire department also. So it's a good partnership that RTA has built with the city, fire, and police.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just, you know, I guess I'm not trying to, you know, have an understanding because you're creating a special class of individuals that get treated differently than regular people. So I'm a little concerned about that, especially if they're not uniformed. Maybe if they're uniformed, you can justify it, but if they're not uniformed, how is a person going to know that they're going to get penalized more just because they're not uniformed?
So,
Well,
I think there's just a go ahead, there's a misunderstanding. In
the legislation actually is geared to any assault, and for example, an assaultive type offense that would occur at the transit station or on RTA premises. And so it would also, it would benefit even our passengers that they would be in a safe zone. So if somebody committed an offense at the transit center, that would be an enhanced offense.
Okay, so it doesn't just apply to...
It would go, for example, from a, it would include RTA employees, obviously, because they're there, but it could also include even members of the public waiting for the bus.
So you have to be on RTA property
On the
for it to
RTA
apply.
property, and it would just enhance the offense. If it was a Class B misdemeanor, it could become a Class A misdemeanor.
So if
it
a
could
bus
become
driver
a
is
more
at
serious-
HEB and he gets punched in the face, it wouldn't apply?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I just
Right.
want to clarify
Yeah,
that.
no, it doesn't make, protect a special class of RTA employees. wherever they
Okay,
might
so
be.
last question, I know we had discussed BRT before in the past. Have you dropped the desire to do bus rapid transit?
No, we haven't. We're still looking at that, and that's going to be in the near future. There is some routes that we're currently getting ready to look at, which is downtown, and then also on the island for BRT.
Okay, and lastly, one last thing. You guys are tearing up Cedar Pass. I mean, if you go through there, you guys are really the buses are tearing it up.
Where's that? Where's that?
Cedar
Councilman?
Pass, where
Cedar
it
Pass.
intersects with Sun Valley and Aaron.
By Grant Middle School, yeah.
Right, we actually had to replace a whole section there at Aaron where it intersects with Weber. So we are, I think we will need to look at that from our perspective. Ernie's familiar with it.
Okay.
I showed it to you on our trip, so. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sure you didn't mean this, but I just have to clarify, Councilman. To use the term poor people is probably insensitive. People
Mayor,
of
I was saying what I was accused of.
Okay, people of all socioeconomic levels ride the bus, and we encourage that. There's a stigma with that, and, you know, we rode the bus when my mom had 4 of her kids trailing around, but you don't have to be poor to ride the bus. And so I think, I'm just saying, let's not use that term. It's very, to me, it's offensive. We, meaning the City of Corpus Christi, the RTA, are encouraging people to ride the bus. So anyway, again, you probably didn't intend it. I'm just correcting
it. It was something I was accused of, and to say,
Wow.
and for a further note, my father was a bus driver
Oh,
for
great.
Sun Metro in El Paso.
Okay.
So, I mean, to say that, you know, to make me seem like the bad guy here by saying what I was accused of is
No.
really not, I'm kind of offended by it, considering my dad was a bus driver. And I was very honored to be on the RTA board while I was on there and talked about, you know, all the things that we could do. I mean, I see the RTA as a social service.
I know, I agree, but I'm just, you said, your statement was, you're gonna raise rates for poor people, just poor people.
What I was accused of.
Don't.
That was
They're
what
the
I
only
was
people that
accused
don't ride the bus. Oh, they're not the only people that ride the bus. Okay, moving on. Councilman Klein.
Yeah, thanks. I don't want to get too much into the weeds here, but the weeds is where the fish are. So I'm going to get in the weeds just a little bit. I want to check with you again about electric vehicles. And you were talking about, I think, both, I guess, battery-operated electric vehicles and then also hydrogen cell vehicles. Is there a difference in price of those? It's my understanding that hydrogen vehicles the hydrogen fuel, I guess, is much more expensive than the electricity used to run the others.
It's kind of like a give and take, right? So the technologies require different things. Like, so for example, if we didn't have battery electric buses, we wouldn't have to have charging stations for them, which is an investment in infrastructure as well. So over the course of time, like as you expand with battery electric, the infrastructure is what becomes more costly over the course of time, because you have to have essentially like some way to charge each bus simultaneously, right? Depending on like your routes. Hydrogen, at this point in time, it's hard to tell if it will be as costly or less expensive over the course of time because we don't know what the price of hydrogen is going to look like. But the technology and the development of the technology is cheaper because there's less infrastructure that you need to provide as well for hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. And specifically for us as well, we have, for example, our compressed natural gas facility on our Bear Lane facility is very similar to what you would be using in a hydrogen, to fuel the hydrogen buses as well.
Right. So you said here in the legislative agenda that you're going to be applying for TERP funds for electric vehicles. I think, is that right? Did you read that right? Am I
Yes.
correct on that?
Any TERP funds, any funding that we can get to pursue electric vehicles.
Is that going to be mostly hydrogen electric vehicles? I'm wondering, or is it going to be a battery operated? That's what I'm calling them, battery operated.
It's fine. Yeah, it's going to be a mixture. Right. I believe it was last meeting we had a presentation on our kind of like long-term plan for electric vehicles, and really what it is what we really need is a mesh because of our service area is so wide and big. We need to have some type of combination of both hydrogen fuel cell and battery electric, so that for example, we're pursuing a transfer station in Robstown, right? So that we can potentially keep our buses, our battery electric buses in Robstown that can service the western part of the county, and maybe potentially use some of those hydrogen buses in the county or in the city of Corpus Christi, where we have access, closer to our Bear Lane facility, closer to our other facilities, where they can fuel up, and have their hydrogen there. So ultimately, we don't know at this point in time, but any funding that we secure is going to be for some type of combination of the two.
So like a rough just estimate of a ratio of 60-40 or 70-30 or whatever between those two?
I believe what was given in our report was maybe, I can't remember exactly.
Yeah,
it was like
because
60,
we extended
40
this out to 2040 for our whole fleet, and it wasn't 50-50. I think it was 70-30, something like that.
70-30.
70 electric, 30 hydrogen.
Right.
And that technology is pretty new, and so there's some trepidation, in going out there and being the first ones to use that. But with these federal grants and state grants that we'd like to use to be able to go try it out and try to be on the cutting edge of being a good steward of the environment.
Yeah, that's good.
And as my fellow directors have pointed out too, with a lot of these federal funds, they're the ones that fund 80% potentially of our purchases for like the buses, infrastructure, and things like that, so that it mitigates what we're locally responsible for as well. So
right. So I used to drive transit bus for about 8 years. So I have a lot of respect for what you guys do, what you folks do generally. And just a couple of other quick questions. Electric vehicles, once again, so I think you were talking about the resale values pretty low when you're ready to unload one of the buses. Isn't that really true, much more of a kind of a traditional internal combustion engine, because electric vehicles have a lot fewer moving parts, and so do you have the same retail value plummet for resale of electric vehicles as you do for internal combustion, or is it too soon to maybe tell yet?
I think it's too soon to tell exactly where that market will be. I think we are having a hard time right now. I mean, I'm not even sure what a used Tesla market looks like right now. So much less a 35-foot, 40-foot bus.
And there are other agencies on the West Coast that have older buses that they purchased about 10, 12 years ago as well. And we don't really know what their plans are to do them, because that level of technology doesn't exist anymore because it's rapidly advanced so much. So at this point in time, we can really give you an outlook, but the plan from a lot of the manufacturers and from the battery makers is to essentially, like I was explaining earlier, to just make these, put in a battery, take out a battery type of vehicles.
One last thing, this is a very in the weeds sort of question. Somebody mentioned transfers from one bus to another. Transfer tickets. It's my understanding, maybe I'm incorrect about this, they're made out of plastic?
I believe so, if I'm not mistaken, yes.
It's about 50-50 plastic and paper.
Okay.
They're flexible.
So I feel compelled to ask this. Would it be possible to go all paper? I know that there's environmental degradation issues there as well, but at least it's going to break down over time, whereas the plastic doesn't, at least so far as we can tell.
So we have, we have a combination of 100% paper on some of them here, and then we have a plastic a laminated paper in there because of our humid environment. If you try to put it in the transfer machine, it's just going to get stuck all the time, so you laminate that paper.
Okay.
But if you use, we go in a manual system or something happens with our register that you take the change in, then they'll punch a paper ticket at that point in time.
Okay.
And this would be a great time to plug our GoPass app, which you can download, and you can have your ticket on your phone for there, and it has a timer on it. So if you want to buy a 3-day pass, all you got to do is show it to the driver. No paper, no plastic. There you go. And it's all on your phone. You can track when the bus is going to come and pick you up, so you don't necessarily have to go wait outside if it's cold or if it's super hot, like we have in South Texas. So go ahead, download the app, tell your friends. I'm on the board of directors for the RTA, so what's up?
Great, thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
Just one final thing. And I want to thank you all very much for the job you do, and you do a great job. And RTA has come a long way in the last several years, and we sincerely appreciate what you do. While I have a captive audience, I would like to ask you to please take a look at the bus stops out in the northwest area of Corpus Christi. Some of those are in pretty sad condition. Very few of them have shade covers, and they're fairly highly utilized in our area, especially along Leopard Street in that corridor. So if you guys could take a look at them, we'd sincerely appreciate it.
If I may comment, Councilman, that we are right now, we had 198 bus shelters, and we're adding 300 new ones that have solar lighting. And you probably have seen them on the northwest because we're trying to, by Title VI, we must install them where the ridership is at.
Right.
And if you notice that we already installed some, more to come, not only in your district, throughout Corpus Christi, and we're very aggressively doing that. We have a contractor that comes, installs 40 within 2 weeks. Okay. So we're right now at 240. We got 60 to go. And in the future, we'll be adding more bus stops. I remember talking to the mayor years back when she said, I remember me, my mom, my grandma would stand, wait for the bus, and it was super hot, and sunny, all of that. So Mayor, I'm glad to report to the mayor and the council saying we're doing our very, very best to provide a safe environment and with shelters for our customers.
Good. Thank you very much.
Good.
Sincerely appreciate that. Thank you.
And Mike, on that note, the existing bus stops, and that's when I went to your meeting and I said that, it was regarding the existing ones. So I know you're doing, I guess these are new ones that you just mentioned, but what about the existing ones that don't have shade? Those are the ones.
So in the future, we, like you said, a total about 520 shelters are going to be installed throughout our system. We have right around 1,400 bus stops. Of course, you have to have a good ridership in that area to have a shelter. But in the future, we're going to be adding more and more shelters in our system. Right now, when we're done, Mayor and Council, we will have like 44% of the bus stops with shelters. That's way above beyond compared to other transit authorities here in the U.S.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yes, we're ahead reference bus
Great.
shelters.
Great.
And the ones that are right now, some of them are being removed, of course, and if they're not good to be refurbished, they're just getting rid of.
Okay, wonderful. Ms. Campos.
Mayor, just a quick adder, we're spending, I think in the total master plan for this, about $6 million for those shelters.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And a whole lot of them been replaced already.
I'll go drive around and chat.
Please do.
All right. I've been waiting a while to make my comments, only because, you know, I've been hearing all my fellow councilmen and the mayor, of course. But this is very dear to me as well. I've had several people staying with me that they utilized the bus system on a regular basis, and it never occurred to me because I didn't use it, right? And so they would tell me, and still I know this is an issue. I'm grateful that y'all are coming up with the benches and the little shelters. I mean, they really are making a huge difference. I used to take pictures of people sitting on shopping carts because there was no place for them to sit, or they'd be sitting on the curb. So I'm grateful for you for that. I'm also grateful that y'all are moving forward, being forward-thinking as far as also using electric vehicles. We also are trying to advocate for that as well with our fleet as well. I think that's something that in the long run will pay us. But the other thing I wanted to advocate for now that I've got a platform is I'd like for y'all to consider a way to provide some kind of restrooms or something for the riders, because I tell you the story of one of the ones that used to stay with me. He'd have to be careful as to what he was eating because there was no place for him to, to use the restroom. And I said, well, what about the Port Air station? And he said that was only for the drivers and not for any of the riders. And I just thought that was so inhumane. So I'm challenging y'all to figure out a way. I know that there is a way, and I know that I've heard the stories of, people abusing, using drugs or what have you. But you know what? Where there's a will, there's a way, and I'm challenging you to please find a way so that the ridership can have their dignity and be able to use the buses and still, relieve themselves. So that was my comment. So thank you.
On just those two things, yes, it is a challenge to provide restrooms for the public. And you're absolutely right. There's things you don't want to know that happens in those areas. And right across our the City Hall here, just to give you a good example, before we did what you guys have here, a security checkpoint, we were getting 1,300 entries to our building. 13 over 1,000, right? Every day, per day. And now since we put security checkpoint, we're getting 200. So you can imagine what was going on and the service that we have to provide to have a good, clean restroom. That's one. And number two, I'm happy to report, Ms. Campos, that your district too has the highest right now installation of the shelters in the Corpus Christi area.
And we have noticed, and we are grateful, very grateful for it. So, again, just a challenge.
Yes, ma'am.
And hope. I wish you the best. I think y'all are doing a great job, a better job than that I've seen in the past. So I congratulate you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo some of the other council members, including Pusley, the mayor, Roy, and Barrera, that y'all are an excellent group. Really appreciate the collaboration. I just hope when you go up to Austin that you guys have a short, quick meeting with them. That way you get all the votes. But no, thank you for everything. Y'all really are a great group. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Suckley.
Oh, wait, sorry. And if anything goes wrong, remember, it's always Gil's fault and Barrera's fault, because when you make decisions on boards and councils, none of the results happen until years and years later. So it's their fault if anything bad happens.
Councilman Suckley.
Thank you, Mayor. Great presentation. Thanks for all y'all do. Since we got off onto the shelters, are there different size shelters for different riders areas where there's a higher level of ridership?
Yeah, this is Ms. Montes. She'll take the question.
Good afternoon. So currently we do have different sizes out there.
Okay.
Our older ones are the 9-foot shelters. The new ones that we have started ordering are 13-foot because we wanted to be able to provide more coverage, more shade. And so we're putting those in the areas where we have higher ridership and larger right-of-ways.
Okay.
In the future, we may have to go back to smaller sizes, but for now, that's what we're installing.
Okay, great. The reason I asked is, especially like out in Flower Bluff, where probably some of the more, the higher ridership areas are probably around HEB and around Walmart.
Right.
Seems like they'd be conducive to the largest shelters possible, because I go by there sometimes, and there's 8, 9 people piled up underneath one of those, and I know not everybody's in the shade. So
Yes,
if we
sir.
could figure out a way to retrofit some of those smaller ones where there is quite a bit of ridership, that'd be great.
We'll look at that, and I know we were installing in Flower Bluff, I think it was Waldron and so forth, Glen Oak and in that area last week or the week before, but I
Okay.
will double check.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
And there are some areas that we installed 2 shelters next to each other when there's ridership. A good example is Port Airs, HEB. There used to be one big one. We had to install 2 because of the demand.
Good, good. Councilman Roy?
So I wanted to clarify one thing that you said earlier. What's the fee?
For a full fare, non-restricted fare, meaning you're not a student or you're not a person with disabilities, number of our senior citizen, a full fare costs 75 cents to go from one part of the city to any place you want to go in the city.
So I want to put that in perspective. So 1978, I used to take a public bus in Cleveland to the Catholic school that I went to. I had to change 3 buses to get there. It was $0.25 per. I paid 75 cents every day just on the way home, because if they had basketball or football,
Right.
I couldn't take the regular bus, right? 1978, I paid 75 cents. So just to put that in perspective, whoever does your marketing, I want you to think of that little gecko, and it, you deserve an increase. You deserve an increase. Remember that.
Thank you, Councilman.
Very good. Okay, I think that's all the questions. Gentlemen, thank you. Thank you. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Eloy, for being here. Erica, everybody. This is it's so educational, and it's a real plus for us to hear you all talk about everything RTA that we really don't know about unless we sit here and ask. So thank you for taking the time. Thank you, Mike, for working. I've seen you build the relationships. I've seen you care about public safety out here. I've been out there with you. So thank you. That's a big deal. And it looks beautiful. The parking lot, you guys have a little machine going on out there. So thank you for that.
I take orders from my boss, Sherman
Yeah.
Danline Dichter, and the beautiful board of directors, man.
Yeah, you have a great team. Thank you, gentlemen, and have a good evening. Thank
Mayor,
you for
thank
being
you.
here.
Council, thank you very much for the time.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Okay, there being no further business, I adjourn this meeting.
Okay, good. Yes, sir.